We can't finance our well-being by debt. That means that we need to balance income and expenditure. It's very understandable. But what we need to understand more deeply is that we can't finance our well-being by exceeding planet's biocapacity either. So that's why we need monitoring, new kind of indicators of well-being and accounting of external costs on our economies. I hope that these 2 days provide fruitful circumstances to continue this important dialogue. With these ideas, I wish you good Business and Biodiversity Forum 2015. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your welcoming words and thoughts. The last conference of the parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD COP12, was arranged in the beautiful surroundings of Pyeongchang in the Republic of Korea last year. I'm delighted to give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Dongjin Kim, Director General of the National Institute of Biological Resources, Ministry of Environment, Government of Korea, the Presidency of CBD. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Minister. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for inviting me to this honorable meeting. It is my great honor to join this meeting and deliver opening remarks. First of all, on behalf of the Korean Ministry of Environment, I'd like to deliver my sincere appreciation to Honorable Mr. Kimmo Tiilikainen, the Minister of Agriculture and the Environment of Finland. Mr. Stefan Leiner, Acting Director for Natural Capital, Directorate General Environment, European Commission. Why is biodiversity so important for us? Biodiversity is often called natural capital that supports human society. It provides essential economic benefits and services to humans, such as food, clothing, shelter, fuel, and medicines, as well as ecological, recreational, cultural, and aesthetic values. Thus, it plays an important role in sustainable development. Humans use about 40,000 species for food, clothing, fuel, and shelter. Medicines from natural resources account for about 80% of usage of the world's population. Biological resources provide industrial materials such as oil, water, paper, fiber, rubber, and wood. Most importantly, biodiversity maintains overall ecosystem balance, recycling nutrients, combating pollution, stabilizing climate, protecting water resources. It is also widely accepted that biodiversity has a crucial role in climate change adaptation and mitigation. Forests, grasses, wetlands, and oceans are great natural carbon sinks that stores and accumulates a vast amount of carbon dioxide. A recent research has shown that greater biodiversity can make ecosystems more resilient to climate change. Ecosystems that have a greater number of species are more resistant to extreme climate events, such as prolonged wet and dry seasons. How about business sector? Almost all the manufacturers and service sectors cannot conduct their business without air and clean water. It is the ecosystem that purifies and circulates air and water. Leisure industries, including the tourism, also depend on the very existence of biodiversity. After all, nearly all of the business make a profit depending on biodiversity. However, biodiversity is under serious threat in many areas of the world. The world is losing biodiversity at an ever-increasing rate. More than 90% of the causes of biodiversity loss are due to human activities, and especially they are largely attributable to business activities. Rainforests are ever decreasing. Rainforests once covered 14% of the planet's land surface. Now they cover only 6%. They are under threat of business activities such as agriculture, logging, constructing, mining, and producing oil. Biodiversity conservation is no longer just a part of corporate social responsibility, but it has become an essential factor for business sustainability. Companies have to give consideration to biodiversity in their business activities in order to sustain their business and win the confidence of their clients. In this regard, I would like to recall the notable outcomes of business engagement decisions from the 12th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, held in Pyeongchang, Korea from 6th to 17th of October last year. COP12 has significantly raised expectations among partner organizations, mainstreaming the importance of engaging the business sector to achieve the goals of the CBD and the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011 to 2020. All of parties to the convention were invited to work with stakeholders and relevant organizations to develop innovative mechanisms to support the global partnership for business and biodiversity and its associated national and regional initiatives. Business sectors were encouraged to analyze the impact of business decisions and operations on biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services, and prepare action plans for integrating biodiversity into their operations. Business sectors were also encouraged to integrate biodiversity considerations into procurement policies and include in their reporting frameworks considerations related to biodiversity and ecosystem functions and services. Ladies and gentlemen, Korean government welcomes the progress made by parties and all stakeholders at COP12. Korean government has made significant efforts and kept pace with global trends to incorporate biodiversity and ecosystem values into the business sector. We have established the Korean Business and Biodiversity Initiative. The launching of Korean initiative was built on several previous workshops and policy gatherings. Under the Korean initiative, we have undertaken a number of activities to help raise awareness of biodiversity-related issues among the Korean business community. The Korean Ministry of Environment has launched a website to provide business and biodiversity platform. In the website, 4 business sectors, aviation, steel mining, oil, pharmaceuticals, have joined the initiative to save biodiversity together. Korean government will put more efforts to develop good national initiatives related to biodiversity and business in cooperation with CBD and all governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General Mr. Dong-Jin Kim. This Business and Biodiversity Forum has been planned and now executed in excellent cooperation with the Secretariat of CBD. Therefore, it gives me a great pleasure to invite the next speaker, Director Amy Frankel from the CBD Secretariat. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. First, some very warm thank yous to Minister Tilakainen and your team, who've been incredible. Without them, we couldn't have made this happen. And we truly sold out over the next few days. We were turning people away. So I greatly look forward to not only to speaking with you about the work ahead, but also to really, I mean, the program is incredible, and I hope that those of you here will be able to really attend and learn from each other over the next few days. I'd also like to thank Director General Kim from the Republic of Korea, our current COP president, for being with us today. Also want to acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Ms. Hanna Lepoka, and also Stefan Leiner from the European Commission and many other dignitaries who are here. So thank you for joining us. I believe my remarks are meant to sort of set the stage a bit about where we are, not just in the biodiversity world, but also more broadly in terms of international sustainability efforts and where we might be going from here. And don't be scared, some of the slides have lots of text, but I promise I won't be reading from them. So let's see if I can make this work. Okay, so as I think we all know, this year has actually been quite remarkable in terms of what's been happening on the international stage for sustainability. We had the adoption at a summit of the 2030 Agenda with its Sustainable Development Goals in New York. The desertification conference of the parties just happened in Turkey. We've got a major meeting on climate change that some of you have heard about that's coming up soon. There was a major meeting on disasters, and for the first time linking ecosystems to disaster prevention. And of course, it is the midpoint for the 10-year strategic plan for biodiversity. I was working our division in the Secretariat was taking the lead on our work within the Sustainable Development Goals. And I have to say, even though they are soft law, if you will, it's incredible what we achieved as a community. Because biodiversity, I think some people are surprised at how much biodiversity and ecosystems really feature in the Sustainable Development Goals. And I could see the progression politically and in the discourse that people were having around the world at different meetings. And wherever one was from the world, you would hear ministers and others saying, biodiversity is essential for sustainable development. It's essential for economic well-being. It's essential for the social aspects of sustainable development. And so I wasn't surprised, although I'm pleased that the Sustainable Development Goals include biodiversity so prominently, not only in their own goals, one on oceans and coasts, but terrestrial ecosystems, but also they're embedded in many key SDGs. So it's not listed here, but Goal 1 on poverty, there's a direct link with biodiversity through Target 15.9, which we discussed recently, on biodiversity and poverty. Goal 2, 6, 12, and others very directly talk about ecosystems and their role. So I think one thing we are thinking about is how can we take advantage of this political platform. This is going to be an agenda for 15 years in the United Nations General Assembly, and we've already started to form partnerships and think about next steps with entities such as the Global Compact, which sits in New York, with key countries that are in New York, with key NGOs and others. So this is a major stage we need to make use of. There are, of course, many linkages of biodiversity to these other international discussions. Now, the fact is, because of human nature and the history of these different instruments, they have grown up in a bit of a siloed fashion. For businesses, however, they're faced with all of this plethora of different international words and forums, and I think this is a place where businesses actually can bring things together, because they can see, well, wait a minute, how could biodiversity be more integrated in my corporate planning with climate change aspects and others? So this is a key, I think, for us to think about. How can businesses actually better integrate biodiversity across these different discussions? I think many of you are familiar with sort of our roadmap, if you will, which is the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity, which is really the key because it was laying out not only for the CBD, the Biodiversity Convention, but it's been recognized as a UN strategic plan. So this is something that everyone can contribute to, and we are working with in numerous partners to do so. Now, business is key to this. One of the sort of founding philosophies, if you will, approaches of this strategic plan was that we could not achieve the goals of the Biodiversity Convention by just putting a fence around a green space and through conservation. We had to address both through strategic goal A, which is the indirect drivers, such as perverse incentives, financial issues, et cetera, and strategic goal B in particular, which is about direct drivers on biodiversity loss. Businesses play a key role in both of those areas. The strategic plan has 20 specific targets, and I won't go through these, but there are some of the key ones for the business community are those listed here. Target 2 and 3 and 4 in particular. 4 is probably the most directly applicable about the need to consume resources in a way that's within safe ecological limits. Now, we recently had a midterm review scientific assessment of the strategic plan, and the news was not great, as you might expect. The overall conclusion is there is progress. There's a lot of good stories to tell, but not sufficient. The rate is not sufficient for us to project right now that we will achieve the strategic plan. Again, you're going to see a lot of data now. I'm just going to point out a couple of elements, but this sort of dashboard is a simple way of showing, are we going backwards, if you will? Are we surpassing the targets, or is there no progress, or maybe insufficient data? So some of the keys you'll see, most of these are not on track. There's one or two that are on track, or in one case surpass the projected time frame. But this is not a great story, and especially if you look at some of the lines that are flat on subsidies, perverse incentives, target 4, about safe ecological limits, we're not doing that well. So again, I won't go through these greatly, but this is all online and a helpful kind of cheat sheet in terms of how we're doing globally. Now, some key messages from the Global Biodiversity Outlook were that we are on track, as I say, where we're making progress, but we have a lot more to do. And probably the most important message is the last point about mainstreaming. And that is, what can we do, in particular with the business community? I like the remark of the minister of how do we change our language into business language so that businesses see why this makes sense. Now, we need your help. I want to talk just for a second about what's coming up here. Let me go back a slide. We have a couple of major meetings that are coming up now. The first is our Conference of the Parties in Korea created a new subsidiary body of the CBD, much like what's in the climate treaty, which is called the Subsidiary Body on Implementation. And the mandate is actually quite rigorous. It says that we're supposed to be looking at how are countries doing at the national level to implement their commitments under the CBD, and what can we do to help parties to overcome any obstacles to doing so. So there's an expectation that we're actually going to try to take a look at, I don't want to say putting more teeth into it, but looking in a much more serious way at what is needed concretely, what actions can be taken. So we're looking at that now, and this is, of course, in the lead up to COP13, which will be in Mexico. And Mexico has been a terrific partner in terms of this next phase of our work, which is really focused on mainstreaming. We're looking at 4 key sectors, including agriculture, fisheries, forests, and tourism. And we're also looking at cross-sectoral policies that need to be addressed at the national level, as well as within cities and other levels of decision makers to actually make a difference. The CBD is looked at as like a framework convention, and I've had lots of discussions with governments about, what do we need to do to make this actually matter more to countries and have ownership. The key to that, in terms of the national level entry point, is the national plan, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. So this is one place that we can work to make linkages with businesses, with key sectors for development and economic growth in countries, but also to hold some accountability in terms of what commitments there are. So my last point to you is really the bottom point here, which is there has been a lot of progress, but we need your help. And I would really welcome this week, I'd like your ideas. We need help in terms of what I've just mentioned. What can we bring to COP13? What actions can be committed to, whether through the political discussions or in voluntary pledges at our meeting? We're going to make space for that. We're going to have space for a lot of press conferences, for ministers to make commitments, for non-governmental entities, businesses to make such commitments. But what would actually make a difference to change the equation, to actually get businesses more on board with biodiversity, and whether it's communication, rule of law, or accounting practices, et cetera. And the last thing I'll say is the Secretariat, I want to thank my team, David Stewerman and Christina Newman, and I just have to mention, we do this on a shoestring. We operate this program that you're participating in from our side with voluntary budgets that we're honestly right now just scraping together. And the global partnership is something that we're going to have a big discussion about this week. How can we make it more effective? We provide the Secretariat, but you all, many of you are part of that, and I look forward to those discussions as well, because we can't do this alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amy, and thanks once again for the great cooperation we have in organizing this conference. So now the Business and Biodiversity Forum is opened, so let us thank all the speakers once again with a big applause. And then I ask the next 4 speakers to attend. Mr. Stefan Leiner from the European Commission, Mr. Jason Clay from WWF, Ms. Pirkka Harrela from UPM, and Mr. Jan Kees Vis from Unilever. May I kindly ask you to come up to the podium. The aim of this second session this morning is to elaborate the role and potential of business in preserving biodiversity from a broad perspective. The session will interpret how biodiversity affects businesses and vice versa. It will also discuss business impacts and dependencies on biodiversity and the ecosystem functions and services they provide, and examine how to drive transformational change in corporates to reach biodiversity goals and sustainable societies. We will first listen to these 4 excellent speakers, and after that we will hopefully have some time for questions and comments from the audience before the coffee break. The first speaker now is Mr. Stefan Leiner, Acting Director for Natural Capital in DG Environment, European Commission. Mr. Leiner joined the European Commission in 1999. He has been dealing with international and EU forest and biodiversity policy issues in key positions. He is now heading the Biodiversity Unit, which is dealing with the implementation of the EU 2020 Biodiversity Strategy. He is also currently Acting Director of the Natural Capital Directorate. Mr. Leiner's presentation will be about where we stand with biodiversity at the moment. Mr. Leiner, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to, on behalf of the European Commission, really heartfully thank the organizers of this forum, the Ministry of Environment of Finland, FIPS, and the CBD Secretariat, as we feel it is really a very important and timely meeting, and I'm very honored to be able to say a few words, actually following up on from what Amy has said, moving from the global picture to where we are in Europe in as far as biodiversity goals and objectives and fulfilling them are concerned. Now, as you know, this year was not only an important year at the global scale, but also in Europe we have published a series of important documents telling us where we are. There was a State of Environment report by the European Environment Agency. There was a more specific report on the state of nature in the European Union issued in April. And just a few weeks ago, on the 2nd of October, we published the midterm review of our EU biodiversity strategy. Now, this midterm review is really showing what progress have we done in the various actions and targets that are in our EU biodiversity strategy, which is in fact our roadmap in order to fulfill the CBD roadmap, the IG targets and the strategic plan in Europe. There is a headline objective to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity, the ecosystems and the services they provide in the EU, but also scale up and enhance our contribution towards averting global biodiversity loss. And there are 6 targets or headline targets under this strategy. And the midterm review has showed that we done a lot of progress actually in implementing the various actions under those targets. Target 1 is about implementing our EU nature legislation, the Birds and Habitats Directive. We have established a very impressive network of protected areas, which we call Natura 2000, that has more than 27,000 sites all over Europe. That is now covering more than 18% of the terrestrial landscape. And we have also made a big progress in designating sites in the marine area, where we moved just in a few years from 4% of our marine zones to 6%. But of course, there is still more to be done. We also did a lot of progress under what we call Target 2, which is about restoring a 15% restoration target. We have done a lot of progress in conceptualizing and making it concrete on how we can map and value ecosystems and their services. We have published a communication on green infrastructure, which really demonstrates that biodiversity and nature is not just something of animals and species, but it's really providing a lot of infrastructure that is the basis for our well-being, and it's worth investing in this infrastructure, not only connecting the sites to each other, but also in urban areas, etc., having more nature around us that is fulfilling its role as much as possible. We have also established, for example, a new natural capital financing facility that you will hear more from the European Investment Bank, because it's together with them that we have set up this facility that really tries to give loans towards private projects and other projects that we think can be bankable in order to make sure and demonstrate that investing in biodiversity conservation pays off also financially. We have done a lot of progress, for example, in reforming our common agricultural policy, where we have adopted greening measures of the first pillar, but also made sure that in the second pillar, in the rural development, funding for biodiversity and Natura 2000 is possible for member states to use this enormous part of the EU budget also for biodiversity. The EU forestry strategy has a lot of biodiversity elements really as its core of our sustainable forest management concept in the European Union. We have reformed also our common fisheries and maritime policy, and the new European Fisheries Funds has a lot of additional measures aimed at making sure that our fisheries policies helps in achieving sustainable stocks of our fisheries. We also have adopted a new regulation on invasive alien species, which is really one of the few areas where there has been remarkable new environment legislation in Europe. And we have fulfilled our commitments that we have set out under the CBD to enhance our global financial support in development cooperation. We also have adopted a series of rules in order to make sure, for example, that we import only legally harvested forest products in our FLEGT regulation and our timber regulation. So really a lot has been done in Europe in the past years we can be proud of. But the report also shows that while we are mid-term in the implementation of our strategy, we are not midway. We still believe that we can achieve our targets, but we will need to massively scale up the efforts in Europe in order to really achieve them. And there are a number of areas where we need to focus our efforts. First of all, we need to really fully implement our nature legislation. We need to make sure that those sites are not on paper, but they really are effectively managed. We need to make sure that they are effectively financed. We are at the moment doing a fitness check of this nature legislation. We really look at to what have we achieved, what have we not yet achieved, and the business is very active in this fitness check. They really welcome that there is a stable and predictable legislative framework that is creating a level playing field in Europe, but there are also ways to make sure that this can be better implemented, reducing as much as possible unnecessary burden, but also making sure that the implementation is working well. I think the biggest challenge is probably when you also look at the species and habitats that have yet or not yet achieved a favorable conservation status. You will see that those that are related to agriculture are not only having the worst conservation status, but even continue to be degraded in Europe. So making sure that our agricultural policy and the reform of the CAP I mentioned gives a lot of opportunities to member states to take the right or the wrong choices as far as if the first pillar and the second pillar will effectively be beneficial for our nature and biodiversity. And that is a major challenge, to make sure that those decisions are being made, that as much as possible, on one hand, the intensification of agriculture, on the other, the abandonment of extensive agriculture is being halted and reversed, or made in a way that you can achieve your economic objectives, but you also can make sure that these do not against water and biodiversity and nature quality. So we also have to make sure, for example, that all these concepts we are developing on restoration, on mapping, assessment, ecosystem services, on establishing ways to actually account for the ecosystems and the services that provide, that these really become to be integrated in the economic systems that are really creating the enabling framework under which we take political, financial, economic decisions, all the actors, public and private. And that will be a major step forward that we need to work on, that we really develop these tools and integrate them also into our mainstream financial and economic framework. That will be a major challenge that we have in Europe. And business plays a key role in that. Business is really one of our major partners, and business can do a lot in order to help us in achieving the targets. They can, for example, rely on green infrastructure and nature-based solutions in, for example, investing in their business opportunities. They can improve their supply chains with better traceability and sustainable sourcing. They can actually better measure their impacts and dependencies on natural capital. For example, by developing environment, profit and loss accounts, natural capital balance sheets, etc. They can themselves increase their investments in biodiversity measures. We will not achieve our objective if we only rely on public funding. We really need to have the support from the private sector there. And overall, I would say they can make biodiversity protection a business opportunity rather than seeing this as a regulatory burden. So in Europe, we take really the business and biodiversity agenda very seriously. We have actually our own business and biodiversity platform of the EU, and we had a few days ago our second annual meeting of that platform. And that really demonstrated that the platform is growing. There are now more than 250 members, of which more than 100 businesses, including more and more SMEs and also representatives from the financial sector. And a lot is been happening, but we still feel that there are best and first movers. There is a lot of positive action happening, and we really will hear a lot during this week of what is happening globally and in Europe. But we again need to scale up the efforts in order that caring for business really becomes part of the core DNA of all of the businesses in Europe and in the world. So I really look very much forward to this 2 days here in Helsinki. This is really a great opportunity to pick up the momentum, to see where we are, to hear everything that is happening around the world. But I hope we will all be able to go back from this meeting with new inspirations and a new commitment to really, as I repeat again, scale up massively the efforts that we are doing in Europe and in the world, so that we can be there in 2020 and say, yes, we have achieved our biodiversity objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leiner. The next speaker is Mr. Jason Clay, Senior Vice President, Markets and Executive Director of the Markets Institute of WWF. WWF is one of the leading environmental NGOs in the world. The title of Mr. Clay's presentation is The Role and Potential of Business. Mr. Clay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Today I want to speak about the global context of business and biodiversity. The Oromo of Ethiopia have a saying, you can't wake a person who's pretending to sleep. The largest threat to biodiversity yesterday, today, and most likely tomorrow is where and how we produce food and fiber. The expansion of food production, or as some call extensification of agriculture, and I would say agricultural sprawl, needs to be halted. It needs to be frozen in its tracks. We can do this through sustainable intensification, but we've also got to link that to ecological intensification within and around those production areas. As the saying goes, the only constant is change, and we're in a period with more rapid change than ever before. And there are a few key aspects of this change that we need to keep in mind when we're talking about this topic. Today we have 7 billion food experts on the planet, and they don't agree on anything, and they certainly don't agree on the science. As a wise man once said, you can have your own opinion, but you can't have your own science. We have got to start creating consensus, building common ground in the middle of very contentious issues. Extremes are good, they inform debates, but we've got to begin to figure out how to solve problems. The world is also smaller than ever before because of communications, because of transportation, and because of electronics. A photo taken of any supply chain anywhere in the world is on a website in minutes and linked to every company that uses that raw material, not just the ones that actually bought it. This is affecting how we have to think about actions and how companies, I think, are beginning to think about actions. But here's the context. We have 7 billion people. Today, they use about 1 unit of consumption each, which gives us 7 billion units of consumption. By 2050, we're going to have at least 9 billion, probably closer to 10, and they're going to consume twice as much per capita as today. That's 18 billion units of consumption. Today, we're living at about 1.5 planets, so we're living off the resource base at a pace faster than it can replace itself, than it can renew itself. If we're going to get to 2050, we're going to have to shrink the impacts associated with each unit of consumption by 62%, the land, the water, the fertilizers, the pesticides, every single input, by 62% to stay where we are today at 1.5 planets. If we want to get to 1 planet, it's going to have to be 75% or more. That's how we shrink it to get where we need to be. I mentioned the speed of change. It took Britain 155 years to double GDP with 9 million people. It took the US 53 years to double GDP with 10 million people. It took China 12 years to double GDP with 1 billion. India, 17 years to double GDP with 822 million. The speed of life has changed forever. What India did and what China is doing is lifting massive numbers of people out of poverty. I would argue that they're not yet in the middle class, but they're certainly out of poverty. But they're still 1 meal away from going back into poverty. So we have to be thoughtful about that. This is a fantastic thing. This is what every government should try to do. But it also has implications for how much people are consuming and what they're consuming. 12 years after China doubled GDP, the impact of that began to hit commodity markets. So from 95 to 2006, we started to see price rises. And that led to price spikes. India doubled GDP ending in 2006. Is India's impact on commodity prices going to be the same in 12 to 18 years? Who's thinking about that? Who's looking at that? Well, companies are actually beginning to look at that because that's going to affect their business. Whether there is raw material available, what it costs, where it's going to come from, who's producing it, all of those things are affected by this increased demand. The increased demand also led to price spikes in food, which led to deaths in food riots in more than 20 countries and which sparked the Arab Spring. We are living in a world that's more fragile, more on the edge economically and nutritionally than it's been in the past. Shocks have impacts, and this is just one of them. And you're seeing this, the fallout of this is part of the influx of people into Europe. This is one of the longer-term consequences. But here's the challenge, and this is why a group like WWF and other environmental groups are really beginning to think about food. In the next 40 years, we have to produce as much food as we have in the last 8,000. And we've got to do it on this planet. There's not any other available. So food production is already the biggest threat. And if you want to think about indicators and what you need to start managing and what we need business cases for and what we want to measure and monitor and improve, I would say these are a few of the key issues. Food production is the largest cause of biodiversity loss and ecosystem service change. Uses 70% of all the water used by people on the planet. Uses more chemicals than any other industry activity, human activity on the planet. Produces more pollution, air and water. Is one of, if not the largest, all-in land use change, etc., greenhouse gas contributors, and has resulted in the loss of about half of the topsoil on the planet in the last 150 years with mechanized agriculture. So the issue going forward is not what to think, it's how to think. A university speaker that I heard a couple of years ago said to the graduating class, 80% of what you've learned is already outdated. How to learn will never be outdated. So we have to focus on the how to learn rather than the what has to be known. So where do companies focus? Do they focus on what they control on scope 1 and 2 issues? Or is the bigger focus on scope 3 or 4 issues? This is an example of Tetra Pak, the greenhouse gases in their supply chains. If they want to reduce the greenhouse gases embedded in their products, they work with the suppliers and they change the way they design their materials and sell to customers so that they can be recycled. They also have to work on what they do themselves, but that's going to be tiny. It's only 7% of the greenhouse gas emissions. And that figure is actually probably a little bit on the high side of what companies actually touch in terms of the impacts of their value chain, whether it's biodiversity, water use, land use, etc. Companies are beginning to see that they need to manage not just the raw material supplies, but the risk and the long-term impacts on production and consumption, really, of their value chains. This is the US, but it's not dissimilar to other places. To promote political security, we have focused on reducing the cost or keeping the cost of food down through subsidies and other means. And yet, even with cheap food, almost 1 billion people go hungry, and the numbers of stunted children are stubbornly high. We're not getting rid of them. Half of farm families today don't produce enough cash and food crops to feed themselves, their own families. They are the malnourished. In fact, if you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say just move farmers to cities because cities have far lower malnourishment rates than rural areas. Another thing that I think we have to take seriously and think about is where do we focus in the system? A lot of us, NGOs and others, governments, companies, have focused on how do we reward the better producers? That's what certification, that's what eco-label verification, production against standards is all about. But in fact, most of the better producers that win that recognition are already better producers, and the changes they have to make are probably minimal. Some probably none at all, others a little bit more. But if you look at the bottom quarter of this performance curve, that bottom 25% produces 50% of the impacts. The reason that all of us care about any specific commodity, and only 10% of the product comes from them. So if you want to increase productivity overall, globally, if you want to reduce environmental impacts, you focus on the bottom. You don't focus on the top. If you focus on the top, it's to learn how to do things better, document the business case, and then work with governments and others to help move the bottom, help shift the whole performance curve. Another thing we have to start thinking about, and companies are certainly beginning to do this as they're switching where they buy their products, anticipating where they think raw materials are going to be produced in the future. Climate change will have a big impact on agriculture. This is a map of where cocoa is produced in Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, about 70% of the world's production. This is today. 15 years from now, this is the map of what's going to be suitable for cocoa production. Cocoa is a tree crop. It produces on old growth. So you've got to plant a tree, you've got to let it grow. We haven't got a lot of time in 15 years to find better genetics to adapt to climate change, diseases that come about because of stress, etc. In the short term, climate-smart agriculture is about being efficient, just doing everything better, trying to tighten it up. In the medium term, it's either about getting better genetics, better planting materials, or changing the crop entirely. I don't know how many of you have worked with farmers, but if you have a farmer that has a tree crop, it's very hard to get them to rip it out, even if it's not producing as well as it used to. Who is going to pay for the 2 to 3 years of livelihood they need while that tree is growing before it starts producing sufficiently? Wealthier producers can change crops, can buy expertise, get access to extension. Poor farmers have a much tougher time on that. This is a time bomb for small farmers. This is a time bomb for people growing tree crops. We're going to have to figure out how to finance this transition. And we're going to have to do it through global supply chains, and certainly at a global level. By 2050, we're going to need to double net food availability. Doesn't mean double production, it means double the amount of food that's available to consumers. And there's no silver bullet. We're going to need to do it through productivity and efficiency and waste reduction and shifting consumption. And we need indicators around each of these. And we need to begin to measure it, and we need to begin to manage it, and we need to do it not just company by company, but sector by sector. We have to stop trying to maximize one thing, whether it's just greenhouse gas emissions, or just water use, or just water effluent, or just biodiversity, to optimizing several. We've got to figure out how to measure and manage these things together, because they are part of the same system. One of the things we need to do is rebuild soil. Instead of expanding, instead of agricultural sprawl around the world, can we intensify the areas that we're already using? Can we get more out of the soils? Can we rebuild those soils? Can we use carbon sequestration, soil carbon as the metric for rebuilding soils? We've set a target with the World Bank of 250 million hectares by 2030. That could produce about 10% of the world's food, just on that land. We need to figure out how to reduce the amount of water that's used to produce food. This is today's rate. It comes to about 1 liter of water per 1 calorie. Can we cut it in half and double the productivity? Half a liter, 2 calories. That's what it's going to take to get to 2050 within one planet. That kind of efficiency. And waste. We waste 1 in 3 calories today. That's 50% of the new food we'd need to produce by 2050. But given how much water is used for agriculture, just the amount that's wasted is 23% of all the water used by people for any activity. And because of ag's relationship to greenhouse gas emissions, food waste itself represents 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Ag is about 29% all in with land use change. That means 10% is for food that is not fed to people, cars, or cattle. It's just wasted. So on a finite planet with boundaries, should consumers have a choice about sustainable products, or should all the products on the shelf be sustainable? That's kind of the question. And if you think all the products should be sustainable, then it's not so much about certification programs and about differentiating product. It's about how to shift the whole sector so that every product is sustainable. And that's where I think some progressive companies, and you'll hear from some of them, Young Case on this panel and others, talking about what individual companies are doing. But one by one is not fast enough. We have got to start working with platforms of companies, whole sectors, to shift. So, how do we shift this kind of sustainability from niche markets to become the norm? And here's what a few companies are doing. I'm sure Young Case will talk about what Unilever is doing themselves, because they're probably the most progressive of what any company is doing individually. But the Consumer Goods Forum has made a commitment. This is now, I think, last I heard, is 57, 58 companies have made a commitment to take deforestation out of supply chains. And what they've focused on is 4 commodities, 2 countries, which is half of tropical deforestation. The salmon, Global Salmon Initiative, 17 of the world's largest salmon aquaculture producers, 70% of the world's market, have agreed to share all their data about impacts, about investments to reduce them, make it all public, have it third-party reviewed and audited so that they can learn faster. And the reason they did this is that the better companies realized that the reputation of the entire sector was dependent on the performance of the worst players. And so if they wanted to have license to operate, if they wanted access to markets, they had to raise the entire sector, not just one company. And so their first report came out in September about what their baseline is against key impacts. And they have pledged to be certified against credible global standards by 2020. I just came from Ireland for the last 2 days, where Board B and the Irish government have made a commitment that 100% of food exports from Ireland will be third-party certified against credible sustainability standards. They're not going to get there. It's by 2016, which is just next year. But they have about 80% of producers in the system giving data to the government about environmental performance. And they're starting to measure, they're starting to set up databases to share information. This is the first country that has ever made a commitment like this. And it wasn't easy. Farmers don't like to share data, especially with governments. So the issue for all of these companies, for these platforms and these producers, is about risk. It's about risk of raw material supply, but it's also about reputation. And the two are kind of weighing equally and each pushing forward. As they say, where I come from, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. We have to reduce the impacts of production and consumption. There's no silver bullet. We can't focus on everything, and we can't afford to focus just on one thing. But the business case for change is going to be key, and we have to start documenting that and communicating that. We have to focus on the productivity and the efficiency side, and also the waste and the consumption side. We need to be defining a key set of KPIs about performance, key performance indicators, and then measuring and managing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clay. The next two speakers are from the corporate sector. They will present us two interesting high-level case studies. Ms. Pirkko Harrela gives a case study from UPM Kymmene Corporations. Pirkko Harrela is head of stakeholder relations and member of the group executive team. UPM is one of the world's leading forest industry companies. The company has transformed itself from a traditional paper company into a multi-business enterprise and calls itself today the Bio4 company, integrating the forest and bio industries. Ms. Harrela, please take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. First of all, thanks to the organizers. It's an honor and privilege to be able to present a Finnish company case here to this very international audience. I was listening to the previous presentation, I was watching you, and quite a few of you were like this or like this, sort of, and I have to say that coming from the business side, I have to be optimistic. Because unless I'm optimistic, I don't see opportunities. Unless I see opportunities, I don't take action. Unless I take action, I don't influence things. And we in UPM, we do believe that we can influence things. Biodiversity is our business. Maybe a bit provocative heading for today's presentation, but I would say that being a forest industry company, we are really at the core of biodiversity. We are really sort of, it's elemental to our business, and therefore also securing biodiversity has been on our company agenda for the last 20 years. So since 1990s, we have been working actively on this topic. And biodiversity is one element constituting the sustainable forestry practices. There are many other elements as well, but biodiversity is clearly sort of one we have focus on. But a few words about UPM as a company today, who we are. It's one of the leading forest industry companies in the world, originally a Finnish company. Today we operate on all continents. We have operations in 13 countries. Turnover in 1 billion euros. We have 20,000 employees, and we have a publicly listed company, so we have almost 90,000 shareholders in UPM. We have 6 business areas. You can see them here. 5 of them are growing. Biorefining, it means pulp. It means also plantations and biofuels and timber. Energy means all low-carbon energy forms, hydropower, derivatives, also share in other power companies. European Raflatac means self-adhesive labels, which you find everywhere in the world, including your morning kiwi fruit. There's a little label in there that might be produced by UPM. UPM Paper Asia, label papers and cut-size papers mainly for Asian markets. UPM Paper Europe and North America, graphic papers for the Western world, and then UPM Plywood. So a very versatile set of businesses. And the whole UPM strategy is based on the principle of versatile use of renewable wood biomass. We actively develop solutions to the bioeconomy model where materials and value circulate. We want to add value also through services and smart operations. Moreover, we are our ambition is to find alternatives to fossil materials. We want to have renewable materials, and therefore we are investing a lot in innovation as well, in biofuels, in biocomposites, and also biochemicals. Some of these are in business phase already, some others are still being piloted. But we are also a forest owner, and we deal a lot with other forest owners. We plant roughly 50 million seedlings a year because we, after every harvesting, we look after the regeneration. And that means roughly 100 seedlings a minute, day in, day out, throughout the world. UPM is sourcing also 27 million cubic meters of wood annually from other suppliers. That means that one timber truck drives to UPM mill somewhere in the world about every minute, day in, day out. So it's a very big operation. Most of our wood comes from Finnish private forests, where we make roughly 30,000 transactions a year, and our own forests, roughly 1 million hectares, they are all certified and managed according to the principles of sustainability and biodiversity. We also offer high-quality forest services to forest owners and manage about 1 million hectares of private forests in different countries, including Uruguay, North America, and Finland. 80% of our forest of wood used in UPM production comes from certified forests, while only 10% of the world's forests are certified. So we're very precise, we're very demanding in terms of where we source our wood. And all UPM wood is 100% legal, it's controlled and chain of custody certified, and this is a very important principle, and I think it's the only way to do good business. So how do we go about it? We have 2 responsible ways to use land. We operate both in semi-natural northern forests here in Finland and Northern Europe, and in tree plantations in Uruguay. But wherever we operate, we use the same responsibility principles to manage the land. And our approach takes into consideration not only the wood, but also climate, water, biodiversity, and also the social aspects of the people. In the north, which is to the left here, in semi-natural forests, the commercial tree species are natural, native here, and in their natural distribution area. In the south, which is to the right, the tree plantations in Uruguay, they are established on degraded grasslands, not in tropical forest, but in degraded grasslands. And the commercial tree species are exotic. They are mainly eucalyptus. And in the following slides, I will give some examples of actions how UPM manages biodiversity both in the north and in the south. We have certain fundamentals in our forestry practices and wood sourcing practices. First of all, as an industrial player, the key to us is to ensure a steady supply of wood. We are in process industry, and any breaks in the supply are hazardous to our process and also hazardous to environment, because any sort of cuts in the process may create risks. But some fundamentals are, other than the supply, are very important to us. First of all, UPM does not accept wood from any biodiversity hotspots, as, for example, from tropical rainforests. And UPM ensures responsible wood supply by third-party verified chain of custody certificates. So this is a very key principle and very important to our customers. As said, we always regenerate forests after harvesting, and sustainably managed forests are carbon sinks, and they play a key role in mitigating climate change. That's second key fundamental. Third one is that we integrate water protection into our daily forestry operations. So as a routine part of our forestry planning, we create buffer zones around every waterway, and our foresters are trained to identify them and take them into consideration in their work. And the fourth principle is to collaborate with various stakeholders, including NGOs like WWF, like BirdLife, but also researchers, also authorities, and also private forest owners. We have a biodiversity program of our own, and part of it are the stakeholder consultations, dialogues, and cooperation. It is very important, fundamental in our operations. Here in the pictures, for instance, you see some beekeepers in Uruguay. They are also our stakeholders, and we want to make sure that they have sort of positive environment for their operations next to our plantations. The honey production is going on. So, I said that being in the business is very much about actions. We have to be very tangible in what we do. And what does actually the UPM Biodiversity Program then consist of? It means that we have updated sustainable forestry guidelines. So they are a living part of our sort of a work agenda. It means that we have continuous environmental training for every level of the value chain in our organization. It means that we have joint projects with our stakeholders. It means that we take action in voluntary conservation, and it means that we report all of this. We make it transparent. So these are the elements of our biodiversity program in UPM. And I will share, there are sort of a number of these actions all over the world, but I will share some details of some of these. The one in the top left corner, it's about the peatland habitat restoration that Minister Tiilikainen mentioned in his opening speech. This takes place in Keuruu in Finland, and it's one example of local collaboration with NGOs, here with the Finnish Association of Nature Conservation and also BirdLife Finland. So a lot of peatlands have been dried in Finland in the 50s and in the 60s to increase the wood production. In this particular area, there are some nature values left, and we want to contribute to preserving those nature values and get to natural water balance in the area back on track. The second example, we saw pictures of forest fires, Here you see also a picture of a forest fire, but it's a deliberate one, it is controlled one, and it's part of our sustainable forest operations. It may sound a bit odd to you, but there are many sort of species which depend on different fire habitats. And this particular picture comes from Repovesi National Park in Finland. It was established in 2003 when UPM donated land to the state of Finland and protected 1,500 hectares of land around this donated area. And it is now the largest private nature conservation area in the country. The fire action was part of EU Forest Life project, and it has been awarded in Best of the Best Life Nature Projects category by the European Union. Thank you. But it is really deliberate burning of wood or forest, but it's also controlled and cannot be compared to the pictures which you saw earlier here. Then the third example comes from Uruguay, where UPM is working with Aves Uruguay, a national member of the BirdLife International, to help improve the habitat of chestnut seed eater, a small migratory bird native of South America, which used to be common in grassland areas. The aim of this project is to increase the amount of long grasses in the degraded grasslands, and the bird needs them for both nesting and feeding. So also outside of the plantation areas, we cooperate with NGOs on projects like this. So these were some examples of the sustainability, let's say, biodiversity-focused sustainability project that we engage ourselves in different parts of the world. But we are not limiting our sustainability thinking to biodiversity only or forests only. Therefore, I want to share with you a couple of examples how our performance in forestry is also reflected in the whole UPM value chain. The Economist, a magazine probably very familiar to you. Many of you might read it, but it's been a UPM customer for 20 years. And here you can see the 20-year development of this renowned magazine, which has very sort of conscious readers and interested in getting their, let's say, things right in paper production. This is what we have managed to do concerning the footprint and environmental performance in paper in 20 years. So the water consumption is down by 35%, the production waste is down by 90%, the carbon emissions are down by 90%, and certified wood, it's now 100%. In 20 years, it was a zero. So tremendous progress thanks to our customers, but also deliberate actions that we intentionally have taken because we want to be in this business and we want to be a front runner in this business. But it's not only about paper or pulp or plywood. We also want to see opportunities in the forest in the new product segments. We see new biomaterials, biofuels, and endless source of new innovations as opportunities in sustainable forests. They are based on resource-efficient use of renewable and recyclable wood biomass. Here's an example of a total new product from sustainable biomass, renewable diesel. And today we produce wood-based diesel at our biorefinery here in Lappeenranta. It's being sold in a Finnish gas station, and it's completely equivalent to fossil fuels in your diesel engine. Neither is it changing the land use, because it is innovation based on crude tall oil. It is a residue from pulp production. It would be there in any case, but through our technology innovation, we are turning into a commercial production, commercial product, and which reduces carbon emissions by 80% compared to fossil fuels. So, only started in January this year. This is a very good example of eco-design product, and we aim to have further products like this. So these were just a couple of examples of the European value chain and how we want to consider the sustainability angle throughout the value chain, all the way from forest biodiversity to sustainable customer deliveries. So, ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing. The changes bring opportunities for businesses with them. And as UPM, we have decided to base our strategy on sustainability, on resource efficiency, and also innovations. This is really a strategic approach for our company, and I think it also creates solutions for global sustainability threats or trends, but I think that we have every opportunity to take action in this area. But I hope that these examples give you food for thought and reason for optimism as well when we discuss these topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harila. The second case study will be presented by Mr. Jan Kees Wies, Global Director, Sustainable Sourcing, Unilever. Mr. Wies joined Unilever in 1985. Since 2010, he has been responsible for developing and maintaining sustainability standards and assurance mechanisms for all of Unilever's raw and packaging materials purchases. Mr. Wies has been involved in and holds or has held board positions in Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, Sustainable Agriculture Initiative Platform, Sustainable Food Laboratory, and the Roundtable for Responsible Soy. Mr. Wies, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've been looking through the participant list. I was wondering, would anyone who works with business raise his or her hand? Okay, thank you. About 30%. That's not bad, I think. My company is Unilever. Unilever is a consumer goods company. We have sales of around 50 billion euros globally. We operate about 500 brands. We have about 180,000 people working for Unilever. We have about 300 factories in 100 countries, and we have sales and marketing operations in 180 countries. Also, in 2010, we launched the Sustainable Living Plan. And the Sustainable Living Plan has put sustainability, sustainable development at the heart of our business strategy. We have the ambition to grow the business, to continue to grow the business to about 80 billion in sales. We have the ambition to stay in the 4 product categories that we currently are operating in, which is food, it's refreshment, that's ice cream and tea. We have home care, and we have personal care. Around the Sustainable Living Plan, we have made a number of big commitments, and I'll come back to that in a moment. What I want to focus on in the 10 minutes that I have today is that driving transformational change as part of that agenda. We have set 3 big, hairy goals, and again, they're on the next slide. Why don't I show them to you right now? To help more than 1 billion people improve their health and well-being, basically through nutrition and hygiene, 2 of our main product categories. To halve the environmental footprint of our products. Jason showed you the Tetra Pak example of carbon footprint across the supply chain. We have done the same. We have calculated carbon footprint across the entire supply chain for 6,000 of our products. And it turns out that 66% of the Unilever global carbon footprint is in consumer households. It is energy used in households to heat water, to use shampoo, shower gel, bath foam, etc. but 26% of our carbon footprint is upstream. It is in agriculture, it is in farming, it is in the growing of the raw materials. So half of the environmental footprint includes a commitment to 100% sustainable sourcing of all our renewable raw materials. So that's all our materials from agriculture, forestry and fisheries. And that is where my role is. My role as Sustainable Sourcing Development Director is to make sure that when we say that something is sustainably sourced, it actually is sustainably sourced. I look after all the sustainability standards and all the assurance models and all the impact assessment models that Unilever uses globally in all our supply chains. And then the next one, enhance the livelihoods of millions of people. We have quantified that a bit more precise than it is shown on this chart. But basically, this is about smallholder farmers, it's about micro distributors, and it's about creating economic opportunities for women. So around these three big goals, 5 years into the program, we launched it in 2010, we've come to the conclusion that we're not going to get there unless we find better ways to collaborate with others, not only with other companies, but particularly with governments. There are quite a number of things in the sustainability ambitions of companies like mine that simply cannot be realized on a business-to-business basis. And that includes some of the organizations that were mentioned in the introduction by the chairman, like the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. WWF and Unilever were founding fathers of the RSPO, also founding fathers of RTRS. But actually WWF and Unilever already worked together in 1995 to create the Marine Stewardship Council. And most of these multi-stakeholder platforms are business-to-business platforms with stakeholder engagement, with civil society representation, but usually not with government representation. And there are a couple of things that companies cannot do and governments can. And that is take decisions on allocation of land. Will it be used for forestry? Will it be used for farming? Will it be used for housing, for infrastructure, for recreation? Companies don't have the power to take those decisions. Governments do. And that is why we need more transformational change in a number of these agendas. When we think about transformational change, we look at three things. We look at our footprint, we look at our handprint, and we look at the blueprint. Our footprint is like the carbon footprint that I mentioned. It is the impact that we have as a company, particularly on the environment, but also on the social well-being of the consumers that use our products. The handprint is the role that we can play in all kinds of platforms, and we are members of hundreds of platforms all around the world, in catalyzing change, in helping others understand issues, in working together with others to show that there are benefits in working with Unilever as a supplier or as a customer and for our consumers. And then finally, the blueprint is about what goes on in the global community. What goes on in meetings like this, what goes on in the meetings in Paris around climate change, etc. As I mentioned, three big, hairy goals. I think I have mentioned enough of that. In the halving environmental footprint, there is an element of biodiversity in there, because in the sustainable sourcing program that we operate, biodiversity is an essential element. And in thinking about biodiversity, when we wrote the Unilever Sustainable Agriculture Code, which we launched in April 2010, we recognized that there are three elements of biodiversity that are relevant to business and relevant to farming. Crop genetic diversity to begin with. That is the genetic diversity in crops like tea, palm oil, cocoa, etc., etc. The graph that Jason showed about how climate change is impacting the suitability of certain regions in West Africa to grow cocoa is directly relevant to the whole issue of crop genetic diversity. Do you have enough diversity to be able to direct your breeding programs towards varieties that can cope with new conditions, with different climatic conditions? Then there is the point of field and farm biodiversity. Depending on the size of your farm, depending on where your farm is, depending on what the legislation is in your country around the amount of land you're allowed to deforest and turn into farmland, you can create and maintain and preserve a lot of biodiversity on farm, which will help you with sustainable farming practices, with implementation of integrated pest management, etc., 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 because it will allow you to use certain elements of cultural control of diseases and pests. And then, of course, there is the point of ecosystem services that we all rely on as a global community. the capacity of our natural resource base to renew itself, to protect us from flooding, to clean air, etc., etc. In order to give focus to our efforts to drive transformation and change, there are 3 topics that we have chosen to prioritize. Helping to eliminate deforestation, championing sustainable agriculture and smallholder farmers, and improving water, sanitation, and hygiene. These 3 targets together impact on 8 of the recently agreed 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And this is one example of a platform that we have been working on for a number of years around eliminate deforestation. We helped create the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil in 2004. We joined the Consumer Goods Forum when that was created as a merger, the result of a merger from 2 other organizations, with a lot of other fast-moving consumer goods companies and retailers in 2010. And in 2012, the Consumer Goods Forum Sustainability Working Group created the Tropical Forest Alliance, which, as Jason already mentioned, has committed to eliminate deforestation from palm oil, the supply chains for palm oil, soy, paper and board, and beef, with a focus on Indonesia and Brazil. And then in 2014, the New York Declaration of Forests was issued and signed up to by quite a large number of governments and companies. And in 2015, we now actually have a situation where 96% of all the palm oil that is traded in the world, which is about half of the palm oil that is being produced, and palm oil is considered to be an important driver of deforestation, 96% of all the traded palm oil is now already covered by pledges by producers and traders and companies that use palm oil, that they want to have their palm oil to come from regions in the world where no deforestation takes place. This, of course, doesn't look at the past. Let's make no mistake, wherever we do farming now, there was forest once in the past. But in order to feed the world, we need farming. The other element that we see in driving transformation and change is the emergence of a concept that is now commonly referred to as produce and protect compacts, where we're beginning to realize that in order to make supply chains sustainable, in order to make farming sustainable, we need to look at regions in the world and we need to optimize multiple functions. We need to optimize multiple outcomes. I think that that is one of the best ways to describe sustainable development, to be honest, managing from multiple outcomes. We are actively looking as a company for business models that create positive financial economic outcomes, positive environmental outcomes, and positive social outcomes. You can look at that at the level of a business model. You can look at that at a level of how do you manage a landscape, how do you manage a jurisdiction, how do you manage a watershed. You need the productive function. You need that area to produce wood, fiber, food, fuel. There are quite a number of things that we will depend on if we want to move towards a bio-based economy. It will all have to be grown on land. At the same time, in that region, within that region, we have to maintain certain critical ecosystem functions. This is actively worked on in programs like Grow Africa and Grow Asia, where a lot of the smallholder farmers of this world live. Let's not forget, 70% of the world's food is produced by smallholder farmers. No doubt, the farming sectors in Asia and Africa will go through similar changes as the farming sector in Northwest Europe and North America have gone through. But nevertheless, this is the reality of today. In many of our supply chains, we work with millions of smallholder farmers. One example where we currently work in Europe on a region that is famous, let's say important, through its biodiversity, which is the Doñana region in the Guadalquivir River near Sevilla in Spain, which is an important area for migratory birds, but is also a Ramsar wetland recognized area. And the problem there is water stress, and legislation is around the corner to make it more difficult for farmers to actually take water from the river, from the water basin, to irrigate their crops. Unilever buys strawberries there, by the way, and so do most of the other companies that are mentioned here. So quite a number of companies are working together here with a number of NGOs. WWF Spain is there, and the Ramsar Convention is there represented as well. And one of the specific objectives of this collaboration, and I want to mention that because I think it is relevant to the topic of this conference, is bridging the gap between the Spanish authorities and producers for the implementation and enforcement of the right legislative framework. If there is one area where I think it is absolutely essential that business and governments, national, regional, district, provincial governments, work together, it is biodiversity. And I see all these documents come out of the CBD that business must this and business must that. Business is not going to do anything, is not going to be able to do anything unless governments create the environment in which that can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiss. We do have a few minutes to the coffee break, so now we have the possibility to have one or two questions from the audience. And when you speak, please tell your name and organization you represent too. Do we have a microphone? Yeah? So please use the microphone as well. So who would like to start? Yeah, here in front.
Is this on? Yes. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Eda Fernandez from the Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources in Mexico. I would like to ask Unilever, what about working with Latin America and the Caribbean? Because you show us the spectrum in Asia and Africa, Green Asia, but what about Latin America and the Caribbean? We also are strong producers, and we can participate, benefit, and give alternatives for sustainable production and consumption. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I only mentioned Grow Africa and Grow Asia because these are existing initiatives under the World Economic Forum. There are plans, by the way, to create a Grow Latin America program as well. Unilever has many operations in Latin America. Unilever Mexico is very active in working with Mexican farmers, and we have quite a number of operations in Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, Paraguay, etc., etc. So I didn't mean to exclude Latin America from the program. We do sustainable sourcing, and we implement our sustainable living plan in Latin America, just like everywhere else.
And next. There.
Good morning, I'm Hans van Gossem, Arcadis. I have a question for the European Commission. Could you please comment on what's happening with the No Net Loss initiative on biodiversity? Thank you.
Yes, we are preparing it, and we intend to come up with this initiative hopefully next year, but there is no yet a final decision that it will be next year. And we already know what kind of issues we want to address there. And it's basically, again, scaling up, because we know that we have systems in place to make sure that we have a no net loss when it comes to protected areas, Natura 2000 sites. But when it comes to moving in the wider biodiversity, we do not have these instruments. Now, it is not about creating additional legislation necessarily, but it's really about demonstrating what is already happening, because you have a lot of no net loss initiatives in the EU, putting that forward and demonstrating what are best practices, and making sure that also in the wider biodiversity, we make sure that bits by bits we are actually losing more and more biodiversity, where we have some few safe havens in our Natura 2000 sites. So that's the objective, and we are working on presenting something next year, hopefully.
We still have a few minutes, so more questions? Yeah, Amy?
Thank you very much. Very interesting remarks. Amy Frankel again from the CBD Secretariat. My question is actually to the two case studies that were presented, and maybe also to Jason, which is this issue of, several of you touched on the need for governments to take action, and I made a comment in my remarks from the climate world where there's been a lot of discussion about leveling the playing field and enabling conditions. So I wondered if you might just give a few examples of where governments can help to create the right signals in order for forward-looking businesses such as yours to be able to scale up their actions.
Maybe the viewpoint of UPM is that we have been very much relying on a voluntary action. So any regulation, we see that sort of we are creating really a competitive advantage for ourselves by taking voluntary action in terms of, let's say, sustainable wood sourcing. And therefore, maybe I leave it to my colleague here to discuss the cooperation with the government.
I think the point is very clear, specifically around the topic of eliminate deforestation. If you look at what has happened in Brazil, and in particular in Mato Grosso, where the deforestation rate is now less than between 5 and 10% of what the 10-year average has been, under the leadership of successive governors of Mato Grosso, and with a lot of collaboration with civil society organizations. That is a good example of how national or regional regulations can effectively lead to changes in behavior. There are, of course, issues around the implementation of the new forestry code, the environmental registry, etc., but the change is there. At the same time, the productivity of Mato Grosso per hectare has continued to go up, has continued to grow. So you have better protection of forest on the one hand, and you have increased ag productivity on the other hand. And that is the kind of collaboration that I think is needed. Business to business, you cannot eliminate deforestation. You can eliminate it from your own supply chains, but that simply means that your suppliers take the voluntary action that UPM has taken, and they are a supplier of packaging to Unilever. But there is still a large part of, say, the palm oil production sector that does not supply to the European market or the North American market, but supplies to markets that are not interested in sustainability and are not interested in deforestation. And so you create a two-tier market, one that plays to the sustainability demands of the future and one that doesn't, unless regulation steps in. Jason, you want to?
Yeah, just...
You're a bit far from the mic. Oh, we can move it.
I think what Jan Kees has talked about is important in terms of land use planning and zoning and thinking about which areas are to be used. But there's another, I think, sleeper issue that needs to be identified here that governments need to do that's affecting particularly companies that are trying to do the right thing and trying to buy products that are produced legally, etc. We've started doing research on across the board on minerals and wildlife trade and fish, both aquaculture and wild-caught, livestock, agriculture. And what we found in our work is that between 5 and 50% of all globally traded commodities are not produced legally in the country of origin, whatever the laws in that country are. And this has been exacerbated by the WTO, which doesn't allow you to differentiate based on how a product is produced. So we have a crack here that's very large. We don't know if it's increasing or decreasing because we don't know what the baseline was. We just know that it is big. And it's not developing countries only. It's also Netherlands, the US, because part of it's about resource rights and whether you have access to the resource that you're selling legally, whether a concession or fishing rights or whatever. Part of it is around social issues, from slave labor and child labor all the way to undocumented workers, etc. This is permeating supply chains, fraud, corruption, dilution, and other laws. If you pick up Jan Kees's example of deforestation in Brazil, that was not legal, most of the deforestation, and that affected most of the soy exports and the beef exports from Brazil, making it illegal. Does that make The dairy products and the pork and poultry in Europe that's produced with soy from Brazil, illegal? I don't know. But it's something we need to think about. And we can't work on all of these things. So we've got to figure out where to start and focus on them and begin to eliminate them from supply chains. But here's the way it connects back to biodiversity. When I showed that performance graph, the poor performers tend to be more illegal. It's not an accident. They're cutting corners, they're trying to survive, they're doing all kinds of things. So these connections to biodiversity law are connected. And we've got to figure out how in a global trade is a incredible opportunity. It's a way to manage a planet, and comparative advantage is real. We can produce some things better in some places than others. So that's very important, but not if we're cutting corners. And I'm not even saying what the laws should be in a country, I'm just saying what they are. That's what the litmus test is here.
And maybe one thing to add there, if you look at the performance curve that Jason showed, eliminating worst behavior, whatever that worst behavior is in whatever market, cannot be done through sustainable procurement policies by companies. What happens when I talk with my procurement colleagues is they'll simply say, this guy is really, really bad. We're going to delist him. And instead, we source from a company that does behave ethically, that does abide by the law, et cetera, et cetera. But that other operator is still there. The only thing that can eliminate worst behavior from the market is regulation.
The one, so the work that we've done on this around seafood and timber products suggests that the impact of illegal production and illegal trade globally has about a 15% damper on legal sales. And so this is a huge issue for companies that are trying to be legal, is that the illegal performers can come in below their cost and undermine them and reduce their profit margins. So this is a place where everybody should be able to join together to try to put this, it's in everybody's advantage to address this issue.
We have more or less used the time we had this morning, but the last short comment to Stefan.
Thank you. I think this is really an important question. Our experience is that regulation is absolutely necessary and key. And the reason why in Europe we have no loss of forest area, but it's growing and the stock is growing, is because we have in all member states very strict legislation that forbids deforestation unless you replant somewhere else, or that makes it having sustainable forest management mandatory in forest legislation. And I think that is absolutely key. But I also don't think that regulation is bad for business, as it's often perceived. I mean, we had the financial crisis, and one of the few sectors that have not suffered, that still were growing during the financial sectors, was the environment business sector, because it showed that it's very resilient towards these kind of outside areas. And I think it does create a level playing field. It is a promoter for innovation, and it helps really developing the solutions that we need in order to feed the world with one planet, etc. So I think it's not sufficient. It will not solve the issue only having regulation. You need also voluntary, you need all the other commitments that we heard today, but it underpins it, and it's a major, I think, prerequisite for achieving any of our biodiversity objectives, in my view.
Thank you. I think we had a very good start in the discussions. Let's continue with that during the forum. Let's give a big applause to all the speakers once again. So now it's time for a coffee break. It will be right outside, and we will continue in this very same auditorium, 11:30. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break and you are fresh for the next agenda item. Welcome to the session, which is named a mini seminar on natural capital in a big room. I'm happy to facilitate this agenda item today. Biodiversity and ecosystem services are at the core of the CBD. And in recent years, the concept of natural capital has increasingly entered the stage. This concept goes along with emphasizing the importance of managing externalities and is very much linked to accounting. In this, it may offer some opportunities and help approach certain target groups. You can see the slide with the questions that we have today. The objective of this session had been defined by the organizers in advance to this conference, and I'm reading this out. The aim of the session is to elaborate upon the idea of natural capital. In this session, we will explore the economics behind natural capital valuation and why it makes sense for businesses to embrace natural capital accounting as an economic opportunity. The session will discuss the state and the added value of natural capital accounting systems and examines future perspectives when incorporating natural capital into the calculations of businesses and the marketplace more generally. Our questions today are: what is the state of natural capital accounting systems? Why is it important for businesses to incorporate natural capital accounting into their business strategies? What are the economic advantages of doing so? How do we incorporate the costs of externalities like ecosystem service into the structure of the marketplace? What makes an effective accounting system? What are the future perspectives and the way forward, and what can we recommend from this session today? We have experts on the table, and we are happy to listen to Mr. Richard Spencer, who is the head of sustainability at the Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. He will give a presentation on the role of ecosystem services. Mr. Tom Barnett, he's a strategic account director at Truecost, and will talk about making the economic case for better environmental management. Ms. Violaine Berger from the World Business Council, she's a director of ecosystems and landscape management, and she will talk about perspectives to natural capital thinking and some projects that are out there working on that issue. And Mr. Michael Beutler, he's the Sustainability Operations Director at Kering, and he will give us a corporate example. Myself, I'm Carolyn Bosmeyer. I'm representing the Biodiversity in Good Company initiative, which is a network of companies with a German focus, but due to our historical background, we also have very dedicated members from Brazil and also Japan in our network. And if you're interested in learning by example, for example, how our companies, some of which are well-known brands and multinationals, how they do it, you may have a look at the progress reports that they deliver about their work. We have a leadership declaration that they have to sign, and they deliver reports every 2 years, and you can see some examples of how companies approach the issue of biodiversity and also some aspects on natural capital accounting. Just this slide to prepare the ground for our discussion. It's a graphic that we took over into one of our publications. It comes from the MAIS analytical framework from the European Commission and tries to give an overview of what natural capital means. And it contains 3 columns. It's the geological resources that we have. It's also, secondly, the abiotic flows that we have. But if it comes to the CBD and biodiversity and ecosystem services and to the focus that we have today here, we are mostly talking about the ecosystem capital when addressing natural capital. And the character of ecosystem capital is that it is renewable, but depletable at the same time. And we have to take care by managing this aspect of natural capital. We have to take care of the ecosystem, our ecosystems, as an asset. If you talk in the capital language, but also have a look at the ecosystem services that flow from this asset. And I'd like to ask you to keep that in mind. One last slide. I'm German, I have to say that, and I was asked by the Finns to do so. Time management, that's really something we are good in Germany, but the Finns are not bad either. We had just 5 minutes today. So we try to stick to our time management. We will have presentations of 15 minutes each at maximum, and then I want to have a vivid discussion with the audience. I will allow some questions directly after each presentation, and so if you manage to do well, we will have 20 to 30 minutes afterwards to really discuss. And I think it's really a great issue to be honest and to be provocative. Thank you very much. So, I think we're going to start with Mr. Spencer.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today to speak to you. I suppose I have a confession to make, which is although I'm from the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, I'm not an accountant. So there's the first British paradox for you. And I saw this wonderfully broad title, The Role of Ecosystems, and I really didn't know how to address it. So I thought, well, actually, one of the interesting things about our institute is that when it was incorporated, we were given an overriding public interest role. So our duty to serve the public is greater than our duty to serve our members. And so I thought, well, I will take a public interest role approach to ecosystem services, and perhaps having seen the wonderful presentations of my colleagues today, I would just offer up some thoughts around the challenges that we in the business world face and that we must address if we're going to get this right. What is the public interest when it comes to ecosystems? And I thought, well, actually, the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals provide us, given the enormous inquiry that the UN went through in order to achieve these, provide us with a fairly clear articulation of what the world wants to see by 2030, and are a fairly good description of what the public interest is. And in terms of ecosystems, in terms of the sea, they are about conserving and maintaining the use of the oceans, and on land, protecting and promoting sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, managing forests, combating deforestation, and halting and reversing land degradation, and halting biodiversity. And of course, we can't see the goals in isolation. We see them as a whole. And that articulation of the whole sees a very strong connection between humanity and nature, and emphasizes the importance of socially and economically just societies, all existing within planetary limits. These are very much social norms about the importance of ecosystems and nature, rather than market norms about the monetary value of them. Many, from Ban Ki-moon downwards, have argued of a huge role that business has to play in achieving these goals. The Sustainable Development Goals themselves, estimates are enormous, but will cost upwards of $800 billion a year. And with publicly available funds being a fraction of that, it's clear that civil society and business has a huge role to play. But I think, and here's the first challenge, I think for business, the license this gives us, we have to handle with care. We have to abandon the narrow view of the connection between business and society, and business and the environment, that hardened with the Chicago School and the formulation of neoclassical economics that defined business simply in terms of profit, and move to one that perhaps we could talk about as purpose, where business plays a greater role in driving forward the issues that we face today around nature and the environment and our ecosystems, if it is not to be seen as self-serving, if we are not to be seen as caring, as uncaring about only what we achieve and not about sustainability and other public interest goals. That requires, and comes to the kind of second change really implicit in that, is a huge change in behaviour. If the world we envisage is one that is a prosperous and socially just world, within environmental limits, I would actually argue that we cannot achieve that within our current economic and business models. This isn't just something I've dreamed up in the Institute of Chartered Accountants and without bursting into flames and committing heresy. The Harvard Business Review article by Porter and Kramer points out that society increasingly sees capitalism as the source of its ills. A big part of the problem with this lies with the companies themselves, which remain trapped in an outdated approach to value creation that has emerged over the past decades. They continue to view value creation narrowly, optimizing short-term financial performance in a bubble while missing the most important customer needs and ignoring the broader influences that determine their long-term success. How else could companies overlook the well-being of their customers, the depletion of natural resources vital to their businesses, the viability of their key suppliers, the economic distress of the communities in which they produce and sell? And it's not just academics that are arguing this. Ian Cheshire, when chief executive of Kingfisher, wrote in The Guardian, "Infinite high resource intensity growth is simply not possible. And we are already living off our future capital. It may be gradual, but most businesses will have to adjust to a very different reality. That reality will still be a version of capitalism. It needs to be positive rather than a doom-laden return to the Stone Age. But it really needs to think the point of the system. Instead of a goal of maximising linear growth in GDP, we should be thinking of maximising well-being and minimal planetary input. That starts to challenge the businesses to go beyond efficiency gains, although they are important, and really redesign their business models. The problem we face is that that is a small group of people. And the challenge for us is how do we bring the rest of our community with us? Underlying these assumptions are that it's a notion that was fixed in the nature of the way we think, which is, this is how I do things, this is how my business operates, this is how the economy runs. What shall I do about those collapsing ecosystems and those breached environmental limits? We need to reverse that. We need to say, we face an environmental crisis. How do we change our business model? How do we change our economic model to achieve that? And I think the phrase, the role of ecosystem services, to my mind, reinforces this old world vision. One which places a flow of value from nature to business without inviting a question, what services do we need to deliver back to nature? Even the phrase payment for ecosystem services describes delivering payment to a third party for their ecosystem, which without any repayment to the ecosystem itself or consideration of it. This then brings me to my next, and I think one of the most vexed dilemmas we face, and that is the dilemma of valuation. Pavan Sukhdev, who I think I was kind of substituted in for, so I can do my Pavan impersonation now. Pavan said, oh, fantastic. Yes, well, I'm very humbled, in fact, to be such a great man's substitute. But anyway, one of the things that he said is that we use nature because it's valuable, and we lose it because it's free. And those who bear the biggest burden of the cost are those least able to afford it, the poor. That is a dynamic that is destined to shatter. So one endeavour is how do we take account of nature? One way is to put a value on it. And that has been done with great success. If one looks at Costa Rica, that is an enormously successful example of how putting a value on nature has turned around things. However, let's just take a step back for a minute and think. From the moment that we move from a narrative description of an ecosystem or a natural landscape to a measurement of it, to a quantification of it, to a valuation of it, we start to omit things, not because they're irrelevant or immaterial, to use a accounting phrase, but because we can't measure them and we can't value them. We're in danger, and I exaggerate to make my point, we're in danger of ending up with a valuation that excludes everything we find valuable. Now, in 1968, Robert Kennedy, campaigning for the US presidency, said exactly the same about GDP. More than 40 years later, we really do have to learn this lesson. We should note that there are also conceptual challenges to valuation. There is a body of argument that says that we should not put a valuation on nature that simply commoditizes it and diminishes it. In other words, it drives out that social norm, those social norms that we see in the Sustainable Development Goals, and replaces them with market norms that corrode them. For establishing financial markets in offsets and tradable permits, and creating legal structures that privatize ecosystems and make possible their legal ownership so that their goods and services can be enter the market, diminishes their importance and makes them just as tradable as anything else. And just because something is not quantifiable does not mean it is important. A position that privileges something that can be measured places quantity over quality, and I think most of us would find that questionable. They have to accept that there are some things we cannot measure, although we value them: truth, justice, freedom. And it is the same with nature. As I've said somewhere else and in other places, I think a lot of the articulation of a concern about valuing nature from civil society is a deeper expression of a concern that business is not a good steward of nature. We haven't the legitimacy yet. We haven't demonstrated that we can look after the planet. And whilst many businesses have acted very responsibly, collectively, it would be difficult for us to argue that we as a business community have looked after nature. So one of our challenges is to build our mandate and our license in this space. And from that comes the argument of, well, who should value nature? Should it be left in the hands of service providers and consultants? Should it be in the hands of those interested parties? The people who actually own most of the valuable ecosystems are people in the developing world. Many of those people do not place a monetary value, do not consider nature in terms of that. Many consider it in terms of a spiritual connection to their ancestors. And a piece of thought leadership that we commissioned from Dario Kenna points out that in India, where indigenous people successfully overcame the development of a bauxite mine on the basis of its religious and spiritual value. We cannot postpone the question of who should value nature while we discuss if, because the who will be determining of how it's done. How we decide who should value nature and whose value should be taken into account is about the exercise of power and whose interests are taken into account. Language is an important part here as well. We use language to distance ourselves and to colonize nature. Capital is not a term of art in science, in civil society, or conservation. Capital is a term of art in business. Ecosystem services, the idea of services, again, it's a language that describes, it's a language that starts to colonize nature for the purposes of business, and we need to be careful that as a business community, we aren't simply seen to be occupying, colonizing the space of nature, but by the use of our language. It also reinforces a debate. The debate reinforces our distance and separates us from nature. If we think back to a Judeo-Christian tradition, God created man and gave him dominion over nature. The Garden of Eden is not a wilderness, it is a maintained landscape. And the language we use is one of protection, cultivation, preservation, and resource. These are the language of control, not involvement. And what's interesting is that for as long as we keep to separate ourselves from nature, we don't see ourselves as part of that system or a subsystem of it. And if we did, perhaps we would see ourselves as self-harming, and perhaps we might take a different view on what we're doing. And a final point, I've got 2 minutes, so a final point is representation. A set of accounts is a representation. And representations, by definition, no matter how naturalistic they are, and the more naturalistic they are, the more we kid ourselves that they are the thing itself. They are simply a representation. They leave things out and they guide our perception. And I think, therefore, as a sort of finishing point, there is a moment for the accountancy profession here, which is to create a new vision, which guides different perception and helps businesses to make different decisions. Following COP10 in Nagoya, The Guardian wrote a piece. So it's Will Accountants Save the World? Doubt it, but still. So, it has come to this. The global biodiversity crisis is so severe that brilliant scientists, political leaders, eco-warriors, religious gurus can no longer save us from ourselves. The military is powerless. But there may be one last hope for life on Earth, the accountant. And he goes on to talk about the invisibility of nature and the importance the profession plays. But he finishes, and I think this is the dilemma for us all. Eco-accounting alone cannot solve everything, but I will watch with great interest how these initiatives develop. Making them work will require boring things like measuring, standard setting, regulating and checking, but the potential consequences are enormous. Done badly, they could mean the natural world is further commodified, priced, sliced and sold to the highest bidder. Done well, they could reset human values and, who knows, perhaps transform capitalism more than they transform the natural world. That is what I believe summarises the dilemma and the opportunity for us all. Thank you.
From the very beginning started to address the risk that we are facing in using that concept, namely of commodifying nature. I would like to ask you if you have any questions directly relating to Richard's speech. Anyone? Any questions? Come on. That can mean that your presentation was perfect. Oh, there. First row, I didn't see it, sorry. Can you please also say your name and where you come from?
Yeah, I am Mitzi Polisco from the Philippines. I just would like to get your idea with regard to the parameters, the indicators, definite, specific, unquestionably justifiable when it comes to its well, very specific to certain industries, certain sectors, because in our part of the world, in the developing world, there are actually questions already of how are you going to quantify a certain protected area as it, having to mine a certain portion of it because of prior rights. And so things like that, something like how, if it is more, if the value of the ecosystem services that it's going to produce will be more than the value of the mining, which has prior rights, how will it be solved, something like?
So the question is, how do you resolve, how do you set the parameters for deciding on between two positions?
That's why what happens is that the companies, they are actually asking for specific indicators, because they say, I am actually an environmental consultant. I do environmental impact assessments and due diligence and all sorts of things. It's like they are really actually at a loss of particular indicators that will really put that particular value into application, that particular indicator into application, such that, say, if it's for just for watershed alone, for pollination, for things like agricultural use of that particular watershed, and how do we put them into specific values, like such that it is attributable to that particular watershed, something like.
So how do you actually kind of put a value on some of these things?
Pardon me?
Is it how you put a value on?
I am putting it into, I'm asking you of your opinion about that.
I mean, I think that what I was trying to say is I think it's incredibly difficult, and the temptation is to go for almost a reductivist position, because what you're trying to balance is so complex. And I kind of, my get out of jail free card for myself was, it's really hard, isn't it? But I think that what you've seen in some cases, so the case in India was around the value of a bauxite mine, as opposed to the spiritual value of the place to the people who existed there, and the local authority, the government, the regional government, in the end, came down very heavily on the side of that actually the spiritual value to the people who lived there was more valuable than it was to mine the place. Now, you can very easily put a financial value on the bauxite and the extraction of the bauxite, and you can even very simply put a figure around the restoration of that. But for the indigenous peoples of that place, once that ground had been disturbed, its spiritual value had been destroyed completely. So it wasn't possible to quantify it. So in the end, it was completely a qualitative, values-driven decision.
One more question from the floor.
Yes, hello. I'm Eva Furman from the Finnish Environment Institute. And the discussion you just had with the lady in the front row is very interesting. And I would also like to take up the same issue about the valuation. Actually, we do need valuation, but it doesn't mean that we need to do it on monetary basis. And at the moment, there's huge amount of research being done by developing different kind of methods for valuation, because valuation means that how do people see the importance of something. And so when we are talking about it in a very ethical way, it's nice to say that we only need narratives, but when we are talking about decision making and planning, where you really have to rank different things, then you need some kind of valuation. And luckily there are deliberative methods that are now under development, where you actually link and combine different kind of methods so that they suit the situation. But I do understand, and it came up really clearly, that it is a very difficult task, and that's why this development is taking place. And I think we really are going to reach somewhere, because without having any kind of value or meaning for things, it's very difficult to make decisions.
I don't disagree with that, and I certainly wouldn't say that I'm kind of here on an anti-valuation ticket. I mean, of course, it's important. But the point I was making is that we have to recognise that there are many people who don't agree with that, and you can't just simply ignore. We as a business community can't just pretend it doesn't exist. And that within valuation itself, people would view from outside the accountancy profession that valuation in financial terms is dead easy, but it's not. It's highly complicated and very subjective. So I'm simply saying that whilst we absolutely embrace valuation and should do, we need to be very careful and recognise that others don't. So that, for instance, if you were in a South Pacific island and you started talking about valuation, the people there would just think you were mad. Because their whole world perception is that they only have meaning in terms of their connection with the landscape they live in, and how could you even begin to value that? So, we come at it from a different perspective. It's absolutely right that we frame things in our own terms, and valuation has a massive and important role. What I'm saying is that we need to recognise that there are other frames of reference and other worldviews that in which this is meaningless. It would be like going to a country and speaking a different language and expecting to be understood. that's what the English do all the time, but still.
Thank you. So now let's hear a second viewpoint. It's now Tom Barnett. Tom Barnett has the floor, and he knows how to make the economic case for better environmental management. I hope so.
I'm going to promote valuation now. I've been working at Truecost for the last few years. We're a London-based research company providing data and insight to help businesses and investors to understand the economic consequences of natural capital impacts and dependencies. So by definition, through this work, I suppose we've had to lend quite a fair amount of thought to how to make the business case for better management of the environment. So today, I'm going to go through how we go through with companies and how we set the context for action, help business to understand the relevance of megatrends to their organization, and finally provide you with an example of a kind of typical suite of actions that business can take to help better manage their environmental risks and opportunities. So the way we start with making the case is to remind our audience of the macro context. That is that the ultimate source of all economic capital is natural capital, and the world economy is essentially a subsidiary of nature and not the other way around, as we've been thinking for quite a long time. So this costing the earth figure from Accounting for Sustainability shows the criticality of the environment to the global economy. So the northern hemisphere, if you like, is total global GDP, which is around $60 trillion. And the southern hemisphere represents the value provided to the earth by the earth to the global economy, which is about $50 trillion. Interestingly, the red dot at the side, which is relative in size, shows the investment needed roughly to preserve the Earth's natural capital, and that's only around $90 billion. And yet, we're consuming about 50% more of the planet's natural resources than it can renew every year. And as we know, the direction of travel isn't promising, and there's an urgency to correct this. So what we have exacerbating the problem, obviously, these demand and supply side pressures that are driving increasing consumption of natural capital on one hand, and at the same time reducing the availability of that natural capital. So in turn, the economic effects of this are becoming clearer and greater as environmental costs become economic costs. And this is actually a slide from a recent presentation we did for a group of Indian investors. And some valuation figures that we've produced, although we've borrowed from the World Bank and UNEP, start to give you an idea of the size of these risks that are inherent in the system. So we estimate, or the World Bank estimates, that environmental degradation in India in 2009 equates to about $80 billion US, or 5.7% of GDP. And similarly, the cost of air pollution to society, not paid by the polluter, was about $500 billion US in 2010 due to lives lost and ill health. So we're looking at obviously very significant risks here. But generally, we're still depleting and destroying natural capital with little idea of the economic consequences. And this is largely due to the economic invisibility of nature and the fact that the value of the planet's ecosystems and biodiversity has not been taken into account fully and consistently in our economic accounting and decision-making systems. So in many areas, we have prices that reflect only partial costs, primarily because we have a design flaw built into the prevailing economic system. So essentially within, as the slide shows, so within the system, this incomplete information is giving rise to a whole series of both hidden costs and excluded values, or in more economic terms, negative and positive externalities. So I'm actually going to show you an example of these hidden costs and excluded values in the agricultural, food and systems, based on an ongoing study by TEEB, the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity. So this study essentially seeks to make the business case for better environmental management through promoting systems thinking by bringing together the evaluation of ecosystems on one hand and the evaluation of agricultural systems on the other. And this is really important since the economic invisibility of the links between these systems is a major reason for the prevailing silo thinking that we have at present. So to run through this, obviously agriculture and food production depends on inputs from other sectors, such as fertilizers, fuel, machinery, as well as relying on ecosystem services such as nutrient cycling and water purification. So these are your invisible values, if you like. Clearly, agricultural production has many benefits, including providing employment and raising living standards, but also many social and environmental impacts, as we see here, such as health problems caused by pollution and unsustainable land conversion. So these are your invisible costs, if you like. And as we know, the problem is that these are not currently fully valued, properly valued, or paid for by the polluter. So TEEB essentially here is developing the business case for how the economic environment in which farmers operate is distorted by significant positive and negative externalities and a lack of awareness of dependency on natural capital, which is leading to increased fragility and lower resilience to shocks. But we find when we're talking to business in particular, it is useful to try and put monetary valuations around the invisible costs and values, especially when making the case for their better management. So we often show companies' investments the absolute scale and distribution of externalities before helping them to understand their own contribution and exposure to these risks. So already a large body of research has been developed onto this topic, and we're finding it really helps business to understand their role in this system and mechanisms through which these hidden values may be exposed and the hidden costs mitigated. So about 2 years ago, the State of Green Business released a report assessing the environmental damage caused by the top 3,000 companies by market cap. And that concluded or estimated that if those companies had to pay in full for all that damage, it would wipe out about 50% of their profits. Similarly, we did a piece of work with the TEEB for Business Coalition 2 or 3 years ago, looking at the top 100 business externalities by region sector. So, for example, rice farming in Asia, cattle ranching in South America, and so on. And those top 100 industrial externalities alone were calculated to cost around about $4.77 trillion annually, which is about the GDP of China. So we're talking about huge systemic risk here. Certain sectors obviously more exposed than others, but to give an example of some of the top 5 sectors here, so for example, cattle ranching in South America, it was calculated that the environmental damage caused by that activity equated to about 19 times the revenue of the sector. So that obviously has serious implications for the long-term environmental and economic sustainability of that entire industry. So, particularly when we talk to business, all this can seem a little bit fluffy until you start considering how supply and demand side pressures can actually create drivers that impact business value. In other words, showing how unpriced natural capital costs drive adverse impacts on the macroeconomy, companies and investors. And there are multiple mechanisms through which externalities can and are being internalized by companies and investors. So here I'm going to give an example around how the market failures we've heard described can impact company performance, specifically via government intervention. So we start here with a recognition by policymakers of the economic importance of natural capital and the pressures it's under. And at a government level, this may elicit several different types of responses. So you may have the introduction of monetary policy, for example, reducing interest rates to stimulate economic activity after an extreme weather event, which may in turn boost or drag economic growth. You may have fiscal measures that are introduced, such as carbon taxes to fund clean energy, which may in turn result in inflationary pressures as energy prices rise. Similarly, we may have regulatory interventions, such as mandating emission control systems or standards in the automotive sector, resulting in higher capital expenditure costs. But all of this would be impacting the financial performance of companies and investor returns, either directly or indirectly through additional costs passed through the supply chain. And this will ultimately lead to lower investor returns, potentially scenarios where you have stranded assets, such as in the fossil fuel industry, which may lower company valuation. So in this way, using this kind of thinking, we're finding that financial investors and companies are using natural capital valuation approaches as a basis for integrating new and valid cost dimensions into their existing risk assessment procedures. But I think building on those examples, it's important when making the economic case for action to show companies how natural capital should be seen as a new driver of existing risk categories that are already faced by any business, seen along the left-hand side. So here we have systems thinking yet again, but applied to internalization scenarios at a company level. The model you've seen up here is something that we've developed at TrueCost. We call it a discounted cash flow model, and it seeks to assess the sensitivity of company value to potential natural capital risks. So this figure essentially shows how natural capital risk could impact on company financials if we take, for example, the automotive sector. We can kind of consider how these might play out. So in terms of operational risks, you could have higher supply chain costs, such as increased steel prices, leading to narrowing of margins as it pushes up the cost of goods sold. On the policy and regulation side, due to changes in legislation or voluntary commitments, this could mean costs associated with compliance or litigation, as we're seeing very starkly now in the Volkswagen case. Reputational risks to a company from participating in activities that create public perception, negative public perception, may obviously lead to lost revenues and brand damage. So again, the Volkswagen case, selling heavily polluting cars, has led to damaged brand equity and pricing power, and this will be played out on the balance sheet in terms of reduction in the value of intangible assets. On the climate risk side, including adaptation and mitigation risk from factors such as deforestation, global warming, shifting production zones, increased likelihood of floods and droughts. So again, in the automotive case, you could, for example, look at a case of crop failure in a particular rural area, which may hit agricultural incomes, which may then hit the car sales in a particular area. And then we also have market risks due to changing consumer preferences, resource depletion, and subsidy risks, where businesses may face risk from a loss or decline of subsidies. All of these can play out in different ways on the income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow, and eventually affect the share price. And this is something that I think is really framing it quite nicely and quite powerfully for companies and financial investors that we speak to. So, final slide. Essentially, by setting out these kind of scenarios that we just talked about, we can create a business case for action with benefits in typically three key aspects of business performance. So business can and is capturing significant value by systematically pursuing the opportunities that natural capital management offers. They have to take a long-term strategic view of natural capital and build it into the key value creation levers that drive, firstly, returns on capital, secondly, growth or revenues, and thirdly, risk management. Obviously, each company's path to capturing value from natural capital is unique, but these underlying elements can serve as a universal point from which to get started. So the first thing that the business needs to do then is decide on a portfolio of actions to create value from natural capital related issues. So firstly, we have risk management. So this may include obviously regulatory management, mitigating risk and creating opportunities from regulation. An example of this is BHP Billiton, reducing exposure to regulation by reducing emissions. We have reputational risks, So companies getting credit for action through meaningful stakeholder engagement. A company that's very good at this is Novo Nordisk, who pursue a very much a stakeholder shared value approach and have done some excellent work in generating value by talking to different types of stakeholders to their organization. And then finally, obviously, the operational risk management. So this is about managing the risk of disruptions from resource scarcity, climate impacts, or community risks. Again, a good case study here is Nestlé, who've been on their work on sustainable cocoa, particularly involved in developing communities, educating farmers, selecting sustainable cocoa beans, and so on. The second area is looking at this through the lens of return on capital. So you have sustainable operations. This is about reducing operating costs through improved internal resource management, so looking at things like water, waste, carbon. Example here would be Dow Chemicals, who invested about $2 billion 20 years ago to improve resource efficiency, and to date, they think they've saved around about $10 billion. Sustainable value chains, obviously important to look outside of the operations. This is about improving and managing and reducing impact throughout the supply chain. A great example of this is Walmart, who have achieved, since 2006, over $12 billion of global supply chain savings through their packaging scorecard and reducing packaging down the supply chain. And then finally, you have green sales and marketing. So this is about companies improving revenue through increased share and or price premiums by marketing, for example, the resource efficient attributes of different products. And then the last area is around growth or revenues. So there's an opportunity here for businesses to understand the relationship with natural capital and to develop new markets from it. So some are kind of building a better understanding of resource-related opportunity in new segments, new geographies, and developing strategies to capture them. So in the pharmaceutical industry, for example, we're seeing companies adopting flexible pricing for patented medicines in less developed markets. There's also an opportunity to widen the composition or change the composition of the business portfolio. So you can guide investment or divestment decisions at the portfolio level based on resource trends. So, for example, we're seeing waste management providers reinventing themselves as providers of integrated environmental offerings by adding waste reductions or waste-to-energy solutions. And then finally, the opportunity to innovate and develop new products. So we see, for example, steel companies, Mahindra Steel in the US conducting LCAs, reducing the impact of their steel production and then promoting that as a competitive differentiator to their clients in the auto sector. So, and I hope this has shown in some way how companies can kind of look to harness business value from environmental management. I'll now pass over to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was well presented, the excluded values and the hidden costs, and you cited one finding in your presentation, and I repeat it again. If companies had to pay full costs of natural capital, it would consume half of their profits. And in some way, it seems to me that's the full message in one sentence. That's the problem we have to save. And I remember Richard saying before that business in a way is trapped, but this sentence also means that policymakers are trapped in a way, because it has to do with the way we finance our societies today, and it's about consumption and production patterns that we have to deal with, and that goes really to very profound challenges that we have to face. We're talking about our lifestyle on the whole. Thank you very much. So are there some one or two direct questions? More than that. I'm starting with the lady, Marion Hammer from the Global Nature Fund and Bodensee Stiftung. Let's keep it short for the direct questions, then we have some time at the end of the session.
Yes, thank you. Direct question to true cost. It's very important, or a big step, that companies start to evaluate natural capital, start to report on natural capital. But finally, it should not be the last step. The last step should be to deliver something back to natural capital. And what are the companies thinking on this?
Well, I think that was a kind of subject that I got towards. I completely agree. It should never be reporting for reporting's sake. And I think hopefully tried communicate some of the business applications of these kind of natural capital valuation approaches. I know Michael will come on to that with his case study later. Sorry, your question's gone.
To deliver something back to the natural capital.
Oh yeah, sorry.
We heard
about
that reparation is so costly, and what should and could companies contribute to co-finance the reparation of natural capital which they used?
Sure, I think there's a variety of different types of actions that emerge from companies looking at their relationship with natural capital. So I've touched on some of them there. They tend to be around kind of risk management, identifying new opportunities, those two aspects, and then obviously communication and transparency. So that might be, in terms of typical actions taken, it might be companies investing in better practices in their supply chain, different sourcing patterns, developing a business case to invest in new technologies with different suppliers, for example. It might be raising the case for investment. So we're seeing the growth in innovative financing mechanisms such as green bonds. And again, companies are using natural capital valuation to justify the return on investment or justify the investment in these areas. So I mean, there's a whole raft of things going on, and it really depends. Typical actions really depends sector by sector. But I think also VLN I know she's going to be talking about the natural capital protocol shortly, and a key aspect of that is taking this field beyond just measurement. It's taking it into embedding and implementation, which are two critical steps in the natural capital protocol. So it's recognized that probably not enough action has been taken so far, but there are definitely steps in place to ensure that does start happening, that companies can start making sense of these figures, because I think that partly has been one of the issues as well. This work we've done here, linking it to financial accounts, I think that kind of thing's helping rather than just providing, social costs on their own, which aren't particularly business decision useful.
Thank you. There were two more guys. Yes, please. And some of them, yeah.
Jani Holopainen, University of Helsinki. I'm a researcher and conducting consumer research, supply chain research, and digital information technology research. And I want to underline some points that Tom in his presentation touched as well, and the moderator's comment as well, about the role of consumerism here and how all this information is actually conveyed to end consumers. And still, if we think that how the digital information technology, for instance, is used here, it's quite low usage of all the possibilities. We all are carrying like mobile phones in our pockets, but not actually using that all information or possible applications that we could have for making wise consumption decisions. So this also like from the low bottom of the value chain, it's all the way to the consumers, and that need to be addressed as well as a holistic approach.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think there's a real challenge around translating. There is challenge enough translating some of these risks and so on into business terms, but then translating them into terms that consumers understand is another thing altogether, and it's a huge area that I don't think has quite been nailed yet or quite been mastered yet at all. Well, far from it. So, but it's a very good point. How do you turn this into a narrative that a consumer will understand and respond to?
Yeah, by the way, in the research we have an application for that, so anyone who is interested to hear that, please come to talk with me.
And Please allow me to say that, of course, consumers cannot compensate for the failures of politics and business. We should keep that in mind. Strengthen the consumers, but don't forget the responsibilities of the other parties in that field. I have 2 more questions now, brief questions, before we go on with our presentations. David Sturman from the CBD Secretariat, plus you upstairs.
Yep. It was a really good presentation. I just have a question, particularly in relation to one of the points that Jason Clay raised earlier. You're talking about the justification for investment, and it will cost, particularly any company, a small, medium enterprise who has fairly thin profit margins. But then Jason had mentioned earlier, but a lot of companies sometimes cut corners, so obviously there's a competitive pressure to be as cheap as possible. How would you, from TrueCost point of view, how would you explain to a company that's operating on thin margins to justify making this investment when their competitors maybe aren't, and how do we resolve that issue?
It's very difficult, and I think, as you point out, this is an issue that does vary in significance from sector to sector. So what you said there reminds me of a piece of work that we're doing with a supermarket looking into essentially the natural capital risks associated with the sourcing of tomatoes. And, it's all very interesting from an academic perspective, but then when you got talking to the procurement guys, these are guys that are, incentivized to buy tomatoes at the cheapest price on the spot every day. And this is a challenge when it comes to buying commodities where you have very little visibility of where they're coming from, and you're buying them in such volume that the chances are you might not get stung on a day-to-day basis. That's an issue. Where it's easier to bring in is with companies that are involved in larger infrastructure projects. So, for example, you could be talking to an airport or a waste treatment facilities where they will accept that over the lifetime of that particular asset, you'll have your CapEx and you'll have your OpEx, but you're likely also to incur costs that are not yet foreseen relating to the environment. And it's easier to argue the case that they would be internalized over the lifespan of a particular product rather than day to day with buying different commodities. That said, there's work with companies, big high street fashion retailers, very high volume, low margin, that are taking very seriously their dependency on cotton, for example, and where that's coming from. The very famous case of H&M being stung 2 or 3 years ago because they were exposed to a failure of a cotton crop, which pushed the price of the cotton up. They couldn't pass that on to the consumer, and that led to, I think, a 30% dip in profits or something like that. So in their case, that's a case of costs internalizing, and now they're taking action in terms of potentially vertically integrating further down the supply chain, securing particular suppliers in sustainable areas on long-term contracts and so on. But yeah, it is harder with the companies which are buying in bulk and buying quickly.
Thank you. And one more question upstairs. Yes.
Good morning, thank you. Matt Roberts from Interserve PLC. We're a global construction and support services company. A question to both Tom and Richard, really. 2 thoughts. One is that, is it the valuation process that is more important than the value at the end of it? A bit like no plan survives contact with reality, but the planning process is what makes us more resilient in our ability to cope with change. And I think we spend a lot of time using big headline numbers that come out of valuation processes, which, to be honest, don't mean anything to anybody. But the valuation process itself is a really important way of understanding the significance. And a second thought is about, we have leapt very quickly to wanting to use financial accounts as an analogue for the complexity of natural capital. And I wonder whether or not we'd be better off finding something else to talk to people about this very complex environment. And for me, I've now started talking to people about the weather. The weather's a great thing to talk about. Everybody talks about the weather. But the weather is a product of lots and lots of complex interreactions. But we don't reduce it down to a single number and say the weather today is 27. But we all understand what the weather is, and we all have lots of metrics within the weather that we may use to emphasize a point. But it's a really common and easy way to explain to people what complexity looks like, is if we talk about the weather. we can measure rainfall and sunlight and wind direction and speed and all these sorts of things. Lots of phenomenally clever science and really good processes. But actually, at the end of the day, we don't try and turn the weather into a number. And maybe we need to be taking that approach to things like natural capital and social value and so on.
Yeah, good question. I would agree with you that valuation should not be the end game. But what I think it's helped shine a light on the companies we work with are is the system and identifying the linkages between between their business and the outside world. So I talked earlier about these invisible costs and values and so on. And whether or not you value them, the majority of companies we speak to aren't thinking in a way in that systems perspective. So I think it's been helpful just from that to help them understand their impacts and dependencies, whether or not you value them, and also considering qualitatively, how they might impact on their business.
Hi, Matt. Now, I completely agree. I think the process is probably as important as more important than the output, because just to think about some of the things I was saying is, you then in the process of valuation you have to think about, well, whose value, and what if somebody doesn't value it like I value it, and all those sorts of things. And so if you raise the process in importance, you actually raise the consciousness of the act you're doing, and I think it can play to that systems thinking, because you're having to think about all the connectivity. And I couldn't agree with you more about accounting, particularly because we all use financial accounting and then we all talk about disclosure. And the point is, unless you're actually doing something, you haven't got anything to disclose other than what you've made up in the PR department. So I would say that if we were going to use accounting imagery, let's use management accounting, which is more about information in different shapes and sizes, and it's not as brittle or as kind of two-dimensional as financial accounting. And yeah, other ways of thinking about it are very illuminating. But let's not be prisoners to certain processes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Violaine Berger from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Now the floor is yours, and Violaine will tell us something about her experience, long-term experience in that field, working together with many businesses, and will also say something about the current work on the so-called natural capital protocol that tries to align some of the work done so far.
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here. So I, as just mentioned, I lead the WBCSD's work on ecosystems, and my presentation will really focus on a project that we've got at WBCSD, which aims to trigger more business investment in ecosystems, or natural infrastructure as we call them. And there's a link to valuation, because actually valuation can help inform the decision-making process of companies when they hesitate on the type of infrastructure that they can invest in. But just a few words about the WBCSD. So we're a business organization of some 200 companies that share the same commitment to sustainability. Our objective is really to accelerate progress to a world where more sustainable companies are recognized, rewarded, and therefore more successful. So we do so by developing business solutions to sustainability challenges, by working on improving the business case for sustainability, and also by facilitating collaboration between business and all the other stakeholders. So we strongly believe that business has a key role, responsibility, and opportunity to play as a positive force in delivering and scaling up sustainable solutions to the world's most pressing environmental and social challenges. Why? Because actually companies cannot succeed in a society that fails. And also, it's clear that the cost of inaction now is getting higher than the cost of action. So what we've done over the past years, we've identified a number of targets that are societal ones, so related to ecosystems. As you can see, they are very much based on the Aichi biodiversity targets. And these are our overarching guidance or framework on which we base our work plan. And the idea is really that our work plan contributes to achieving these targets. So one of the projects we're working on aims to increase companies' investment in ecosystems so that more ecosystems are protected and are restored. But the thing is that when we talk about ecosystems, well, this notion of ecosystems, it doesn't resonate very well with the majority of companies. So for this project, we decided to talk about natural infrastructure. So the idea is to consider ecosystems as infrastructures that companies can invest in because, and they've got, some benefits out of these investments because they'll get a return in terms of all the services that this infrastructure or ecosystem provide. It could be water services, carbon sequestration services, etc. So the way we define natural or green infrastructure is really about the strategic use of natural ecosystems to provide benefits that substitute man-made physical infrastructure. So what does it mean concretely? It means that we want to get more companies to invest in oyster reefs, mangroves, etc., instead of investing in dikes or levees, seawalls. Or to get more companies to think of investing in wetlands and reedbeds to treat their wastewater instead of investing in traditional wastewater treatment facilities. And here on this picture, you can see actually the distillery of Bacardi, and they're using reedbeds to filter and to clean processed water. So why are these solutions relevant to business? It can really help them address risks. And companies are really facing increasing risks like floods or extreme weather-related events or droughts or etc. On this picture, so this picture has been taken in Thailand in 2011, and you may see that, it's a Honda facility that was inundated during the big floods that happened at that time. And actually, at the end of 2011, the World Bank estimated that the damages of the floods reached about $45 billion US. And the majority of the damages were caused to the manufacturing industries, so automotive and also electronic industries. So companies will be facing increasingly these type of risks and disasters. And investing in natural infrastructure can, in fact, help protect their activities from these type of events. So it's really, investing in natural infrastructure is really an opportunity because it reduces risks, but also there's a direct financial benefit from these investments. So here in this slide, you can see a comparison of costs of natural infrastructure versus traditional grey infrastructure options. So for different type of services, whether it's water treatment services, air purification, stormwater control, or shoreline protection. So there's a clear benefits in this type of investments. They are less costly. So financial benefits, because very often the initial capital investment is less important when you invest in a natural infrastructure. You need less. You don't need tanks, pipes, pumps, etc. So you've got a reduced initial capital investment very often. There's also, as a consequence, reduced operations and maintenance costs. Because you'll need also less chemicals, you'll need also less maintenance staff on site, etc. And as a consequence, you'll get a higher return on investment. So you've got less initial capital investment, less operation and maintenance costs, so a higher return on investment. And even for infrastructures like, for example, green roofs, a green roof is also a natural infrastructure. Some studies show that actually because you reduce the need for cooling in the buildings, and you reduce your energy consumption, and then you get also a good return on your investment. And then last, this type of projects also trigger innovation and new revenues for those companies that have understood that there's a business model behind all ecological engineering, and there's more and more companies that actually build their knowledge and their know-how in this field. But the benefits are not limited to just financial benefits. There's, of course, clear environmental co-benefits when investing in natural infrastructure. First, in terms of mitigation of emissions. Because, of course, if you got reduced energy consumption, then you'll have reduced GHG emissions, but also because when you reforest an area, of course, the trees will sequester more carbon. It helps also conserve resources, so these type of projects are less resource intensive, so less natural resources used, and it creates habitat, it restores ecosystems, it restores the connectivity between different habitats. So even in the case of a green roof, for example, you create some urban biodiversity habitat and you can have some connectivity between different urban habitats as well. And ultimately it enhances also public health, it increases livability. So if you think about parks or green spaces in urban or even rural areas, these are recreational places, etc., and it's proven that it's linked to also increased public health. There's also social co-benefits of these projects in terms of operational safety. So these type of projects involve less driving, lifting, there's less noise, there's less machinery, hence less casualties. It also helps companies secure their social license to operate, because when companies engage with communities, for example, on the choice of the type of a natural infrastructure, it really helps strengthen the links with communities or the links with local authorities as well. And ultimately, it's an incredible opportunity to create new jobs, to develop skills, because there's really a need for new know-how, for new capacity, for people who know how to build this type of infrastructure. There's also opportunities for indirect job creation. If you think about restoring mangroves, and that the mangroves will provide more fish habitat, and it will help also the fish industry as well. So, all of these elements are information that we're currently putting together into a natural infrastructure for business platforms that will launch early December. So on this online platform, you'll find business case studies, also information on the business case for investing in natural infrastructures that I just briefly presented, but there's much more information. Also tools and methodologies that can really help companies go through the process of this type of projects. And we're also developing a capacity building program that will be ready in April next year. So here you may wonder, what's the link really with valuation? Well, by investing in natural infrastructure, as I've mentioned, companies can get a return on, in terms of financial capital, but also natural capital and social capital. But then companies may hesitate and may not know which type of investment is best and for which investment they get the highest return. So they may want to use valuation to make an informed choice. And they may want to, for example, value a grey infrastructure scenario versus a natural infrastructure scenario or a hybrid scenario, because in some cases, of course, natural infrastructure won't provide all the services that the companies is expecting, and mixing grey and green on natural infrastructure may be the way forward. So there's one methodology that could help companies do so and help companies value grey versus green infrastructure, and it's a natural capital protocol, which is currently being developed. And it's a standardized framework for business to measure and value its direct and indirect impacts and dependencies on natural capital. So here, when we talk about valuation, it's about qualitative or quantitative or monetary valuation. And there's really different business applications to valuation, and clearly valuing grey versus natural infrastructure scenarios is one of them, but making an environmental profit and loss account could be another application. And valuation, this protocol can be used at different organizational level within the company, whether it's at corporate level or at the product or at the site level as well. And it's applicable to all sectors across all geographies. So who's behind the natural capital protocol development? So there's two consortiums you can see many names. So the first consortium is led by WBCSD and is developing the core methodology. And the second one is led by IUCN and is developing sector guidance as well as engaging with business and currently actually pilot testing the first draft of the protocol. So the protocol will be ready in July next year. But very briefly, because I know that I've got limited time, this is what the draft framework looks like. So it's based on 4 overarching stages: the why, what, how, and so what, and 4 principles of valuation, which are relevance, rigor, replicability, and consistency. And then you've got 10 steps that you need to go through to carry out your valuation exercise. Last, about the journey to valuation, I really want to highlight that this natural capital protocol, the first objective of the protocol is to improve business decision making. You may want ultimately to report and then disclose the results, but the first objective is really about informing decision making. Then the protocol also offers a comparable process. It's really about the process of going through these different steps to value actually whatever you want to value. So it could be the grey versus natural infrastructure scenarios. Ultimately, what would be ideal is that we get comparable results, but the protocol, in its first version, won't help you have results that are comparable from one company to another. And there's still a long way to go, because to do so, you will need to have databases and we will need to agree on values, etc. So we still need to work on these aspects. And the ultimate goal is really integrated performance assessment, so that companies systematically assess and integrate internally in the decision-making processes the natural capital values, but also the social capital values, so that they can really make decisions that take into account not only the financial returns on investment, but also the returns in terms of the natural capital value and social capital values that they create. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Violaine, for telling us something about the opportunities of natural infrastructure and also giving a glimpse into this complex process of developing the natural capital protocol. As a woman, of course, I noticed it was a male person with a saw on the tree at the beginning in your presentation. Well, 2 questions maybe from the floor now before. Yeah. One, the server there.
Thank you. My name is Matt Smith from the Joint Nature Conservation Committee in the United Kingdom. We're an agency that provides scientific and technical advice to central government, but also devolved administrations. We have a number of roles, but one of them is as a national data provider. So my direct question to, I suppose, all 4 people on the panel, although I've yet to hear the final presentation, is what more can national data providers do to expedite the take-up or indeed aid the application of natural capital accounting, or indeed green infrastructure, nature-based solutions planning? In addition to that, how could that also help monitor the success of these programs? And could nationally available data help level the playing field between the global corporations, which we often see as examples here, and colleagues in the SMEs?
That's a very complex question. Either we manage to answer very briefly, or we leave it for the discussion afterwards. Who wants to have a try? No.
Well, this sort of precedes my presentation, but the concept that Karen did was to open source whatever we do, just like the Natural Capital Protocol is open sourcing to any company that wants to participate. So a big thing has been, I'll say, in natural capital data, is a lot of it's proprietary. Companies have been doing work in natural capital but not sharing it, of course, because sometimes they're large impactors like extractive industries or petroleum industries. So to open source that data is, I think, critical to having the level playing field that anyone can use these tools that we're talking about today It still takes some expertise. There is a complexity behind them, but just like you can take out a thermometer and measure the weather, the temperature at least right now, which is a pretty good single metric for me, maybe whether it's sunny or not too. But whether you can actually do that kind of work, you need data behind it. So we have a lot of tools, but they require the sort of, we have the capabilities now with technology to crunch a massive amount of data in very little time. We use those tools ourselves, but you need the data underneath it. And you know, the old saying is garbage in, garbage out. So you got to have good data to have actionable decision quality information.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely crucial. One of the things that we've always talked about at the Coalition, there are kind of three big things. One is creating a framework that enables business managers to think about how on earth do I think about my impacts and dependencies. And then how do you create an enabling environment that gets businesses to want to use that? Because whilst everybody here might want to, there are plenty of businesses who might not. But the third thing is you need to have, really as almost as a public good, the data to input. Unlike many other business decisions which are kind of function through business data generated within the business, I think that in the case of natural capital there needs to be a publicly trusted source. So that not only can the public can see it and believe it, as it were, and they don't need to know the technicalities, they just need to know that it's a trusted source. But so that it can be, I don't want to use the word audited or assured, but so that other people can verify that. So big investors, for instance, one of the pushes we've had from some of the big sophisticated investors is, yes, I think it's fabulous that businesses are using the framework, but then I want to see the data so I can make my decision, see whether they did it in the way I think they should have. So I think there's a massive role there in creating a public good.
Violaine, can you tell us in how far data availability and data access is an issue in the Natural Capital Protocol discussion? Is it an issue?
Maybe I'm not working on the Natural Capital Protocol per se, so I wouldn't be the best place to tell you about available databases, etc. But what I can say is that there's a need for more examples of how companies are using valuation in different ways and how it informs their decision-making process. Because it can also help trigger new initiatives and help companies understand that valuation is not an end in itself. It's really, it really helps inform your decision making. But maybe on database, I guess that Tom will be a better place than me to...
Well, I mean, I concur with everything that's said, and it's definitely, the direction of travel is towards open sourcing. Obviously, Kering have done a great job with their EP&L and other work. And as an organisation that sells data, we're very cognizant of all this as well. And I think it speaks volumes that we're seeing our business model in the short term as being people that help companies apply and interpret the data rather than sell the data itself. And I think that's significant because it shows how much this needs to be open, transparent, comparable, and all the rest of it.
Thank you. Michael, would you like to proceed with your corporate example? I think it's, you have the last word. That's perfect. To have a tangible corporate example. Kering has been one of the front runners in that field, definitely. And we're very interested to learn more about it.
Is this working? Oh, okay. Well, actually, I'll start with just say a word. Why do I have a disclaimer in the beginning? Because we present to investors and we're presenting information here because of that importance for us that it is quantified. So we're the first company to put quantified natural capital impacts out there, and it's a big number. So we'll get to that later in the presentation. But that's why we have a disclaimer in the beginning, because for our, I'll say, legal and financial people, that's necessary. So who are we? You've heard of our brands. You may have heard of our brands. Gucci, Puma, a host of others. But basically, we are an apparel and accessories company. We focus mainly on luxury, and we have some sports brands as well. We're about $10 billion in revenue for those that are following that part of the business side. But the point is, everything we make comes from raw materials, from natural capital. And we recognize that we have a dependence on that, whether it's a suit, whether it's a gold watch, whether it's a leather purse. Trace it back, it comes from nature. But that can be said of everything in this room, for that matter. So I'm going to talk about the environmental profit and loss. As a show of hands, who here has heard of EP&L, environmental profit and loss? Maybe you heard of it as PUMA EP&L, maybe as caring. Can anyone raise your hand if you've heard of it? Okay, it's interesting to see just how many people have heard of it, and then also that tells me how much I need to maybe go into explaining what it is. So it uses a metaphor of a financial profit and loss. It's a little complicated because, you know, with money, it's a flow, and you have some sort of, I'll say, capital, and that's the idea here. We're talking about ecosystem services that we use. That's the flow, and we're measuring how much of that flow that we use each year. Of course, the natural capital itself is, I'll say, the reserve of what's out there. And we've seen a lot of interesting numbers today, particularly that Tom presented, that were about how much we're using. But what's left in the planet is still where there's a need for a lot of data. So this is a new field. And so it's not perfect by any means, but if you wait till it's perfect, it's too late. So one way to define environmental profit and loss is in terms of, I'll say, our use of ecosystem services. For our company, we look at that across our supply chain, because that's basically we make things that we sell to people. In another way of looking at it, it's looking at the environmental footprint of everything you do, the value of those impacts, and that creates an EP&L. But I'll try to peel back the layers underneath that. So for us, for instance, we did this work across our business. So we had to understand exactly what is our business. And although that may be a surprise to a lot of people that don't work in industry, most businesses don't really understand what they do. They understand the end product they sell. Maybe they understand a little bit about their consumer. Sometimes they don't understand all the things that go into it. More and more companies have to understand this. But does this company understand what goes to making a plastic bottle? Probably the spring water company just buys the bottle. Where it comes from, how it's made, the processes, where the petroleum is sourced, who knows? So that's a similar challenge that many companies face. So for us, we had to do a lot of work to understand our business deeper in terms of what processes do we do. We looked at over 600 processes. We looked at over 100 key materials, 5,000 suppliers in our group, the suppliers that we don't own, but going beyond our boundary to who sells us, who produces the leather, who raises a cow, which is much, much harder, by the way, to answer that question. So there's some things that we do need a lot of data on. But the point is, we started that journey by peeling back, I'll say, the layers of the onion of our supply chain to understand it and to understand how we make things and where they come from. And if there's one point to make on that, traceability, which came up in the prior session, is really, really important, because you can't do any of this work on natural capital, whether it's you're looking at a mining operation in the Philippines, whether you're looking at an island in the Pacific, it is very place-based. So you have to know where the impacts are occurring. So in any case, we looked at our supply chain, we detailed it, we not only documented but also surveyed our suppliers to gather their information from them about their environmental footprint. At the same time, we're looking at that across 6 key indicators to come to a question that arose before. So that's water use, water pollution, air pollution, greenhouse gas, land use, which incorporates biodiversity, which I will touch on again, and waste. And within those, we have several sub-indicators depending on which one. The only one that does not have any sub-indicators is greenhouse gas, because that sort of speaks for itself. So with that, and this gets to the complicated part, if that isn't complicated enough, we use, I'll say, the best available information we have on valuation coefficients. So that's a whole study in environmental economics. There could probably be a 2-week seminar on that. We're not going to do that today. But we are going to say is we don't have environmental economists at Gering. We make clothes and purses and shoes, and watches for that matter. So what we do is try to get the best information out there and apply that in the context that makes sense for us. We'll also be announcing more about what we're open sourcing in terms of that data in about a week. We'll have a Twitter live chat on that. So I will add on to the Twitter stream later to give information about that. But our plan is to open source everything we're doing that we can. So in the end, what do we end up with? We end up with environmental profit and loss. It's stated in euro values, also in the volume. So we talk about how many millions of liters of water, but we also talk about the value of those. And that value is driven by where the water comes from, for instance. And I will go into a deeper example on water. We break it down for our business by business units, by materials, by brand, location, any way we can to inform a real decision. Because that's where we actually have an impact, is when we have a buyer that's looking to source sheep leather and we can tell them where a better place is. Of course, quality is going to predominate, but to get a high quality leather, there's only certain parts of the world that can provide that. And we want to find the parts that we know it's going to be a sustainable supply. So in a business context and an environmental context, it's the same goal. So just to say, within the EP&L, within any particular impact, we capture, I'll say, the volumetric impact of those 6 elements across water, water pollution, air pollution, greenhouse gas, land use and waste, and then we apply a valuation coefficient. So in a sense, it's simple algebra. It's just a lot of data. How much data? It's over 2 million data points, in fact. So that's why data does matter, and also why automation matters. And that, using the weather example, weather is another example where technology has helped to a lot more understand climate change scenarios, climate change risk, but you have to have not only the data, but the ability to use that data and then apply it to real situations. So just to say a little bit about valuation, we're using welfare economics as a basis for it. I'm not an environmental economist, but I can explain a little bit about it. We're looking at the impacts on, it's really, in a sense, the impacts on society. Although the EP&L metaphor is, if you wrote a check to nature for what you use, how much would that check be for? In fact, the way to, as a proxy, we need to use societal costs. And an easier one would be something like air pollution, where you can have quantitative things like respiratory disease, health issues, agricultural losses, reduced visibility. You can have acidification of rivers and the impact in that sense, on fisheries. What's more difficult for us is when we get into topics like land use, where we try to get broader impacts, such as cultural values, such as biodiversity. And that, well, I'll talk about some work we're doing on that further. This is primarily, the assumptions behind this are based on a study that was referenced earlier, the TEEB study, which is, I'll say, generally accepted on how one goes about this. But that's a field that's also rapidly advancing. Natural Capital Protocol is also helping move that forward as well. So a bit about us. What did we discover when we did our Group EP&L? And we're actually ready to publish another one in, as I said, next week. But the big discoveries were most of our impact is in what we looked at the least historically, which is, I'll say, our Tier 4. So to explain this, Tier 4, which is to the right-hand side, is the raw material production. That's what's coming out of natural capital reserves. Tier 3 is converting that into something, like leather, like fabrics. Tier 2 is further processing. You might do dyeing, you might do other finishing on it. Tier 1 is assembly where you're putting it together, and Tier 0 is really then getting it to you. That can be through distribution, that's our stores, that's our offices. Only 7% of our impact is in Tier 0. And this is what's legally mandated in most reporting schemes. Certainly we have one in France, also for other like carbon disclosure and other exercises. Generally, you look at what's in your legal boundaries. And in our case, most of that is in Tier 0. And then when we look at Tier 4, 50% of our impacts are in Tier 4. So that was an awakening moment, and also something for us to help bolster the focus on where do we source our raw materials and tracing that supply. So there's a lot of work, depending on the industry, in doing that, but that's sort of where it all comes together, is understanding where things come from. And that's really what Tier 4 is about. And then how they're made, which is Tier 3. How do you do, whether it's leather tanning, whether it's metal refining, whether it's spinning, weaving, dyeing. The processes matter because there's different impacts, one depending on where they are, and two depending on how they're done. In the end, we ended up with 773 million of loss using the EP&L accounting metaphor. That's why I said a disclaimer in the beginning, that's a big number for most companies. And for, I think when we look at other industries, as we indicated below, it could be a substantial part of their profits. So what's this also give us? And I'll give a water example. It gives us the way also to look at where's our big footprint. So this compares the material quantity on the bottom that we use compared to the impact of the raw material. So this is again looking at what I call Tier 4. So here I'll focus on plant fibers. And zooming in on those, I'll use an example with cotton, because that's one of the more significant ones and probably a little easier to explain. And you can see that there's some big drivers here. There's two key drivers. One, when you look at cotton from India versus cotton from Turkey, there's a big difference driven by water in terms of the environmental impacts. But also a big lever is whether it's organic and rain-fed or whether you're using irrigation. So both can make a big difference, but the biggest driver is organic versus conventional. But this is also to say where matters. Then we talk a little bit about the methodology. Another example is cashmere, and that's something where you see very price impacts on cashmere. And you also see it's a very, very intense material. Why is it so intense? Because to get cashmere, you need to comb the hair of a goat and basically get those fibers off the comb, and that's how it takes a lot of fibers to make a sweater. And those goats need a lot of land. And what happened in Mongolia and northern China is that land and the grazing caused a lot of dust and desertification, which also impacted cities in China and eastern China in terms of air pollution. So there was a real impact from that, which also, interestingly enough, silk has been impacted by air pollution. So there's a tie between, believe it or not, cashmere grazing and silk production. So as a result, the government restricted grazing and the price went up. So there's a clear thing where sustainable practices, or lack thereof, can have a direct impact on materials that we use. So one thing we're looking at, besides sustainable grazing practices for cashmere, is, okay, how do we look ahead? And in the interest of time, because it's running out, how do we take climate change scenarios and also apply those to our work in EP&L? So that's one of the frontiers we're looking at right now, is applying that kind of data for forward-looking. Because one thing you say, oh, this is what my impacts are today. But what about tomorrow? What's it going to mean for sourcing sheep from Tunisia? I don't know. We can pick any country. Climate change obviously is having effects. We have predictive models on it. We need to start thinking ahead in terms of what our sustainable source is, not only to choose wisely, but to preserve as well. I'll say one more note on biodiversity before we go to questions. It's another area we're working on because there's a lot of questions around how do we better account for biodiversity. And land use does take that into account through the ecosystem services that are degraded. But there's, I'll say, a heated debate whether that's sufficient or not, or whether there's other measures that should be taken into account. So that's one of the things we're working on with a natural capital project to undertake that study with leading scientists and economists to better understand, are we measuring that impact correctly? Do we need to add to that? Do we need to measure it differently? Basically, what is the right mechanism? But the point is for us is we have to jump in. So as I said, we're the first company to publish our results like this, to do this kind of transparency on not only our methodology, but also on how we do business and what impacts that have. And it may not be perfect information, but sometimes it takes, what do they say, don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. So one of our key goals by driving more transparency, whether it's open sourcing, whether it's sharing our results, is to encourage other companies, governments, organizations to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 15 minutes for questions and discussion with the audience. Thank you. So, the sir in the second row.
Thank you very much. And my name is Rasmus Vincent. I come from a Danish company called Habitats who works with biodiversity. Thanks for inspiring presentation and your general very progressive work on environmental profit and loss. I'm curious to elaborate a little more about how you use all the data and insights that you get from your reports. Because to me it sounds very much like you're mostly using it for choosing between different suppliers and maybe not so much for pushing them or inspiring them for more sustainable methods. Can I ask you to elaborate a bit on that, please?
Absolutely, and I probably, in the interest of time, cut out a few things that might have been of interest. One thing we've looked at is chrome-free tanning. It's it's more of an innovation because leather tanning uses chrome, and it's not a good thing. Basically, there's all kinds of impacts from heavy metals in tanning, and although the process can be very efficient in, I'll say, pulling that back out and recycling it, from an industrial standpoint, ideally you don't use it at all. That's an area where we look at material innovation is another, whether it's using plastic from, I'll say, polyester from recycled fish nets, or for using, we had an example with Reprieve, one of our brands, Volcom, uses for a lot of their product lines. So material innovation is a big it's a driver, and it's also a result, is looking at, okay, well, if this is a big impact, either how do we do it better? Sometimes it's on the ground innovation. It could be anything from grazing practices to when you're looking at cotton, even if it's organic, is it rain-fed versus like it's finding, you say, the right supplier, but it can be also the right place. But in the other case, it can be looking for alternatives or better ways to do it. Certainly, resources will get more and more scarce. There's no question about that. So we need to get smarter about how we do it. And this is one of the things that helps us get smarter about it.
Hans van Gossem, Arcadis. It's very impressive to see the insight you have in everything from store back to raw materials. But there's also the life after it's been bought in a store. Do you have insights into that, and what impacts are, and also potential solutions in terms of like circular economy, consumer behavior, and stuff like that?
That's another one of the innovations we looked at jointly. It's called Worn Again. Also, H&M is engaged in that. That's around closed loop recycling of polyester and other organic fibers. It's basically the technology to recreate a new, basically a new fleece jacket out of an old one. Still in process, but those are the kind of things, obviously, that are silver bullets when you can find those things. Consumer end of life, we did do a study. It gets very particular, interesting in terms of consumer behavior. And of course, consumers, there's so many different types of consumers in different markets. So we did work on that in the UK with one of our brands, and actually found the impacts were quite a bit less than the supply chain. So that's different than I think the original work on blue jeans, and I would probably challenge that now, because cotton, as we know, is very water intensive. It's very hungry for water. So you use a lot, and that's part of what we discovered through this process, is you really use a lot of resource to make the product. The answer is sort of it depends, and I think that's going to be a real interesting area to explore also with the Natural Capital Protocol as we get more and more insight into that. It's the most difficult information because it's easy to know where stuff comes from, but to know where it goes to relies heavily on consumer feedback, and getting quality information can be difficult. But it's a very, very interesting area, and we could get a very different answer in Finland. The consciousness of people around sustainability also is a big driver on habits and of use and end of life.
No, over there. Oh, the lady. There was one more question before. Oh, okay. Then to the lady, please. And then you.
Hi, this is Sharon Brooks from UNEP WCMC in Cambridge. Thank you very much for an amazing presentation. It's great to see such good work. I only wish more companies could do that. My question, I think you've touched on it a little bit, but it's really about in the context of the question that was raised earlier, like, so we do valuation, and then how, and importantly, how do companies respond to that? So how do they respond to what we find? And obviously, there's responding to risk, and in the context of supply chains, global supply chains, that's particularly interesting, because obviously one element is simply looking for alternative suppliers, looking for the better suppliers, maybe those that are doing it slightly better, and therefore you're not necessarily going to get that transformational change because other retailers will source from the other suppliers. So I suppose it's really about how much investment, I suppose, goes into supporting existing suppliers and improving practices, as opposed to looking for alternatives to just changing suppliers. I mean, you touched on that just now, I think, in terms of as resources become scarcer, that becomes more of a necessity to actually invest in research and innovation. I just wonder if you could elaborate a bit further on that. Thank you.
I think there's a couple points there that one I'd like to say about the valuation part. We have 150 plus years of industrialization where we haven't valued natural capital, and hasn't worked so well. So maybe we can try it and to see if it helps, because it's certainly, we have nothing to lose at this point. I think also I can say, when you're talking to business people, if you talk about, this is how many grams of greenhouse gases, how many liters of water, it has no meaning to them, because sometimes you can put it in scope, but it really is difficult. When you start talking about euro values, even if it is externalities, even if it is cost of society, it's a language they understand. And then you can actually start comparing different products without saying, well, this was better in water but worse in greenhouse gas, and comparing whether it's division, brands, companies. So for investors, that's very interesting. I think we're getting more and more interest from investors that want to understand not just about us, but in general, it's a way, I'll say a shadow way of understanding risk. Right now it's shadow because it's not yet mainstream. But I'll say the really smart investors are picking up on this. Because if a company doesn't understand where its stuff comes from and what the risk is associated with that and the impacts, you kind of wonder how well they're managing their business. So that's the first part. Second part, There are organizations in our industry like Sustainable Apparel Coalition. I could probably rattle off a string of acronyms, but there's many in our industry that we're working with to try to incorporate this kind of thinking. And it is very true, when I take those examples, silk, cashmere, it's a concerted effort to ensure that there's a supply in 20, 50 years. So it does take industry collaboration, which is part of why the whole idea of open sourcing it, even though, yes, obviously there's a competitive advantage by doing it smarter, but we also, in our own self-interest, need to share this as much as possible. Not all companies have the same, I mean, we have leadership that we're a family-owned business, and to that we have a continuity, I'll say a vision that we don't, that you don't see in a lot of companies that are changing CEOs every 2 to 4 years. So that helps, but I think companies are realizing in our industry more and more, hopefully also because we're publishing things like EP&L, that it's really important that they understand their footprint and ways to work with their supply chain and consumers to better manage that.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions in the audience before 3 more. We have to put it briefly now because we are nearing lunch. One the sir over there, one a second one over there, and the lady over there. Yeah.
Yeah,
please put it briefly.
Yeah, Jani Holopainen, University of Helsinki. After hearing this morning's sessions, I really got the confirmation for our research results that the corporate social responsibility strategies are very much supplier-facing strategies currently, while as like the more, well, the other product attribute and service attributes are very much like a price and quality supplier, customer-facing. So my question is that, and a comment that why there's no more of these customer-facing strategies in terms of corporate social responsibility, and more importantly, these more modern, contemporary, outward-facing strategies which are applied by the digital application companies, and they've been very successful and effective with those communication strategies. So have you considered these? Actually, well, we have researched these different tools, and just like one point. These are so-called omnichannel community marketing and communication tools, and I wish you to take a look at those very effective tools currently in the global enterprises used. Thanks.
Okay, quick answer.
I think we'll I'll answer that in reverse. To the second part, we're going to play more with those in the future. To the first, which is about digital and using that more effectively. To the first part, with luxury, the quality is inherent. I mean, that's what people, the dream of luxury is the quality that fits in with sustainability, and the products last. It's sort of inherent to our strategy, is that we believe sustainability is one of the key components to creating quality. So it does sort of, it's inherent to it. And I think that's an important thing. It's, you know, when you look at disposable clothing versus long lasting, of course there's other aspects that come into play there, and I won't neglect to acknowledge that. But it really is important, I think, that to deliver on the promise to consumers, because I think the bigger challenge is what people think they're getting and what they're actually getting is something different. And for us, it's important to make sure that they are getting what they think they're getting. And sustainability is a key part of that.
Thank you. Please.
I'll project my voice. Matt Smith, JTC UK. Brief question. Do you have any experience or views of how Earth's observation or indeed advances in satellite technologies are being used and can be better used in natural capital evaluation or also monitoring impact?
We're actually, I'll jump in,
and
then I'm sure there's some other, with Earth Genome is a project that's doing that. GIST is another, so those things are invaluable, because when you want ground level data about impacts and about climate change scenarios, It needs to be fed with data like that. And that's a lot easier to get than national university studies that take 3-4 years and then they get published and only some of the data. So that stuff to me is invaluable to getting as close as you can to real-time systems and not backward-facing actions.
Tom, would you like to add something to that? No. On the left. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anne Quashie from Aalto University. I do sustainable supply chain research, and I also found your presentation very interesting. And I wanted to ask about the part where you talked about using, for instance, welfare economics to look at like impacts on society. And I think your slides also mentioned like you're being interesting, like change in well-being. How well are you able to also take into consideration like the positive aspects of your, for instance, supply chain in for instance, looking at like silk production or cashmere production? Is that as easy to quantify as maybe the negative?
We're looking at profits, and that gets into discussion. We're actually going to be publishing a paper of profits to at least give our point of view on accounting for profits, because it's a P&L. Where you reset the baseline, it has to be an exceptional basis to avoid greenwashing and just to be clear. But where an ecosystem has been destroyed, and because the base of the EP&L is from a pristine ecosystem, what destruction has been done. But if it's been destroyed and you're arriving to it to improve it more than the natural rate, if it would naturally improve, to account for a profit. That's part one. Part two is there's a growing movement on, I'll say, social P&L, which is, I think, very important. But I advise caution that a company does not say, yes, we're destroying the environment, but look at all the jobs and benefits we're creating. Because to me, that's reflected in their profits. We just need to be careful with that, stretching the metaphor, and that companies don't make those claims. And I think we've seen that happen more and more in this space.
Yeah, so exactly. So we're looking into more and more projects where you look at what we call social human capital valuation. And it's very important, as Michael says, not to start netting those off. It's actually about maximizing the beneficial aspects and minimizing the negative. And one area that I think is getting towards what you're talking about is the CDP have started some momentum in this area, is this idea of asking companies around science-based targets. So accepting that on the environmental side, there's likely to always be a negative impact, but more asking the question around, okay, I'm going to use some natural capital, but how much can I use within the carrying capacity of the local water basin or whatever, and operating within those limits, and looking, for example, at your growth projections over the next 5 years, and asking how much natural capital I'll need to achieve those versus how much I can use. So essentially moving from targets that are set against a relative baseline to targets that are set against an absolute one.
Thank you very much. Time for lunch has arrived and we've earned it, so we have to close this session now. Thank you very much to the audience for attending the session and asking their questions. And thank you very much for the excellent presentations, giving an overview over this very complex issue, which is very much in the flow. I would like to give the word to Apu. She has some information for us that are really relevant.
Yes, I've got some household announcements. So after the lunch break at 2:30, we have 2 parallel sessions. The other one is here, which will focus on forestry and agriculture, and the other one focusing on oil and mining. It's downstairs, the same floor that the registration were. So be there at 2:30. And after those sessions, we will have coffee here in the lobby again, and the 5th session will be here. And after that, 6:30, we will have drinks in the lobby. So we have a registration for that, but if you have not registration, it doesn't matter. We'll invite you all for the drinks at 6:30. So hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Yes.
just a quick reminder. So in this seminar hall, we're talking about forestry and agriculture. And oil and mining mini-seminar takes place in Terassi Hall, 1 floor downstairs. Let's begin.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this mini-seminar titled Innovation, Production, Forestry and Agriculture, Session 4B. My name is Mika Aalto. I come from the Finnish Ministry of Employment and the Economy, and I'll be the facilitator of this session. First of all, I'll use the opportunity to show a few slides here, and since we are in Finland and the Finnish bioeconomy has risen a lot of interest internationally, I'd like to raise a few points about that and tell how we are doing and how our situation looks like. So some more people may join us while I speak, so let's go on. So I titled my presentation, of course, Business Biodiversity and the Finnish Bioeconomy. So let's have a look. The Finnish bioeconomy is one of our growth sectors, definitely, and it has grown by over 10 billion during the last 10 years. And we have a recent bioeconomy strategy in place that has the slogan sustainable growth from bioeconomy. So we are convinced that we can actually decouple economic growth and sustainability. And here we can see that bioeconomy products are a big sector in addition to food here, and most of the bioeconomy products, the red line there reflects something that has to do with the forest value chains. If you look at the more detailed distribution of the bioeconomy output, we can see that about half, actually more than half here comes from the forest-based value chains, and in addition to that, food industry and agriculture are actually also very important sectors in the Finnish bioeconomy. So we started around 60 billion euros in 2011, and we've made growth in just a few years already. And by looking at the employment figures, we can see sort of the same thing, except that now actually we notice that the food industry and agriculture offer more jobs in relation to the euros, the turnover that we saw in the previous picture. Now a word about the potential of Finnish forests. So in Finland, the annual growth of the forest exceeds 100 million cubic meters per year, and actually the outtake of the wood from the forest is much less than that. And you can see the growth curve here, the total increment per year, and the total drain, which includes the outtake for industrial purposes and also the natural drain. So something is just actually rotting in the forest and not being utilized, that's drain also. So the conclusion is that for quite a long time, since 1975, we have been accumulating wood in our forests. We have been taking out less than there actually grows. So there's a lot of potential in that sense also in Finland, and when we combine that with a lot of knowledge about sustainable forestry, the industrial infrastructure, we can get a pretty good equation for our country here. And the industrial utilization can be on the traditional pulp and paper side. Also, there have been biorefineries rising, and also the wood construction side described by the three pictures in the down part of the figure. That's been in very rapid growth actually during the last years. So we do have various ways of utilizing it, and we have also recognized the importance of the values of the nature as such. So forest is not only to be thought of in the raw material purposes, but also for recreation and travel and tourism as well. All in all, we see that the bioeconomy, the transformation to bioeconomy is actually transferring to the next economic wave in world history. And we are about to make the change as we speak. So here we have made the lines meet in the year 2014, but that's a rough estimate, of course. And we feel that we are very fortunately positioned in this sector because we have a lot of factors that it takes to really become a forerunner in bioeconomy, and that includes the resources and also expertise, but also cooperation and agility, the ability to actually sense new opportunities and make new things happen. And here is a scheme of the bioeconomy strategy that we are currently implementing. I'll just state the vision: sustainable bioeconomy solutions are the basis of Finland's welfare and competitiveness in the future. So we do see this as an important sector for our country. And there are four main themes: the operating environment for our bioeconomy actors, the funding tools for new business, the strong know-how basis for bioeconomy, so the education and science part, and last but not least, the usability and sustainability of biomass. So what we use, we need to grow and use sustainably, and we need to be able to actually measure it and also document it somehow. But this is my sort of words for the beginning of the session, and we'll continue on with our esteemed speakers. And the first of our speakers is Ms. Julie Bélanger, who is a technical officer in biodiversity and environment in the Secretariat of the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, FAO. So, Ms. Bélanger, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to give an overview of the state of agriculture and biodiversity and to present some of the work of FAO and its Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture in the field of agriculture and biodiversity. So the agriculture sector, including crops, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture, is a major industry employing over 1 billion people. That is 1 in 3 people of the world's economically active labor force. And for the 70% of the world's poor living in rural area, agriculture is the main source of income and employment. As we know, the major challenge of agriculture today and in the future is to feed a growing population with less resources in the context of climate change and while reducing its negative impact on biodiversity and on the environment. Indeed, food production and agriculture, and in particular unsustainable agricultural practices, are the causes of substantial biodiversity loss and environmental degradation, namely through land use change, conversion of natural lands into agricultural land, encroachment, fragmentation, introduction of exotic species, etc. Yet, at the same time, biodiversity is fundamental to the agriculture sector, which directly depends on the diversity of crop, livestock, aquatic organism, forest trees, microorganisms and invertebrates, thousands of species and their genetic variability that support the functions, structure, and processes of production systems. This biodiversity for food and agriculture, or agricultural biodiversity, has been managed or influenced by farmers, fisher folks, pastoralists, forest dwellers for hundreds of generations and reflect both activities and natural processes. Within biodiversity for food and agriculture, genetic resources are of particular importance as they are the building blocks for a nutrition-sensitive, resistant, adaptable, sustainable, productive, and resilient agriculture. A few examples: sweet potato varieties in East Africa with increased provitamin A contents, varieties of common beans with extreme drought tolerance, high yield and yield stability in Nicaragua, the wide range of breeds that offer a pool of adaptive traits and functional traits, allowing farmers to choose breeds that are most suitable for their production environment and constraints, or the immense genetic diversity that allows for breeding and domestication of wild food trees that can support the increasing demand for food such as tamarind and moringa trees. Just like the overall biodiversity, genetic resources for food and agriculture are also being lost, and because of threats such as climate change, loss of natural habitats, environmental degradation, effects of increasing population pressure, change in consumer demands, and the use of few species, varieties, and breeds, therefore neglecting locally adapted land races, varieties, and breeds, and the reservoir of useful traits they represent. Now, with the aim to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of genetic resources, the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, hosted by FAO, is, with its 178 country members, the only intergovernmental forum to specifically discuss and negotiate matters relevant to all components of biodiversity important for food and agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture. And as its cycle of work, the Commission oversees the preparation of global assessment on the state, conservation, and use of genetic resources for food and agriculture in the relevant sectors. So these assessments are country-based, which means that based on reports prepared by countries, an analysis at the global level is prepared. Between 1998 and 2015, assessments on the state of plant, animal, and forest genetic resources have been released, and currently the assessment of the state of aquatic genetic resources is ongoing and is planned for 2017. As a follow-up to these global assessments, the Commission considers, and not always, but very often, agrees on policy responses such as global plans of action, guidelines, code of conducts, and standards. As a next step, countries on a voluntary basis implement the agreed Commission's action plans or other instrument at national level. And finally, bringing the story to a full circle, countries monitor and report back to the Commission on their implementation measures and on the impact these had at the country level. Using and conserving genetic resources is part of the solution. However, addressing the overall biodiversity relevant to food and agriculture in and around production systems is important. And FAO is currently preparing the first global cross-sectoral integrated assessment on the state of the world's biodiversity for food and agriculture, with the objective to document the links that are known between biodiversity for food and agriculture and the delivery of ecosystem services and functions, assess the contributions made by biodiversity to sustainable production, resilience and adaptability, and to the livelihoods and incomes of small-scale producers, to document the extent and use of management practices that enhances conservation and make sustainable use of biodiversity for food and agriculture, such as organic agriculture, agroforestry, etc., and highlight innovations and new approaches for conservation and use. All relevant stakeholders have been and are invited to contribute to this assessment by sharing their experience and knowledge on the state of biodiversity for food and agriculture, either directly to FAO or via the national focal points that have been designated in each country to prepare country reports. And the experience of businesses and the private sector, which can be leader in innovative practices for sustainable intensification, among other, would be particularly welcome. And for your information, the draft report will be presented at the next session of the Commission in January 2017. Now to conclude this overview, I would like to very briefly mention some of the many initiatives of FAO that aim to provide resources and an enabling environment for all relevant stakeholders, be them smallholders, businesses, governments, researchers, breeders, etc., for protecting wild biodiversity through more sustainable agriculture, and at the same time to conserve and use genetic resources for food and agriculture and biodiversity for food and agriculture. For example, there are the Save and Grow guidelines, which provide essential tools for sustainably increasing agricultural production, the International Treaty for the Conservation and Exchange of Plant Genetic Resources, several important resources for climate-smart agriculture, pollination initiatives, agroecology, voluntary guidelines for the integration of genetic resources in national climate change adaptation plans, code of conduct for sustainable fisheries, and the list go on. So with these words, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you. And you may take your seat. We do have time for a couple of questions from the audience. If there are some, I don't see a hand at the moment, so I'd like to ask myself, you actually showed a slide with the sort of the main threats for the genetic biodiversity. Not knowing the area intimately, I'd like to sort of ask, what does the research show about the resilience of certain organisms? I mean, the climate is changing and the habitats are changing. Are there some trends about certain types of organisms that can be resilient and survive, and others, groups of others that are sort of threatened? Can you elaborate on that with a few words?
Thank you for this question. Indeed, this is the beauty of variability, is that all species and all varieties, breeds, and even within varieties and breeds, the organisms tend to adapt to local conditions, so and to change also. And it's the genetic variability that allows for this adaptation. So depending on the context, there is indeed adapted species for almost any type of environmental context. I hope this answers the question.
Yes, thank you. Another question from the audience? No. Okay, then I suggest we move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Timo Lehesvirta. He comes from UPM and he's director on Forest Global.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to tell more about UPM operations and biodiversity strategy. I hope that you still remember something about Pirkko Harla's presentations from the morning session. One of the key learnings I wrote down from the morning was that what you can measure, you can improve. And my presentation is about measurements and monitoring biodiversity and ecosystem services, and then how to integrate biodiversity values and ecosystem services into wood-based products value chain. In 10 minutes, I first invite you to short forest visit, unfortunately just virtually, but anyhow, and then we will bring something from the forest to our product, and let's see what we finally will have as a result. This is very typical forest landscape from southern Finland, some clear-cut lakes, commercial forest land, very long history, more than 100 years, intensive harvesting operations. Land use innovation is the title, and my argument in this picture is that when we are talking about monitoring and understanding ecosystem services, we really have to calculate ecosystem services and impacts in our land use planning and decisions. Forest management planning today is based on ecosystem service approach. It has been excellent a tool to understand human impact in forest management. We can talk about the main indicators, what Pirkko mentioned in the morning, which are wood, water, climate, biodiversity, and people as a social aspects. Of course, there are very many other important elements in responsibility, but those 5 are the most important ones. When looking at this picture, we can, in our minds, estimate what are the impacts at landscape level. We have license to harvest for a single forest stands in the middle if those wood volumes and other ecosystem services are compensated elsewhere in the landscape. Rotation time is very long in North. We are in Finland. It's approximately 50 to 80 years. We have license to so-called do clear cuts, taking most of the wood and trees away from single forest stand if we have those trees elsewhere. And that's very important, of course, in our wood sourcing planning and strategy to get wood to the mills every day. Today, there is more than wood in our forest, and we want to take care of biodiversity, carbon sinks, and other valuable elements as well. Biodiversity and single species value is somehow self-evident. We can protect single species because they are rare or threatened. We can protect species because they are beautiful, or we see some non-economical values. But when we come to this business thinking, it's excellent. It's a basis for bioeconomy today and in the future. all the species are used in bioeconomy today or in the future. Of course, we are mainly focusing on 3 species at this moment, and in Finland, pine, spruce and birch are the main commercial tree species. But today, there's a process going on where other industry sectors are increasingly focusing on forest ecosystems, from pharmaceutical industry to cosmetics and food industry as well. We are talking about wood-based ecosystem services, which is a basis for UPM strategy. Versatile wood-based products is in our business focus, from traditional pulp and paper to new solutions, wood-based solutions. In the middle, you see non-timber ecosystem services from the role of forest as carbon sinks to water protection role which trees and forest have. And then, of course, we have to remember that forests are full of berries and mushrooms and recreational values, and nature tourism is part of this big picture. We have to monitor if we want to improve, and these biodiversity indicators have been used in UPM biodiversity program for 20 years in the north, where we have identified the most important key elements for biodiversity, and we have set targets to maintain and enhance biodiversity based on these six key areas. Native trees is one, because there are thousands of species dependent on commercial tree species which are used in our industry, from mycorrhizal fungus to epiphytic lichens and mosses and very many insects eating the leaves and needles. Deadwood is there because about 20% of forest species in Finland are dependent on decaying wood in different ways, mainly fungus, insects, and of course woodpeckers and other more well-known species. Valuable habitats is there because forest is always mosaic. It's not the same kind of habitat everywhere, but it's mosaic of very different kind of small-scaled habitats and species dependent on those habitats. Forest structure and age classes are impacting on species diversity in our working environment in forests. And of course, water ecosystems wherever we operate, but especially in Finland, we have thousands of lakes, and water protection is key issue because of that. Native forests is there because UPM does not harvest native forests. There are 2 practical ways to protect biodiversity in sustainable forest management. Pirkko presented some examples of our stakeholder projects, and then it's also important to integrate biodiversity protection into daily forest operations. And there are 2 main ways to maintain and enhance biodiversity in daily forestry operations. First, all valuable habitats are protected in commercial forest landscape. And the question is about naturally small-scaled habitats, brooks and other small water ecosystems. As an examples, grove patches where the fertile level is higher than an average in forest ecosystems in Finland, springs where groundwater creates very specific circumstances in this kind of habitats, and so on. And this is not this is typical commercial forest landscape where this kind of small-scale habitats are inventoried and put to the maps, and harvester driver can see these habitats when he's harvesting the trees in the middle of January, in the middle of night, and there is 1 meter snow. So this helps a little bit to recognize valuable habitats. The other area is in commercial use, and there, where we have license to do harvesting, we create the process, which is slow, but the process and the target is to mimic natural disturbances and to change commercial forest landscape to be more natural. And the question is about the target to increase deadwood volumes in very many different ways, to get more diverse forest structure by leaving retention tree groups, and to do, for example, control burning, which was also one example in the morning session. So commercial forest will be very different in the future because of these new guidelines, or not so new anymore, but as a part of this modern forest, as I call it here. But the process will take 10, 20, 50, and more than 100 years. And when European Union or somebody else is setting biodiversity targets for next 5 or 10 years, we have to understand this, that it's not possible to get all deadwood quality classes in 5 or 10 years, because it will take more than 100 years naturally. So protecting existing biodiversity values was the first example, and this is to create process to get biodiversity back in a long term. Please remember that in European Union strategy. Then we left the forest, and it's early afternoon and there is no wine available, but we can talk about it. This example is interesting, of course, because the questions about wine bottle labels, it's more sexy examples than, for example, maybe pulp. I don't know how you feel, but UPM is a big player in wine bottle label markets in South Africa, where our customers are having their vineyards. And this is a very exciting example, because the question is about one product, but there are biodiversity actions both in the south, in South Africa, and then in the north, where the wood comes to the product. The questions about cooperation and the project with WWF South Africa and UPM Raflatak, where there is a big program to improve, enhance and maintain biodiversity on vineyard landscapes, and we support that work there. And at the same time, to link biodiversity to the same product, we have a biodiversity program in place in the north, forest certification promoted, and different kind of collaboration with our important stakeholders. This woodpecker example is white-backed woodpecker, and we have long-term cooperation with WWF Finland to protect and promote this most threatened forest bird species population in Finland. Population is growing at this moment. There were 11 pairs in 1991, but now about 200 in Finland breeding. So that was wine and biodiversity. Then another example is done with the Finnish Environment Institute, which is our important and appreciated partner in our development, and we set target to develop, to link UPM product into ecosystem service and biodiversity data. And we had one question, and the question was, what does it mean to produce 1 ton of UPM conifer pulp? What does it mean as a land use question? What kind of land use decision you have to do to produce 1 ton of UPM conifer pulp? And through some simplifications, we have the results where you need a small forest area, about 11 conifer trees, and for 80 years because of a long rotation in Finland. 11 spruce or pines to grow for 80 years. It's not a very large area, smaller than this hall. That land, if you plant the trees today, you have to wait for 80 years, but after that you have 1 ton of high-quality UPM conifer pulp. But in addition to that wood-based renewable product, those trees have recycled water more than 8 million liters during their life cycle. And that water is out of all water runoffs and natural leaching because it's rotated to the air. So the role of the trees is very important in water protection. Those spruces, depending on how to calculate, but those spruces and pines produce more than 200 kilos mushrooms during their life cycle. The trees are amazing food production machines as well. Those trees, which are raw material for UPM conifer pulp, are sinking more than 4,000 kilos carbon dioxide. It's more than 28,000 kilometers by car. And then finally, biodiversity, which is the main theme in this forum. Pine and spruce are used for commercial purposes. Native tree species are living in their natural ecosystem and associating with them. That means that there are hundreds of species, more than 800 species, directly dependent on the plants we are using for commercial purposes. 800 species as mycorrhizal fungus and epiphytic lichens and mosses and so on. In addition to those species, the forest landscape and commercial scale wood production without any land use change in Finland maintain most of the native biodiversity and all species populations which have spread to Finland after last ice age during last 10,000 years. This last example indicates that we have a lot to do to develop our product value chains and footprints or handprints or what the name for those documents where we want to integrate biodiversity and ecosystem service indicators into UPM wood product value chains. Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. You kind of touched upon the item already, but I visited actually a harvesting site this fall, and I was very impressed actually to learn how much information and how detailed information you have actually in your office and also available for the harvester operator. So could you tell a bit more about that?
About that information?
Yes.
It's
in a very detailed level, 3 by 3, right?
Yeah, it's a challenge as well because there is so much data available, and in Finland, where ecological research and environmental data and forestry data is very detailed and high quality, it should create competitive advantage for new bioeconomy, but it's also a challenge because of the volumes and number of data. One challenge is this species data we have of threatened and endangered species. In every harvesting site there are a huge number of threatened species classified by IUCN categories, and we have to take them into account somehow. And most of the species are so small that you can't see them. So the questions about insects and beetles and butterflies and fungus, and this means that we have to put very much resources to forest planning. Our harvester drivers cannot identify 22,000 different forest species in Finland, but we have to find some other solutions to survive with this data. Simplification is of course one thing, and this valuable habitat inventory was one good solution, not to recognize single species but habitat types.
All right, thank you. I also see a good question thinking of today's theme on the screen. How could we enhance biodiversity within the whole forestry sector versus forerunner companies at our national platforms?
Good question. UPM participates in very many international national forums to promote sustainability and biodiversity and ecosystem services and all typical sustainability topics. And it's good to share information and share best practices. But then, in the end, if sustainability is really creating competitive advantages and is real business issue for you, why to tell it to the others in the same sector?
And I suppose this comes back to the consumer behavior as well. So what the consumers want, if it's a lot of emphasis on biodiversity, then actually the companies will follow the suit. And all, you already mentioned that it's based on data and based on ability to measure actually how well you're doing. We still have about 1 or 2 minutes if there are questions from the audience. Yes, please. Can you introduce yourself and state the question? There.
Yes, I'm Violaine Berger from WBCSD. I was really interested in the last part of your presentation around the assessment of ecosystem services provided by a piece of forest. And I was wondering, how are you planning to use the results? If you could elaborate a bit more on how you're going to use the knowledge that you've got in terms of the production of mushrooms, sequestration of carbon, etc., as a mean to communicate on the values of the plantations.
Yeah, this last slide about pulp, ton of pulp. That was your, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It was first step to understand the challenges and difficulties we have with these indicators and monitoring data. This was a quick and dirty study we did with our partners, and then the next step is to do it more carefully. But I'm sure that this is the process where we have started to develop ecosystem service indicators and sustainability data from land use, and we believe that That's something we have to have in the future in place as a part of future footprints or handprints, but this was just the first step to understand internally and to share ideas with other experts.
All right. Thank you, Timo. Next, I was informed about a slight change in program. Mr. Howard Shapiro wasn't able to make it, unfortunately, but we have a stuntman here who will take the stand, Mr. Jason Clay, Senior Vice President, Markets and Executive Director, Markets Institute of the World Wildlife Fund. So please, the floor is yours.
So if any of you know Howard, I don't have quite the white beard, and I've never ridden a motorcycle at 200 miles an hour. I have no death wish. I want to give about a half a dozen examples of innovation very quickly along the value chain, and then I can answer questions or give you context of people who know much more about these things than I do. And I want to start with Mars, given that that's what Howard would have talked about. Mars buys 15 to 20% of the world's cocoa for their chocolate products, and what they've noticed is that about 20% of the trees produce 80% of the crop. And in West Africa, the average production is about a third of Southeast Asia. And Southeast Asia is about a sixth of what is possible. And so they're trying to figure out how to increase cocoa production in West Africa without clearing more rainforest and planting new areas. So they've mapped the genome of the cocoa plant. They've put it all in the public domain so nobody can own it. And they've begun marker-assisted breeding, and they now have the potential to produce 10 times as much cocoa as they could in the past, and it looks like at least 4 times as much kind of with average production in West Africa than they do today. By doing that, by identifying those trees and mapping them, they are now able to produce about 3 to 4 times as much cocoa on about 30% of the land. And they started thinking about what that actually meant, and so they committed to various certification programs to become more sustainable within this system. But they also noticed that their suppliers in West Africa had the exact same malnutrition rates for their children as people who were not certified. Their suppliers had the exact same stunting rates for their children as producers who were not certified, and they said, this cannot be, we're not going to buy certified poverty. And so they went back to the drawing board and thought that whatever was good for cocoa must also be good for food crops. And so with World Wildlife Fund, with the Beijing Genomic Institute, NEPAD in Africa, IBM, National Science Foundation in the US, etc., they proceeded to develop a strategy and a platform to identify the 100 most important food crops in Africa that are actually orphan crops. And those food crops then, they committed to paying to map so that they could all increase productivity 2, 3, 4, 5 times, because none of these crops have actually benefited from even basic plant breeding that has happened in many other parts of the world. So the first 25 of these crops have been mapped already, and the next ones are in line. And now India has approached Mars about doing the same thing on the subcontinent with the 100 most important food crops in India. This map shows the relationship of child mortality and land degradation. So one of the things they're also looking at is how to improve productivity on the lands that are currently used. But if you remember the first map, by using 30 to 40% of the land for cocoa and 30 to 40% of the land for food production, that leaves 20% of the land for nature. And it means they can also take out the least productive land, the more marginal land, and put it back where it can do more good in terms of wildlife corridors, habitat, etc. These are some of the orphan crops that are being mapped as a part of this work, and all of that mapping is being put in the public domain. and 50 plant breeders a year are being trained in Africa to actually use marker-assisted breeding to help bring the results of the mapping to fields of farmers. Another innovation that I think just shows the types of things that are going on has happened in Alaska over the last 40 years or so. In 1970, about a third of the Alaskan pollock was actually harvested as fillet, and the rest was thrown into the ocean. By 2000, processes had been invented to lift off the rest of the flesh off the skeleton, so there was nothing left on the carcass, and that actually allowed the production of seafood to double without taking any more fish from the ocean. And the third part of the fish was then used for fish meal and fish oil, which was then used to feed other fish and other animals as part of their feed regimes. But basically, this system, just focusing on processing, allowed a doubling of production without taking any more fish. I mentioned Tetra Pak earlier. Tetra Pak is interesting because as they've started to look at where the carbon emissions are in their supply chain, they realized they couldn't work on just what they control themselves. And so they developed a program, a voluntary program with their largest supplier in Brazil, Klabin, and they buy tons of pulp and paper and tons of carbon from the same supplier. And eventually, if we can see this system going to scale, we could bring one externality into pricing, which is carbon, bring it back into pricing for tons of pulpwood. IKEA is the second largest buyer of cotton in the world, about 2 to 2.5% of global cotton, and they have been concerned about the sustainability of cotton and trying to figure out how to do continuous improvement programs. They've worked with us and a number of other companies, including H&M, on the Better Cotton Initiative. In a 10-year period, that group has developed principles, criteria, and indicators for improved performance. 1.6 million producers have been verified against those standards. They represent today about 13% of global production, and by February, March of next year will be 18%. In that period of time where it took to invent the system and then apply it, they've already reduced those 1.6 million producers' pesticide use by 50%, water use by 40%, synthetic fertilizer use by 30%, and increased productivity and profits by 15 to 20%. No premium, just efficiency. And that's what a lot of these different programs are showing. IKEA will, at the end of this next year, only have BCI certified cotton in its supply chain. In the Mesoamerican reef, we noted the decline of reef species, and we're very concerned about what the causes were. We originally thought it was overfishing, it was tourism, it was sewage from urban areas that was going in, and what we later discovered is that it was soil erosion from agriculture and pesticide runoff. And so we identified the 5 most important agricultural crops that accounted for 95% of pesticide use. We worked with those companies. We showed them data that we had from 2 sites, 13 different species, the bioaccumulation of pesticides in the flesh or in the tissue of plants and corals. It was quite shocking to see how much bioaccumulation there had been. The companies agreed to give their data. We're talking Chiquita, Dole, Fifes, Del Monte, etc., to give their data about bananas, pineapples, palm oil, sugarcane, and citrus. And over a 10-year period, we were able to develop a global protocol for collecting information, for analyzing it in the labs. We have reduced runoff into the reef of soil erosion by 60% and pesticides by 50%, as measured in organisms in the reef. And the health of that reef has gone from poor to fair. Not as good as we would like to have seen it, but it's actually in the right direction again. This just shows how that reef area, these are larva dispersals, and it shows how it's a gyre. It's almost like a toilet bowl flushing. So everything stays in the reef that goes into the reef. And that's why the chemicals are so important once they're there. One of the things I want to talk about is we have about $250 billion worth of raw materials that are being produced more sustainably at the farm and the forest and the port, farm gate prices. That adds to $2 to $3 trillion worth of goods sold. By 2020, we have commitments of $450 billion in purchases. We have a $200 billion gap. How are we going to fill it in 5 years' time? And if we don't fill it, which companies are going to walk away from their commitments saying that they tried but it wasn't possible? So we're beginning to look at how long-term contracts from those companies willing to buy can be translated into buying down the risk of people investing in that supply. This can be private investment funds, it can be banks who have been, or governments who have been subsidizing agriculture. And so we can actually begin to see a way to buy down the risk without putting a financial commitment up front, except a long-term contract where the price is negotiated based on a formula at the time of sale. This is a kind of pre-competitive approach where the market can actually use the market to change the market. And that's what we're looking for in a lot of these different systems. If you want to get more information, I'll be happy to give it to you later. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clay. Maybe it's a detail at the moment, but you touched upon the cotton issue and mentioned IKEA shifting to certified cotton, but my question is why not actually shift to forest-based textile fibers, because there are actually ways and concepts to actually bypass cotton and start from wood. We organized recently a biorefinery competition in Finland, and the winner happened to be a spin-off company from a research institute in Finland called Spinnova, and their process is a one-step process from pulp actually to textile fibers. But okay, do we have a question from the audience at the moment? Yes, there. Can you wait for the microphone? Okay. Oh, there are viewers, actually. We're live, so you have to use the microphone. So could you please introduce yourself and
yes, sorry to make you run. Gerard Bos, Director of the Business and Biodiversity Program at IUCN. Jason, what kind of mechanisms should we have in place so that we can actually accelerate and scale up all these various innovations? Is it about natural capital approaches? Is it about the enabling environment? Is it about projects about shared risk and joint opportunities? Or is it a project that we are doing together between IUCN Netherlands and WWF Netherlands on shared resources, joint solutions, focusing on some ecoregions?
Well, it's probably all those things. But I think the innovation and individual problem solving that smart people do within institutions is the germ from which all this grows. And then the question is, how do we use the technology of today to spread information more quickly? How do we have more open source databases? How do we connect people who are innovative in their own context but don't talk to each other? One of the things that we found as an organization is that we don't need to do anything anymore. We need to influence those who have impacts, that we need to really be able to change the way governments and companies work. I've likened it to being honeybees. We talk to people that don't talk to each other. We pollinate, cross-pollinate ideas. And there's a lot of institutions out there that do this, and I think this is a way that we can make change happen faster. But that is the question, really, of the day. How do we make this all happen faster? Because if you look at the numbers, it's coming very quickly at us, and while we're planning here, the world has already moved on. Any plan around sustainability, by the time you've written the plan, and started to implement it, it's out of date. And it's just we're getting further and further behind. And so we have got to start figuring out how to get ahead of the game. We're putting our money on identifying evolving issues and trends, or breaking issues and trends more quickly. Because if we can cut the time to awareness and consensus in half, we can double the results at a quarter of the cost. And that's the kind of thinking we need to begin to put in place to address these issues.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clay. We're falling a bit behind, but we'll give the next speaker the time that was allocated, and then we'll have a short Q&A sessions with all the speakers available. And next on the program, we do have a corporate example from Syngenta, and our speaker is Mr. Romano De Vivo, who is Head of Environmental Policy in North America. So, Mr. De Vivo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm very grateful of this opportunity to share our 15 years experience on multifunctional field margins. And this you will see resonate with many of the things that we have been listening and discussing since this morning. So if you want to grow a crop, one of the things that you are going to do is to try to avoid any sort of competition from weeds, from pests. And while in the short term this is supporting your production, in the long run clearly is reducing the quality of your ecosystem. So 15 years ago, we have seen an opportunity to reverse a little bit this trend on farm by using the less productive and marginal land that, according to the statistics, is present basically in all the farms. It's around the 5% of all the farms. And so we have taken this initiative of supporting farmers to use this less productive and marginal land to grow what we call a biodiversity crop. We call it a crop because we really want the farmer to manage it as a crop, but using scientific protocols that are referring to the last probably 20 years of knowledge and experience, and often to use also seed mixtures that have been selected by conservation experts at local level. And so, I mean, we have basically created some small ecological focus areas in all the farms that are working with us. And we have helped the farmers really to not only develop these, but where possible to connect this in the landscape with support of the local authorities. Because, again, another thing that we have realized is that our tiny investment on the farm is nothing compared to the big advantage that we can extract from connectivity. We often say that we are afraid that species and spaces may be endangered, but one element that can avoid the risk is the connectivity, is the support that we can give to species to continue their evolution in the landscape. So by putting together all this small investment, we believe we can have a very good also adaptation and mitigation strategy. So why do we call them multifunctional? We call them multifunctional because we have also discovered that while our original intent was to recreate an habitat that is disappearing on the farm, in reality, these ecological infrastructures are very helpful for many other objectives. They are extremely helpful to prevent runoff, to reduce soil erosion, to protect water bodies. And we believe more and more they can be used in a very creative ways. For example, recently in China, we have supported the local extension services in helping farmers to develop these field margins. But with an additional element, we have asked them to include in the field margins some cash crops for the farmers so that they can sell some species, this cash crop on the market, and also make their income more stable. Or in Latin America, our field margins are not about beautiful wildflowers, but perhaps trees that are protecting water courses and that include nurseries that are managed directly by the local rural community, again as another source of income. So we try, where possible, to expand the boundaries of our project to include as much as we can additional economic and social benefits. And one element that we also have realized is that compared to many different other solutions, compared to the set-aside, for example, this managed area has the ability to produce more in terms of biodiversity and attract more different species. So we believe this is really a simple and pragmatic solution for many farmers. What is our role in all this? Clearly, we don't own any land, and we are only rarely able to make all the assessments and all the implementation on these farms. The majority of the work is carried out by the farmer directly. And where we help is in knowledge transfer, in helping them with the diagnostic tools to assess what sort of solution is the best for them. But also we can help them to identify the conservation experts that can provide them with the seeds of local biodiversity. And often we also help with management, with big extensions. And we have developed, together with experts, and really based on all the available literature, a protocol that can help farmers to do something that is really scientific and really based on the results of several different studies that are available. This means that we don't need to monitor the actual effects in each farm. I mean, we know that on average, that investment of the farmer will produce the effects and the benefits that are already described in literature. And why this is a benefit? Because on average, we have calculated that the implementation of field margins in the world costs more or less $100 per hectare, while a proper monitoring costs $20,000 per hectare. So we don't believe it's worth really to do a systematic monitoring of all the investments, but we believe it makes sense to use the same amount of money to invest in new ecological infrastructure, so to multiply the project. A few considerations about the sites. I mean, clearly, this is a very versatile infrastructure that can be used in several different ways. If you are farming a vineyard, probably you are more interested in avoiding soil erosion and reducing also the runoff and the potential contamination of the environment around. And perhaps you also want to attract some people in your vineyard to sell your wine, and you would like to have beautiful wildflowers on all the steps. So clearly you are looking at something that can reinforce the steps of your vineyard, and at the same time you're looking at something that can inspire the customers about the terroir, about the quality of what you're doing. So you can adapt it to this, or if you are growing olives, perhaps, I mean, it's not really effective for you to create field margins, but it's more effective to have patches in between the trees where you can grow again the same biodiversity. And we have fantastic examples, for example, in Crete, where we have created these patches in a systematic way. And we have observed that because you multiply also the ecotones, you multiply the places where different ecosystems are in contact, really you have even better results. So all this comes with additional risks because while you are enhancing biodiversity, you are also enhancing the risk of contaminating this biodiversity. So everything comes with additional training and additional support. But there is this flexibility and the possibility really to adapt to any sort of cultivation, these ecological infrastructures. For the last 15 years, we have developed an initiative that is called Operation Pollinator, and we have sites a little bit all around the world with this initiative. But since 3 years, we have incorporated all our initiatives into a more systematic and wide plan that is looking in a more holistic way to agriculture. We have basically 3 pillars. One is basically dealing with producing more and better today. And the essence is to look into resource efficiency. And another one is looking at producing more and better tomorrow. And so, I mean, it's ecosystem resilience that is the key element to look at. And the third one, clearly, we are producing together with the rural communities. And so, I mean, we take into consideration all the social aspects from training, but also to fair labor that are relevant for these communities. And we have established some targets. For example, for biodiversity by 2020, we want to reach 5 million hectares. And already last year, we achieved 700,000 hectares of multifunctional field margins around the world. This year, we are very close to this figure. We should be around 900,000. We are waiting for our auditors to confirm that all the projects that have been developed are matching the exact criteria. And overall, if we put together the biodiversity and the soil management areas, we have reached, by the end of this year, 4 million hectares of projects. So you can have a look at all this information on our Good Growth Plan website. But the most important element there is that all the data and all the information about our projects are published in open source format, because we believe that clearly we need to share, and we need to make sure that we are all benefiting from the research and the information that is available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Vivo. Since this is the Business and Biodiversity Forum, I'd like to sort of ask you to recap also. There must be business impacts that are expected to be positive and to take place in the actions of your company. So how could you sort of comment on that? You have a lot of activities going on, and you are actually a forerunner in openness and corporate responsibility. For example, the biodiversity crop scheme and so on. So could you touch upon the issue a bit?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. In reality, all these initiatives that we have are all part of our offers. So since the beginning, we have tried to embed these projects inside the offer. And clearly, we need basically a value proposition for the farmer. That means that when we go to visit a farmer, we cannot talk about land restoration or biodiversity enhancement. He would not understand. But if I'm talking about reducing his costs because I'm reducing the amount of nutrients that he's losing from his land, something will immediately reconnect my help to a very concrete benefit for the farmer. So this is what we also help basically our sales rep to sell to the farmers, a very tangible value that has probably nothing to do with the restoration or the enhancement, but has always a lot to do with concrete improvements. And more we try to go there together with value chain partners, people that will buy that production at the end, or that are already marketing sustainability to consumers that are interested in a more sustainable sourcing for themselves, because this will represent for the farmer an opportunity of additional market access. And this is usually the most important leverage that we can use, because when they realize that they have an additional chance to sell their production, usually they are ready to implement whatever measure, because this is what is going to make also their income more stable for the future.
All right, thank you. Is there a direct question to Mr. De Vivo now from the audience? All right, please.
Thank you. Marion Hammer from Global Nature Fund. The recently published report on the state of nature in the European Union underlines that the intensification of agriculture is the biggest problem for biodiversity, and on the other side, about 50% of our species are depending on extensive agriculture. So my question is how you make sure that the benefits for biodiversity of the multifunctional field margin concept is not eaten by the intensification of agriculture in the field itself.
Usually what makes the land that we use, this marginal and less productive land, not suitable for production, is the fact that either it's less fertile or it's difficult to access. Perhaps you cannot go there with your tractor. And so, I mean, we don't compete directly with production. And this is the secret. If you have a 5% of this marginal land on each farm, it is possibly very easy to have an objective of managing, for example, 3%. So a little bit more than half. And without competing with productivity, without competing with intensification, but giving even the opportunity for some crops to have a better intensification. Because, for example, for crops that are really benefited by intensive pollination, through field margins, we know that we can grow the productivity of these crops. And we can attract beneficial insects as well. So we can also benefit the productivity and benefit the intensification. I mean, the two things, I know it seems counterintuitive, but they can go together. Not everywhere and not always, but they can go together. Yes, perhaps.
All right, thank you, Mr. De Vivo. Now we'll move to the open questions and answer sessions. I saw already Mr. Clay waving his hand, and there's also a direct question to him on the screen. So I don't know if you are going to answer that or comment on the previous discussion, but...
Well, I just wanted to follow up on the question that had just come in. There's an article that just was published in the Royal Society with Richard Pywell as the lead author, and it's basically wildlife-friendly farming increases crop yield. And what is the basis of this article is something that at least I discovered about 10 years ago when I was writing a book on ag commodities, and basically found that for 21 different commodities, producers could take between 5 and 8 to 10% of land out of production and actually produce more on what was left. So the 92%, they intensified that production. And they also reduced soil erosion and other environmental impacts by half. They also created wildlife habitat, and they brought in biodiversity. And what this article is talking about is intensification, ecological intensification, and sustainable intensification of production. And the two can go hand in hand. The U.S. government had a program that paid farmers to take land out of production that was marginal, and it came to 8% of total ag production in the U.S. over a period of about 20 years, and that reduced soil erosion by 50% in the country, and it created habitat for a lot of biodiversity. So I think we have to be thoughtful about what we mean by these different things, and I think bringing biodiversity and bringing ecosystem services back into the agricultural landscape is the goal of everybody. Not farming marginal land and creating environmental impacts is also a way to avoid that. But anyway, I just wanted to get that answer on the table too. In terms of, I think the question on the board is, could you describe the difference made in Irish food policy and role of the government?
Yes.
Well, I don't think anybody is going to get farmers to voluntarily give up production data and impact data and allow people onto their farm collecting data and doing that for all farmers in the country. And yet that's what has happened in Ireland because the country has become involved. Now, this system is not perfect. There's a lot of things that still need to be done on it, but it is the first step of any government to actually begin to collect this kind of data, make it available to farmers themselves so they can see where they are in terms of their neighbors and other farmers and help them learn more quickly. We're hoping that a second country will come in and raise the bar and do a similar thing. But this is like when a company does its first sustainability report, it's not exactly the report you would like to see in 5 or 10 years or even in the first year, but they've got to start somewhere. And I would say the sustainability report that Ireland just published is better than most first efforts by any company I've ever seen. And so I think it's actually interesting. It can absolutely be improved, and I think all of our comments to them could help make that better. But let's get another government to sign up to do the same thing, either for the whole of food exports, for domestic production, for a single crop even. It would be amazing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clay. Mr. Lehesvirta wanted to reflect on the previous presentation.
Yes, thanks. I shortly go back to previous presentation where I saw quite many typical elements which are typical for forest certification schemes. And my question is, have you done any kind of benchmarking or comparison between forest certification schemes and your concept in your developments? And then do you see that forest sector and agriculture could cooperate more with the ecosystem service and biodiversity indicator development?
Absolutely. I mean, quickly, the answer is yes, and we also cooperate with some companies that are involved in managed forests for several different types of production. And we have also developed specific protocols for agroforestry. So we have seen that the combination of certain crops and forest can be particularly beneficial in some ecosystems. For example, we have a project in Latin America where the protection of the forest is done with the cultivation of tea. And this helps create a protection for the forest, but also helps create corridors around the forest. And this was developed together with clearly other experts of forest management. So I see many different connections and overlaps in the two activities, definitely. If I may add also something just to echo what basically was said before about the farmers providing their data. We are providing every year 3,600 farms with a specific report that is showing how is their performance compared to the other farmers in the same area farming the same crops with the similar tools. And we have seen that these farmers are more and more available then to share their data just because they are getting a value. So they are not giving their data for free, but they are getting a service. And I think this could be a good opportunity.
All right, thank you, Mr. De Vivo. I see a good question actually on the board, and let's go around the table. So for all the panelists, in your view, what are the platforms that would be needed to actually drive innovation in forestry and agriculture in the most effective manner?
Yeah, that was my comment. What I just made, that we should work more together, and there are, when I have been participating tree plantation projects with the WWF and other forums where the focus has been on tree plantations, and then there have been agriculture field nearby with totally different kind of thinking and practical solutions when thinking environmental impact. So there has been discussion, for example, in WWF New Generation tree plantation platform, that there should be more links and connections to agriculture in the forum, which is very valuable. It's international. There are business players and NGOs and researchers together discussing the same issues which are discussed somewhere else on agriculture side, but without real contacts.
All right. I've picked up a few cornerstones here, and it's about the way we interact, and it's about the way we cooperate, and it's about sharing best practices here. But Ms. Belanger, would you like to sort of take the stand and elaborate on the question? And I also read a bit more accurately the question, and it also contained the component that it should be participative, so each and every one of us could sort of be in the discussion or in the activities.
I'm not clear exactly what the question, what the platforms that are referred to, what it is referring to. However, what is needed to promote and scale up innovation in forestry and agriculture is, I think, and I will be rewording what has been done before, to find solutions that are locally adapted because of the variety of types of agriculture, of context, the climate change, the changing environment, and the different resources also that are available. So innovation is needed on a local basis to address local challenges.
In our experience, we saw that the most successful projects in all the regions are all multi-stakeholder platforms, where actually we put together all the major companies and institutions that are present on that territory. So, for example, we involve usually the local universities, machinery producers, local experts, either of soil or biodiversity, banks, insurances, because the change of management practices at farm level requires for the farmer, first of all, a lot of trust. So he needs to feel safe that is not going to do something wrong or something that can harm his activity. But also, from a social perspective, we should not undervalue what it means for someone to change a practice that was probably there for centuries. And so it's important to understand that they need to be supported from several different points of view. Also financially and with all the education that may be needed.
So I think there's a couple of things that I would emphasize. I think that the business case trumps theoretical values every time. And we've got to understand what is actually going to work for the players that we're trying to get to change, whether it's farmers or companies along the value chain or whatever. We found, for example, that talking about biodiversity with coffee producers in Central America didn't really motivate them to change. But if you told them that retiring 18 hectares of coffee land in marginal areas and bringing in bees under trees in that area would actually increase productivity for a 1.5 kilometer radius by 30%. Other farmers would pay that farmer to take his land out of coffee because they would all make more money. So I think finding where biodiversity has value and proving it to farmers is really important. Doesn't mean we'll get all of the biodiversity we want, but it's a good start and it gets us moving in the right direction. I also think that blunt tools don't work. I think saying that 5% or 10% of land should come out of production across the board, every farmer, that doesn't actually work well. There are some areas that are much more marginal than others, and we need to acknowledge that. And I think that just being a little nuanced about this is important. One way to do that is to focus on what the results are that we want, rather than the practice to get us there. If we focus on the results and measure it, and if it's biodiversity, if it's habitat cover, if it's riparian area protection, let's focus on it, let's get there, let's let people find 1,000 different ways to be innovative and get there, but let's encourage the innovation, because we're going to need innovation to solve a lot of the problems ahead of us. We don't want to discourage that. Just as an aside, I would say the platform that does the most to discourage innovation is subsidies from government. Subsidies kill innovation because they encourage a continuation of what is happening. And that's probably the single biggest platform that we need to dismantle.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clay. Let's take short answers from UPM and Syngenta, who are forerunners in their fields. There's a question, could forerunners cooperate with national business and biodiversity platforms to enhance the whole sector to scale up? So, Mr. Lehesvirta, how do you feel?
Cooperation is good term to describe how to do it. Achieving together. We can't achieve anything alone, and we need to have this kind of national platforms to promote sustainability in forestry sector, for example in Finland with FIPS, which is a good example of national platform in Finland.
All right, and Mr. Vivo, please.
Yes, definitely this could help a lot, and we are available. What we did already a few years ago was to share systematically with all the local stakeholders our protocols, also for incorporation, for example, in the rural development plans in Europe, and because we thought that it was an important step. Sometimes I must say that already many things changed in the last 15 years. We still feel a little bit like Cinderella not invited to the ball, because we still feel that many institutions are afraid of working with agriculture companies to implement this sort of initiatives.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vivo. I'd like to thank our speakers once more. And the next item on my agenda is coffee break at Helsinki Hall lobby. So I'd like to declare the session closed. Thank you very much for participating.
Just like to make one quick housekeeping announcement. On the program, there was a notification that the closed session of a global partnership would occur today. That's a mistake. The global partnership meeting is tomorrow, starting at 4 o'clock, and it will be at the Ministry of Environment. So those of you who are going know who you are, but it's tomorrow, not today. So that was a misprint in the program. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for having invited me to facilitate this session on procurement and supply chain. Today we have a really good and interesting panel. We have Mr. Rick Longenga, who is Executive Director of the Union for Ethical Biotrade, followed by Mr. Wijnand, is that? Wijnand. Sorry, Brouwer, Deputy Director of CREM, Mr. Jankes Wies, who you've heard earlier this morning, who is the Global Director of Sustainable Sourcing at Unilever, and Ms. Kirsten Sims, who is Good Business Journey Analyst at Woolworths. By the way, that's a really nice title you have. So I've been asked to provide an initial introduction to the issue of procurement supply chain from the biodiversity perspective. I will use a bit the example of the thinking that we've been doing at the Responsible Ecosystem Sourcing Platform to be able, hopefully, to give some food for thought for the presentations and for the panel discussion that we'll have later on. So really quickly, as I think most of you don't know, RESP, Responsible Ecosystem Sourcing Platform, was established in 2013. And it was established with a mission to take collective action towards promoting net positive impacts through the sustainable use of natural capital. We work with 3 industries, fashion, cosmetics, and jewelry. And at the moment, we have 41 members, of which 36 are companies and 5 are institutions, mostly research institutions and think tanks. So what I'm going to start is by providing you kind of like a general glance of how we at RESP see the value chain when it's linked to natural capital. So as was already mentioned earlier today, there's the different tiers. We have the consumers, the retailers, the brands, the transformation, the processing processes, and the producers. And we have here the little trees that represent ecosystem services. And as you know, throughout the value chain, ecosystem services provide a series of goods and services to each of the actors in the supply chain, be it from biodiversity or through minerals, through energy, through fossil fuels. At the same time, each of the points of the value chain have specific emissions, whether it's emissions of the production processes, of the waste being produced, and that could be either going back to the ground or emitted to the air. Luckily, natural capital has a regeneration potential, so we also consider that within the formula of the different flows. And finally, what we see is that in the traditional value chain, you see an increase of value added as you go up the value chain. In economic terms, many of the times you see the biggest margins and the biggest profits being correlated to the amount of perceived added value. Having given this kind of general overview of how we see a value chain, here are 2 examples of more elaborate mappings of value chains that we work at RESP. On the left-hand side, you see the reptile skins, typical value chain, supply chain. On the right, you see the one for wool. Basically, what this means is that even though you do or you can have a general idea of the definition of a value chain, every value chain is quite different one to the other. For this reason, in RESP and the membership, have decided to focus on a number of areas where we believe that value chains are similar with regards to the overall material categories. So in this case, RESP focuses on colored gemstones for jewelry, on natural ingredients for cosmetics and fragrance, and then we have reptile skins and wool fibers with regards to the fashion industry. But going into that, you might think, well, you know, if you need to divide the value chains to their minimum denominator, then it's quite difficult to advance on the systemic changes that we need. There was a lot of discussion this morning about the need for collaboration, the need for a bigger picture, and the systemic changes to really drive a change with regards to biodiversity, sustainable use, and conservation. So how do we then tackle that? After about a year and a half of discussions within RESP, there's actually 5 work streams where RESP members thought that it was possible to collaborate on a pre-competitive level. So that means that in these 5 areas, companies see that there is shared opportunities to share information, to share data on the production systems, talking about what is best practice and sharing that across the industry. This is not seen as a competitive advantage of one company versus the other. In regards to, you can't really manage what you don't measure. This is seriously taken at RESP, and clearly impact and monitoring indicators and systems and reporting systems are something that there is a willingness to share. Traceability. A number of people earlier this morning did mention the importance of traceability, and these industries see that traceability should be something that can provide a level playing field. So, of course, there's some traceability initiatives right now that can provide a certain comparative advantage with regards to communication or marketing for a certain number of companies. But overall, if we are to advance with regards to management and sustainable use, traceability is an aspect. Consumption. And consumption is really understanding the risks and opportunities related to this. And finally, with regards to the access of information and information systems that provides this data to help inform decision making. And clearly, capacity building and education across the value chain, which most of the time is shared by many competitors. So in looking at that and trying to visualize how that then is reflected in the value chain, we see that at least in the case of RESP, our focus on the production systems is really at the production, the first early stages of the supply chain, whereas as was noted by the presentation for Caring, I think, we see that most of the land's use and transformation impacts are at this stage. So what do we try to do with production systems? Well, first of all, is to help in resource efficiency, in eliminating these emissions and helping regenerate the power of nature so that it acts as a more effective system. As an example of the type of production systems works that we're undertaking, for instance, in Indonesia, we're bringing together the cosmetics industry and the fashion industry to work on landscape management in and around palm oil, where agroforestry systems help in increasing the yields and the effective efficiency of these plantations. And at the same time, for those of you that might not know it, the workers of plant oil plantations, the palm oil plantations, are actually the ones that harvest and collect skins from pythons. So there is really a good opportunity of 2 industries coming together to work on a landscape management level. Another example is Patagonia in grasslands, where sheep production is collaborating with wild collectors and harvested of guanaco, which is a South American native camelid, and also looking at how these 2 kind of industries can work together in the restoration and maintenance of grasslands. There's a lot of other examples of how these inter-industry efforts can help in going from species management to more of a broader landscape management within the value chain. With regards to impact and monitoring, there was a whole session on valuation, and clearly one of the big issues that we need to solve at this point is to be able to put quantifiable indicators, and not only in economic terms, but starting really from indicators that can help us monitor and assess impact in a quantifiable and measurable way. In this case, for instance, two of the projects that are being undertaken is the development of ecosystem-level life cycle assessment type indicators to help in better improving these life cycle assessment methods. At the species level, it's more related to, for instance, non-detriment findings, which is a tool which is widely used by the Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species. Finally, in the case of traceability, what we aim to do is to actually make the natural capital more visible throughout the supply chain. And finally, well, one of the examples that we have is the work that we're undertaking around the traceability of the reptile skins industry, where we actually hope to prove that traceability going all the way back, at least to the ecoregion, is feasible. In this case, what we're doing is we're actually undertaking a unique identifier, which is like a fingerprint of reptile skins. And through an algorithm, we're able to track the skin from the final product, whether it's a watch bracelet or a bag, into the original skin that it came from. And here are the different processes of the supply chain. What is important here is that traceability is one of the most important issues to be able to actually manage effectively all of these issues around sustainable use of biodiversity. And secondly, traceability is feasible. It can be done. Technology is not a limitation. And there's always economic options that are linked to the added value that this increases. So again, I hope that this provides some initial food for thought for the discussions. And before I pass to the first presentation, I have been asked by the organizers to, they will, over the course of the session, provide you, the audience, with a number of questions. I don't know if the first question can be put already up there. So basically, the organizer are asking if you could respond to those questions very quickly, either by sending an SMS to the number there, or by accessing the website. And in the website, you'll see polls. If you link to the polls and you answer that first question, and we'll have two other questions throughout the session, and we'll also be able to share the responses with you. Okay? So with that, I'll give the floor to Mr. Rick Longenga, Executive Director of the Union for Ethical Biotrade.
All right. Thank you very much, Eduardo, and good afternoon, everybody. So yes, I've been asked to make a short presentation on, I think it's called the drivers for sustainable or responsible sourcing. I'm the Executive Director, Union for Ethical Biotrade. I must say that as an organization, we're working particularly on food, cosmetic, and pharmaceutical sectors. And we work with companies that are working with specialty ingredients. So if I talk about drivers, I'm talking about our point of view, and I'm not talking necessarily about the big commodities or other sectors. I'm specifically talking about specialty ingredients in the cosmetics, pharma, and food sector. As an organization, we have a little bit of a hybrid strategy. We are an association. We exchange best practices. We also try to promote change. And we have a standard, and we do verify against that standard. When we talk about biodiversity, we speak about often about ethical sourcing of biodiversity. If you look at the CBD is a development convention, has development objectives, and there are 3 objectives, and I find that a lot of time when you talk about biodiversity, the focus goes towards species, plants and animals, and we forget about sustainable use and the benefit sharing. Whereas if you talk about ethical sourcing of biodiversity, it becomes a little bit broader. And the standard that we have includes aspects related to benefit sharing, more kind of equitable trade practices, as well as conservation practices. So, from our point of view, we see 3 main trends or drivers. One is a growing biodiversity awareness among consumers. And this has been brought up earlier in the discussions already. The Aichi target number 1, so the first objective for 2020 of the CBD, is that consumers are aware about biodiversity. And for the last 6 years, since 2009, we have been conducting, or we've assigned market research companies to do research among consumers and ask them, have you heard about biodiversity, yes or no? If you say yes, can you define it? It's an open question. And then a number of additional questions are asked, kind of what the expectations are towards consumers. So over the last years, we have this research has been conducted in 16 countries. They take national representative samples, and 47,000 consumers have been interviewed by now. And what is interesting is that the level of awareness of biodiversity is slowly growing. And this is not strange, because biodiversity was introduced as a term in the 1980s, so 1985, and it's only being taught at schools now. So our research finds, for example, that young people are much more aware about biodiversity than older people, because they learn about it at school, and that's what they indicated as well. So we ask, where have you learned about biodiversity? The majority says school. Higher incomes are, of course, people with higher incomes are more aware. But interestingly enough, it's also consumers in emerging economies that are more aware. So China has quite high awareness rates. Brazil, very high awareness rates. We've just done Mexico for the first time this year, and the Mexicans were very aware about the issue, were able to define it. Higher than in my own country, which is the Netherlands, or for example in Germany or the UK. This is relevant for companies because they see that over the years awareness of consumers is growing. That in the countries where their future markets are, the big growth markets are at this moment, awareness is already high. And the issue of biodiversity, for example, in Brazil, is a real issue around consumers. Consumers also expect companies to take action. They say, a lot of them say biodiversity is essential to them, but they cannot necessarily translate or know what to do about biodiversity. They say, yes, it's important for us, but we cannot translate this in actual action. So this is an opportunity for companies. If you can offer a solution, you can say, buy this product and you contribute to biodiversity conservation. This is an option, an opportunity. So over time, we do feel, or we do see that biodiversity awareness is growing. And this is something that, that companies are realizing, and realize as well that they need to somehow respond to this. For this year, for the first time, we did interview randomly some people on the street around the issue of biodiversity. And I just wanted to show you this little video, because we've had discussions about how much do the consumers know. And this gives you a good snapshot of what consumers are responding in different countries in the world when we talk about the issue of biodiversity. And I hope the sound is coming through.
We depend on biodiversity for food, clean water, and medicine. If we don't conserve biodiversity, no amount of money will save us. Consumers and businesses have a crucial role to play. Each year, UEBT researches people's awareness of biodiversity, what they expect from companies, and how this affects their purchasing decisions.
Biodiversity है क्या आप लोग खुद को नहीं know nothing about biodiversity. Dizendo que eu, na minha cabeça, seja vida. Em diversidade se escreva. Hay aves, animales, insectos, reptiles que obviamente deben ser cuidados. Les espèces, la cohabitation de l'ensemble des espèces vivantes dans leur milieu. Care of the environment and sustainability. Todas las especies vivas, los ecosistemas, plants, animals, and flora naturales. Ja, natürlich. Ja. I've realized how important it is. You know, it does seem to be one of those things you can push in the back of your mind all the time. So you think, whatever, someone else will deal with it. Weil ja alles miteinander funktioniert, also alles miteinander, also sich gegenseitig benötigt. Es el hogar donde vivo, es el hogar que va a quedar para mis hijos, para mis nietos, para mis futuras generaciones. Porque es muy bonita. Maar als ik me dan tegelijkertijd afvraag van, wat doe ik daar dan eigenlijk aan, denk ik nou... I think it would be important, but whether I understand what impact I have and what it does, it's probably something else. Parce qu'on n'est que des passages et pour ceux qui suivront, ça serait bien que les espèces qu'on a aujourd'hui soient préservées. So que es parte de mí que tengo que poner en mi parte. So we should also take care of nature, we should also try and make sure that we keep a balance. Mais je pense que c'est peut-être un engagement plus large de la part des politiques et des associations. बिल्कुल रखना चाहिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है हमारी हेल्थ के लिए papel empresarial acaba sendo muito maior que das pessoas físicas. Goed, collega, als je natuurlijk dingen waar ik ook van achter sta. Maar in het kader van biodiversiteit weet ik precies hoe ik dat moet vormgeven. Man sieht auch, dass nachher irgendwie modern wird, geschickt wird. Ob das jetzt bis runter in alle Ebenen geht, weil die große ich weiß es nicht. Naar buiten kan je gewoon aanvertellen, maar wat er werkelijk gebeurt, daar kom je als vertegenwoordiger iets überhaupt achter. Ja, nog wat komt door de mond. Dat ik het wel belangrijk vind dat het geen werk geweest. यहाँ पे जितनी भी कंपनीज है वो अपने प्रॉफिट के लिए दिखा तो देते हैं कि हम वी आर कंट्रोलिंग बायोडाइवर्सिटी और आई डोंट थिंक सो कि वो लोग कुछ करते होंगे wat is jouw rituals misschien, maar je kan het nog zeggen. I know a lot of companies are very, very aware of this. To be competitive in the current market, indeed they need to be.
Biodiversity awareness is growing around the world. What are you doing about biodiversity?
So it's clear that awareness may be growing, but I don't think that at this moment there's a lot of people that will go to a shop and make a conscious purchasing decision based on biodiversity. Now I've lost my... No, it's here. But it is something that is becoming more and more important. Yeah, I was given 15 minutes, I think. But, so the next point that we see as a driver is that there's growing business recognition of biodiversity. So it is one of the core UN conventions, and this is growing within the business agenda. We every year do research on the top 100 beauty companies, and we do see in 2009 there were only 13 companies that mentioned biodiversity in the external reporting, and this year in 2015 36 of the companies actually mentioned biodiversity. Still only 36. But it's still it tripled over the last 6 years. Then another one, and this has not been mentioned, I think, at all so far, is the issue of access and benefit sharing. So consumers are increasingly interested in naturals, so there's a natural trend. Companies are launching products with natural ingredients, and of course, if you do that, you need to do research and development based on naturals, based on nature, based on biodiversity. And if you do research and development based on biodiversity, then you fall within the context of the Nagoya Protocol, which was adopted last year. And you need to follow access and benefit sharing requirements. And the European Union adopted this year, or it went into force last year, I think, the EU regulation on access and benefit sharing. And this means that companies that are working with nature-based R&D, they need to develop due diligence systems. They need to understand where their ingredients that they're researching, where they are from, and if they need to share benefits or not. And important countries like Brazil, India, China, South Africa, all have legislation in place regarding ABS. And what you find is 2 years ago we talked to companies and we drew completely blank on the issue of ABS. The European Union puts a regulation in place. And now all the companies that are working on this through their business associations are working on the issue of ABS. They're explaining where this comes from, how it relates to the CBD. So it's a clear driver for companies at least to think and talk about the issue of biodiversity. So this means that this has direct implications, those trends at the level of marketing for a company, at the level of sourcing, and at the level of innovation. And just to go back on the issue of marketing, there's this Brazilian company which is called Nativa. They are exporter of sugar, but they also have final products. And they have started now to come up with products, and you see them here, in which they put forward those species that they find in their fields because of the biodiversity practices. And all those little animals they have on the supermarket shelves, they have special displays, and they are saying, you know, buy this sugar, and at the same time you conserve biodiversity. However, if we ask the consumers, which brands do you associate with biodiversity, the results are very, very low. I think there's only one country, and that is Brazil, where Natura is associated by about 50% of the consumers with the issue of biodiversity. Which means there's still an opportunity for companies out there as well to put forward the issue and get associated with it. So it's still untrodden territory. And just, I don't know how much time I have, and we'll try to go through this very fast, but just to try to make this a little bit more concrete, there's a company called Simrise. They work with flavors and fragrance companies. Flavors and fragrance, you probably don't know them, but they're a supplier of many of the food and cosmetics companies. They have a 2.1 billion euro turnover, and they've recently set up a biodiversity agenda. And where you can see in the vision is that they want to be able to offer to their consumers, to their clients, innovative and ethically sourced solutions based on biodiversity. So this is where their business case comes from. How can we offer something new to our clients? And for that, they have set targets, and they say that they're going to set up centers of excellence around biodiversity research in Brazil, Madagascar. They will introduce all the access and benefit sharing requirements in their R&D. They look at their strategic raw materials. So there's a whole series of actions that they then need to put in place to get there. Another company, an example, Veleda, you may have heard about it. It's an organic cosmetics company, medium-sized. They are using many different ingredients from all over the world for their products. They are positioning themselves as an ethical company, so it's important for them to really understand what their supply chains look like. And what they've decided is to set up a management system, adopt a standard that includes biodiversity-related issues such as endangered species, sustainable wild collection, these type of things. They did their supplier assessment, and they released their suppliers based on the respect for biodiversity. And the supplier release included self-assessments, ratings by suppliers, and sometimes they needed to audit them or provide additional support. And what is interesting for them, so they found a business case. For them, it's important to make sure that the image that they're portraying is backed up by the practices. They need to reduce, they reduce their reputational risks, they secure the supply chains, and they build up trust. And I know I'm going over time, but I will disobey my orders. And the final one is a company which is called Martin Bauer. They're working with herbs and spices. They're the world leader, market leader on herbal teas, sourcing from all over the world, as you can see. 200 different plants, so it's clearly biodiversity. There's about 250,000 local people involved all around the world. And what they have done is they've recently introduced in their standards specific biodiversity issues. And they've started to work with their suppliers on concrete biodiversity actions, biodiversity action plans, sustainable use practices, respect for labor rights, pricing, these type of things. And that right now is being sold in the German supermarkets. But interestingly enough, it's sold with a label, which is UT certified, which is not known for biodiversity. So UBT is working with them on the biodiversity issues. They get a label granted for UT certified. And this is something that is just standing for sustainability in general, because the consumer itself is not necessarily ready for on-packet communication on the issue of biodiversity. And that's it. You can read my conclusions as I hand over to Eduardo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. And thanks for the timekeepers that are doing the dirty job of facilitator. Well, first of all, I'm going to pass, and so we'll see as a first point the responses received from the first question that were given to you by the organizers. Okay, so we can see that there's a clear indication that, yeah, most of you think that we're less than halfway. So with that, I don't know if the panel wants to comment on this first initial question.
There's an article in Science that came out last year, which we actually contributed to, which came to the same conclusion. So this is true.
So thanks for the confirmation. Can we go to the second question? That we'll ask you to do the same, and I'm really glad that there's a lot of participation. So how can we get more business, especially SMEs, to value and consider biodiversity? Okay, so please send your responses either by SMS or through the website, and then we'll look at the response after the following presentation. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a maximum of 2 questions. If anyone has very specific clarifications from Rick, otherwise there will be quite enough time after all the presentations to discuss as a panel. Are there any questions of clarification at this point for Rick's presentation? No? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go then directly to the next presentation from Whitenand.
I'll do it myself.
Oh, thanks. Brouwer, the Deputy Director of CREM.
Okay, thank you. It's Wijnand, but everybody in another country immediately turns it into Wijnand. So you can just use Wijnand. Well, good to hear that awareness regarding biodiversity is increasing. Of course, the big question, I guess, will be to what extent that awareness also translates into buying behavior. For private consumers, but definitely also, I would say, for the government procurement that I'm going to talk about. I think a lot of issues that have been mentioned today, be it about consumption, be it about environmental profit and loss accounts, be it about the challenge of actually doing what you say, also comes back in the whole biodiversity, the procurement part. Government, to a large extent, is a big buyer. Of course, not for all product groups. The European Commission also has a policy on green public procurement, and in 2008 they also decided on 10 specific target groups, 10 high priority product groups for green public procurement. And it was based on procurement level. It was based also on the idea of what kind of environmental benefit could we actually get from these product groups. Some of these product groups were, for example, furniture. It was about textiles, energy, construction, ITC within offices, paper. Those are the kind of product groups where government's actually a big procurer, a big buyer, you could say. And from that sense, of course, government could also be a launching customer. It could act as a big client for companies that take that next step with regard to biodiversity. And of course, the big question is, how can you achieve that and how can you actually do that? In the Netherlands, we also have a sustainable public procurement policy in place. We have 6 different product clusters, and in those 6 clusters, we have 48 different product groups. And for all of these product groups, different criteria have been developed, partly based on the criteria that we have on a European level, but also partly based on the market reality that you would have in the Netherlands as well. There's a focus on both social and environmental issues. There's also a focus on bio-based. There's a focus on circular economy. And of course, when you talk about these different policy themes, the question is also to what extent does it also already address biodiversity? To what extent could there also be trade-offs if you're talking about bio-based, for example, and a shift from non-renewable to renewable? And I think it would be interesting to see to what extent it is actually already integrated. In 2013, UNEP did a study globally, basically, to see, okay, what kind of environmental aspects are cited by national governments as being a priority. And what you see, and not surprisingly, of course, energy scores very high. CO2 and other emissions, waste, water, hazardous substances, they all score very high when you're talking about those priorities. Biodiversity, 25%, which to a certain extent I would think is not even that bad. Of course, important to realize those issues that score a lot higher also relate to the drivers when you're talking about the loss of biodiversity. So even if it was not mentioned, government would still, to a very high extent, focus on very important drivers of the loss of biodiversity. So why that focus? Well, like I said, the role as a launching customers for companies that set that extra step. In the Netherlands, we have a specific business and biodiversity initiative as well, which is called the Platform on Biodiversity Ecosystems and Economy. And you see that the front runners within that platform also expect the government to take that extra step and to also, to a certain extent, reward the steps that they are taking as companies, especially if the government for you is an important client. More than this, also, a focus on biodiversity in sustainable public procurement could also add to all kinds of policy objectives. Like it's also been shown this morning, for example, when you talk about green infrastructure, on building with nature, there are lots of relations between biodiversity and other societal needs. If you talk about health, if you talk about climate adaptation, for example, there's a very clear link. So integrating a focus on biodiversity within public procurement can also help government to reach other objectives as a government. And especially also if you source locally, which to a certain extent I think is also a trend where you see that not only government but even also companies try to find local resources and try to close the loops. And if you source locally, then focusing on biodiversity and focusing on the benefits, the win-win situations between biodiversity and other policy objectives could be a real asset. When you're talking about sustainable public procurement, total cost of ownership, life cycle costing is really interesting. This morning already a few things were explained also by TrueCost, for example, about looking at the whole life cycle of products, looking at the whole life cycle of services. And when you look at that whole life cycle, you could also look at the costs, not just the direct costs, which could be procurement, in the use phase and also in the waste phase, but also at the externalities. And especially, I guess, when you're talking about governments, who in the long run may also pay for these externalities, by also focusing on externalities and integrating them into life cycle costing, could be an opportunity to make the right decision in your procurement strategy. And of course, through sustainable public procurement, also try to influence the buying behavior of private persons, but also of corporate, of companies. And also the companies that may use those same criteria in their purchasing decisions, and the companies that want to meet the public procurement criteria by asking the questions to their suppliers. Looking at sustainable public procurement, in practice what you see are different levels of integration of environmental aspects and social aspects. The basic level would be to prescribe. You have minimum requirements. In many cases, they focus on the use of hazardous substances, the use of sustainably produced wood, for example. And of course, in using minimum requirements as a government, you must be sure that you will have enough suppliers that can actually meet those criteria, because otherwise your tender wouldn't work. This will already lead to some kind of a, you could say, a basis in the market where you say, okay, we will not go below this as a government. To take it a step further would be to use the award criteria. And that's more about actually challenging the market, about challenging the suppliers and the producers to take a step further. And of course, this provides the opportunity to also focus on maybe technological innovation, which is not common practice yet, but you already have the front runners in the market that could take that extra step. For example, by integrating more recycled content in the product, maybe also by further reducing the energy use of the product or the service. So technical innovation, again, I guess the profit for biodiversity could even be a bit higher. The third level would be functional specification, where you do not ask for a specific product or you ask for a specific service, but basically you ask for a functionality to the market, and you ask the market to come up with the best solution for this. So if you're talking about an office space, for example, you wouldn't ask the market to supply, let's say, desks and chairs. Now you would ask the market to supply a solution for people to work in the office. And there you would find concepts which were also mentioned this morning already, like building with nature, when you're talking about procurement of infrastructure, for example, and construction, green infrastructure. This is the level, I guess, where you would find more opportunities of actually looking at the different services that biodiversity provides and using biodiversity and those services in the kind of functionalities that you need. And that could also lead to benefits from the viewpoint of costs in the use phase, in the waste phase, but also related to those externalities. Of course, there's also European legislation regarding procurement. You cannot just do anything, do everything. There's a directive from 2014, which also talks about the most economically advantageous tender. You do not have to necessarily limit your decision to price, but you can also involve other aspects. And life cycle costing is, from that respect, an interesting example. So companies can, or governments can actually stimulate innovation in this sense. So it's not just about awarding, but also about stimulating innovation. So what to do then, if you already have a procurement policy in place as a government, like most governments already have? Well, first of all, if you look at your product group, of course, again, a whole focus on the supply chain. Not really new, I think in green public procurement, that was also already part of the game. The graph that you see on the right side on the top is there. You can see that in certain sectors, the indirect impact on biodiversity is much higher than the direct impact. A high direct impact you would find, for example, in oil and gas. A high indirect impact would probably be in something like food processing. And then if you look at the whole supply chain, this example is for textiles or corporate wear, when you're talking about procurement, you would see that probably in the raw materials phase, and I think it was also shown by the EPNL this morning, the potential impact on biodiversity could be the highest, for example, because of cotton production. In this way, you could have a look at the different product groups that you focus your public procurement on and develop some kind of a biodiversity heat map. Where you would look at the different product groups, look at the different drivers of the loss of biodiversity, land conversion, pollution, climate change, overexploitation, invasive species, but also at potential positive contributions, and score those product groups. And of course, this score is based on potential impact, because the real impact will depend on the specific production location and the environment. And in many cases, you will probably find that, for example, land conversion can be a big issue. And when I showed you the graph about what are the key issues, the priority issues that were mentioned, basically land use wasn't part of that. While land use, of course, is a very important factor in this respect. If you have such an overview, then you could also have a look at the criteria, which you're currently using also within public procurement, and try to see, okay, so what do we already cover by the current criteria, and what are we maybe missing up until now? And, of course, when you're missing something, the big question will be, can the market produce what we would like to have in this respect? This could also lead to some kind of a materiality matrix, where on the one side you would have the impact on biodiversity, could be negative, could also be positive, of course. And on the horizontal axis, one big question would be, are there market solutions for this? Are there alternatives available in the market and that already provide a solution to a certain impact? Are there already alternatives available that provide a positive contribution that you could get? And there are also ways in procurement to do market research before you do the tender and to actually discuss with market partners what is possible and to tailor your tender to that. Life cycle costing benefits could be actual benefits translating into real financial benefits, could also be benefits from the viewpoint of externalities. And in the end, somewhere, somehow, someone will pay for those externalities. Again, when you source locally, those externalities could be very relevant for the specific government. And also contributions to policy, like I explained. If in a certain area, procuring certain products with maybe a positive influence on biodiversity could also have a positive influence on other policy objectives, like maybe climate adaptation or maybe health. And this would give you an idea as a government to see, okay, what should we focus on first and what could be next. There are very specific challenges as well, of course, and I mentioned 3 here. One is, at the bottom right, product composition. To what extent does government, but also do producers know what the composition of a specific product is? To what extent is traceability possible? Especially, I guess, in commodity markets, it may be very difficult to actually trace the raw materials in a product back to the actual production location. And when you're talking about biodiversity impacts, it's very location specific. So if you do life cycle costing, then what does that mean in a supply chain which is not fully traceable? So this is a challenge. Another challenge, top right, would be price. The fact that still a lot of decisions in public procurement are made based on price. It was already said today as well, that within a company, the procurement officer will look very differently at these issues. Probably the same goes for the procurement officer within government. And finally, life cycle costing. Very interesting concept to also be able to internalize externalities in procurement decisions, but an important precondition is that you can actually quantify and monetize the impact on biodiversity. And it will be interesting, I think, also to see to what extent the Natural Capital Protocol, for example, could provide solutions for this for valuation. These are some of the challenges. Governments, I guess, to a growing extent are focusing on the issue of natural capital in general, the issue of biodiversity more specifically, but these challenges will need to be overcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's clear and how the day has evolved, and clearly looking, first of all, at the importance of not only focusing at the levels of the, let's say, the first tier of the supply chain, especially when it comes to biodiversity, the importance of really going all the way back to the source where a lot of the important impacts happen. It was interesting to see, the 2 different approaches with regards to the importance of the consumer. From the first perspective, the consumer as people, the second as governance. But overall,
a strong message that there is an opportunity for these consumer level to drive change throughout the value chain. And what UEBT presents is a positive outlook that there is increased awareness around biodiversity, and that this can increasingly become an opportunity that companies and even governments can take advantage of. We'll go to look at the results of the second question. Okay, wow. Any reactions from the panel? No one?
I'm happy to say something. One thing I missed in this, because you say the consumer can be the government, can be the people, but it is also for SMEs often other companies. So there you get the supply chain changes, and there's a lot that is happening through supply chain changes, which is not really voluntarily, and it's also not regulation. On the issue of regulation, as I gave my example, at the moment that the European Union started or adopted a law on access and benefit sharing, we've been trying to talk to companies about this issue for years. And at the moment that the EU adopted it, 2 years later or a year later, all companies are starting to look at it. So the potential and the power of regulation is very strong. At the same time, I'm sure that companies are not dying for more regulation.
Good. As we see the next question, the same with the previous presentation, I will take maximum 2 questions. If there's any clarification, and again, we will have more time to discuss this after all the presentations. Are there any questions with regards to the last presentation? No? Everyone's quite quiet in this session. Are you thinking about the reception and drinks? Okay. So they've already displayed the third question. This is the final question. And how do you see who has the main responsibility for enhancing the business commitment to the biodiversity? Various options. And so hopefully you can continue participating as you have done in the previous 2 questions. With this, I'll invite Jan Kees from Unilever to give his presentation.
Good afternoon, those of you who are still here. I'm glad to see that you took my call for more regulation very literally in answering the second question. What I'm going to do in my second presentation today is focus on what we do in our sustainable sourcing program in relation to biodiversity specifically. You will remember from this morning that in the Unilever Sustainable Living Plan, which we launched in 2010, there are 3 big ambitious goals. 1, to help more than 1 billion people, consumers, improve their health and well-being, particularly in the area of nutrition and hygiene. Halve the environmental footprint of our products across the entire supply chain, and that includes 100% sustainable sourcing of renewable raw materials, and I will focus on that in a minute. And then enhance the livelihoods of millions of people who work or are linked into our supply chain, so smallholder farmers, micro distributors, including creating economic opportunities for women. The Sustainable Sourcing Program is one of the 9 pillars of the Sustainable Living Plan, and it contributes to quite a number of the other pillars. So one other pillar is halve the carbon footprint of Unilever supply chains. 27% of our carbon footprint is in the upstream part of the supply chain, so that is with farmers and primary processors. We have a similar commitment on halving our water footprint, and we have a commitment on, as I said, smallholder farmers. And so within procurement, we identify sustainable agriculture, eliminate deforestation, and enhancing livelihoods as the 3 main targets that we contribute to through our sustainable sourcing program. How does that work? Our sustainable sourcing program, we have looked at the entire raw material portfolio of Unilever, and it just so happens, this is coincidence, that about half of our raw materials are from renewable sources and half are from non-renewable sources. The non-renewable ones, you should think about industrial minerals, sodium phosphate, calcium carbonate, stuff that is used in fillers in detergent powder formulations. A lot of that is packaging, metal for tins, glass for jars, plastic for pouches, etc., etc. The non-renewable part is altogether about 7 million tons, and so is therefore the non-renewable part. And in the renewable part, we have identified the 10 largest raw material groups, which is palm oil, paper and board, soybean oil, sugar, and a couple of others. The problem, the complexity is, of course, that we do not buy 1.6 million tons of palm oil. We buy palm oil in about 200, 250 different specifications. And only a very small part of that is straight palm oil as such. A lot of it is hard stock for spreads. Even more is palm oil derived fatty alcohols that are used in soap bars. 400,000 tons in India alone. So in every raw material group, we have to deal with a lot of different specifications and a lot of different suppliers. And so we had to develop a way to manage this whole program. At the heart of it is our Sustainable Agriculture Code. On the basis of 12 years of work in lead agriculture programs on palm oil, tea, tomatoes, peas, and spinach, we have developed the Sustainable Agriculture Code, which is a generic code for sustainable farming. So it is a long list of requirements, which is accompanied by 7 implementation guides. In total, about 300, 400 pages of advice, good agricultural practices, examples of how to do things, etc., etc., etc. This is a code that is applicable, we think, across crops and across geographies. So both for edible farming and for perennials, both for herbs, less suitable for wild harvested crops, of course, because that is not a controlled production environment. So we follow a risk-based approach when we look at wild harvested crops. But it does include a chapter on animal husbandry, so we do cover dairy as one of the raw material groups and meat with the same code. And then we have developed scheme rules. The scheme rules explain to suppliers what they need to do in order for their raw material volume to be recognized, counted by Unilever as coming from a sustainable source. We use our code for 2 things. One, to benchmark existing external certification standards against the code. The code is our expression of what we believe sustainable agriculture should be. It is our line in the sand. It is, if you like, our confession. This is what we think should happen in farming. And so we have been benchmarking a large number of external standards against that code, and in the scheme rules, we actually publish what the outcome of that benchmark is. So there is an Annex 1 in the scheme rules, which lists all the external standards that we consider to be equivalent to our Sustainable Agriculture Code, and so all materials that are certified against those standards will be considered by Unilever as sustainably sourced. That includes RSPO, RTRS, Fair Trade, UEBT, but also the supplier-owned code, MABA grown from Martin Bauer, that Rick referred to, and a number of others. And then there are a number of standards which are partially equivalent to our Sustainable Agriculture Code, where we indicate on which chapters the supplier needs to do something extra. When we started this back in 2010, when we started the benchmarking, we made the commitment that whenever we would complete a benchmark, we would inform the standard owner of the outcome. And we would actually tell them that we would publish in our scheme rules whether we consider that to be equivalent to the Unilever Sustainable Agriculture Code, yes or no. I feared a massive correspondence on the results of the benchmarks, etc., etc., etc. None of that happened. We haven't had a single letter back from any of the standard owners. So either people take us for granted or they don't take note. I'm not quite sure what happens here. But this is becoming common practice. I know of many other consumer goods companies who work against an internal standard, who do benchmarking, We are members of SCI Platform, the Sustainable Agriculture Initiative platform, who have developed the Farm Sustainability Assessment, which is a code in itself. They are doing benchmarking. They have published last week the first results of the benchmarking. So there's a lot of that going on in the world of procurement. Here are the chapters in our Sustainable Agriculture Code. If you look at different standards, you will find different ways to cut this particular cake. It doesn't really matter. What we have found in all our conversations with suppliers and with farmers is that farmers are pretty comfortable with about half of those topics. They're pretty comfortable talking about agrochemicals and fuels, about soils, water, waste, and animal welfare. They're not very comfortable talking about biodiversity, energy and greenhouse gases, social and human capital, and value chain and local economy. Continuous improvement and training are sort of the overarching principles that you expect to find in such a standard. So around biodiversity action plans, which of course is the topic of this conference, in the biodiversity chapter, we do of course demand a number of requirements like do not allow poaching, do not hunt, protect endangered species. But what we also make mandatory, a mandatory requirement is that the suppliers and the farmers must have a biodiversity action plan. And we have actually put a little implementation guide together, a guideline for how to produce a biodiversity action plan. It is one of the topics where we get most questions on. By the way, in order to help suppliers implement the Sustainable Agriculture Code, we operate a network of agronomic advisors around the world. So in every part of the world, we have about 80, in total about 80 advisors on the ground. Every individual supplier is entitled to at least 1 or 2 days of agronomic advice on our Sustainable Agriculture Code. And the organization that we work with, Control Union, who does that, operate a 24/7 helpline in different languages that suppliers can call if they have questions about the implementation of the Sustainable Agriculture Code. The advice we give on how to create a biodiversity action plan is roughly the following. First of all, check the CBD website. Check the CBD website and look at, in my country, what national CBD action plan is in place. In that action plan, is there a specific mention of the region in which I, as a supplier, operate? Can I link into the existing program? The second piece of advice is find your nearest tree hugger. Find your nearest organization that deals with nature conservation, biodiversity conservation, the local branch of BirdLife International, and invite them to come to your farms. Invite them to talk with you about the question, what is the best thing that I can do here to contribute to biodiversity? And so since we have made having a biodiversity action plan mandatory, and we operate a software tool, so this is not about the certification part of the program, this is about the program where suppliers do an assessment against our Sustainable Agriculture Code. They have to have a biodiversity action plan, and they have to submit that biodiversity action plan to the software tool that we use for the self-assessments. We have analyzed a couple of those, and we have produced 2 booklets now. What you see here on the left, a closer look at biodiversity issue 2. We have published some of these existing biodiversity action plans that we thought were particularly well thought through. And we distribute that to all our suppliers through the Sustainable Source, which is a publication that we send quarterly to all our suppliers. And on the right, you see an example of one of these, one that was recently produced by our tomato paste supplier from Greece, who have put together a biodiversity action plan with their farmers and actually have done an analysis of all the bird species, 16 in total. This is just one part of one page of that report, that are affected by the production of industry tomatoes in that particular region in Greece, but also all amphibians and all invertebrate. So, before I go there, it is a mandatory requirement, so suppliers produce a biodiversity action plan and they submit it to our software tool. So we now sit on 4,000 biodiversity action plans in 16 different languages. And I have no resource to analyze all of them. So that is my problem. And I'll come to something that I hope will be a solution at the end of the presentation. We have asked a consultant, a lady who used to work for WWF in the UK. She was Director of Conservation for WWF UK. She has looked at about 100 of those 4,000 biodiversity action plans, those in English. And her findings are actually what you would expect. And it's the total spectrum from absolutely worthless to absolutely brilliant, which is good news. I mean, the best achievement so far is that we have suppliers and farmers thinking about it. What I need now is a tool to help them think a little bit better about it. One of the things I want to mention here is Knorr is our largest brand in Unilever. It's about 6 billion euro in sales globally, and it's meal ingredients by and large. Knorr has set up the Knorr Sustainable Farming Fund, where suppliers of Knorr raw materials actually need to make an investment in order to comply with elements of our Sustainable Agriculture Code. The Knorr Fund is willing to match that investment euro for euro. They put €1 million in the fund every year. It is not a huge sum of money, but it is a very attractive proposition to our suppliers. So we currently have over 70 projects in the fund, and they address deliverables like water saving, fertilizer saving, etc., and biodiversity increase. As a matter of fact, of the programs that we have, 12 have biodiversity as the topic. And this is about, it can be about field margins, like Syngenta talked about this afternoon, which is not necessarily a big investment, but in order to get optimum use of it, you need to have the right mix of plants and flowers in your field margins. You need to understand for which kind of predatory insects you want to create a habitat so that they can control pest insects in your crop. It's a bit more than just creating a pretty picture for any tourists that comes your way. But it's also about building insect hotels or helping to create little ponds within your property for amphibians to breed and reproduce, for instance. So this is then the last slide. In order to help assess the effectiveness of biodiversity action plans, a tool has been developed by Cambridge University in collaboration with the Cool Farm Alliance. For those of you who don't know the Cool Farm Alliance was created a couple of years ago by Unilever and partners to promote the Cool Farm tool. The Cool Farm tool is a carbon footprint calculator, a farm gate carbon footprint calculator. It was originally designed as a spreadsheet. It has real science behind it. It was developed by Unilever together with the University of Aberdeen. And it has all the algorithms in there that look at if you have entered as a farmer how many hectares you farm, where you farm them, coordinates, what kind of fertilizer application you do, how many runs with your tractor you do over the farm, etc., etc. It will calculate how much greenhouse gas emissions you have from mineralization of fertilizer or from fossil energy use or from pesticide inputs, etc., etc. We wanted to make that available to as many farmers as possible, so we created the Cool Farm Alliance. The tool is now available online. You can join Cool Farm Alliance, become a member, and Cool Farm Alliance has now started to work on other sustainability assessment tools, particularly the ones that need scientific backstopping and scientific support. So around the Cool Farm Alliance, we are building an innovation hub where at the moment universities of Cambridge, Aberdeen, Oxford, Reading University in the UK, Potsdam Institute in Germany, and University of Wageningen in the Netherlands are creating a collaborative space where science can be brought together around sustainability assessment tools. One of the tools that is now available in beta version for testing is this one. It is called a CFT Bio, and it is basically a questionnaire. A questionnaire based on a review of literature that Cambridge University has done on 6,000 peer-reviewed publications in Northwest Europe on the effectiveness of biodiversity interventions. Anything from creating conservation areas to organizing toad crossings in the UK, and everything in between. And for every one of those publications, they have assessed whether they have defined the intervention, and they have assessed on the basis of the peer-reviewed evidence that was provided in the articles, whether the intervention was considered to be very successful, neutral, or counterproductive. That evidence is in a database behind this questionnaire. So in the questionnaire, you have a combination of things around farm attributes. Do you have hedgerows? Do you have a pond? Do you have riparian strips, etc., etc.? So it is a combination of what was called the Gaia yardstick that was developed by the Dutch Center for Agriculture, for Farming and Environment, and the evidence-based, I'm out of time, the evidence-based that Cambridge University put together. So you take your biodiversity action plan, you answer the questions, and the tool will give you a score. The tool will tell you whether your biodiversity action plan is spot on, fit for purpose or not. What it doesn't do yet is tell you whether biodiversity is actually improving. So I'll use the last 30 seconds for this call. There are a lot of databases in the world. There is a lot of monitoring that happens around farms and around conservation areas. Several attempts have been made to create repositories on the internet of the status of conservation programs, etc., etc. They all have gone either bankrupt or belly up or petered out. We really need to find ways to make much better use of the data that is out there that already exists, including, for instance, the information that the European Commission holds on the truthfulness and the accuracy of farmers that work within the cross-compliance program within the CAP, and particularly within the greener measures program of the CAP. Are those guys really doing what they say they're doing, and do they deserve the subsidy that we pay them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, clearly a whole array of issues about the good work that Unilever is doing. I'll very quickly go and see if there's any specific questions from the floor with regards to this presentation. Okay, good, thank you. First, the lady. And if I can just ask if you can introduce yourself. Oh, well, sorry. We'll start with, yes.
Hello. I just thought I'd say something because nobody is responding to your requests for questions. I have two questions. Well, one observation, which is it's taken us most of the day to get to the statement where we cannot manage what we cannot measure, and I think we ought to congratulate ourselves on managing to get through 6 hours without saying that. I don't believe it to be true. I think we manage lots of things on a daily basis which we can't measure, don't measure, and won't want to measure. And I don't think we do ourselves any favours by trotting out what is quite a tired Peter Drucker epithet. I don't think it helped enormously. And the other thing to say is that we've discussed supply chain quite a lot, but at the moment we're only hearing the voice of the brands and the business to consumer facing side of the business community, the people in the supply chain, and my name is Matt Robertson, I work for a supply chain organisation called Interserve, so you're not meant to have heard of us, we sit in the supply chain. And I wonder why that is. Why is it that my fellow business occupants in the supply chain don't either have a platform to speak from or wish to take any platform that is offered to them, and we are happy to just leave it to the brands and the brand owners to do the talking. I don't know if the panel's got a view on that.
Okay, any of the panelists would like to respond to that question? Where are the rest of the actors from the supply chain? Why aren't they here?
I'm happy to say a couple of things, but not about who is on the panel and who is not. That's up to the organizing committee. On the point, you can only manage what you can measure. It sounds good as a paradigm. There's many consultants who will say that. The question is, what do we mean with measurement? How do I measure biodiversity? And I think that there is a world to gain there. I don't know how many people are familiar with the high conservation value assessment methodology with the 6 different types of conservation values and the detailed surveys of animal and plant life that you need to repeat every year. I can tell you that is not an effective measure. And unless we can come up with things that are simple and straightforward and repeatable, business is not going to spend enormous amounts of money on all these kind of things. Nor are we going to spend enormous amounts of money, on life cycle costing. Or on the valuation of externalities. I mean, we have a mechanism to put a price on externalities, and it's called tax. Yeah, we've been doing that for ages. If greenhouse gas emissions are bad, and if greenhouse gas emissions create climate change, and if greenhouse gas emissions particularly come from fossil fuels, then what should we do? Discuss endlessly first, second, and third generation biofuels? No, we should tax the use of fossil fuels. It's not complicated, I think. So when it comes to measurement, I absolutely agree that this is certainly true in industry. Unless we can measure something, it is extremely difficult to give anybody in the organization a certain target to achieve. Because that is the difference. If you take this into the business domain, if we set a target for ourselves, then this will end up as individual targets of people in the organization. And they will do everything in their power to get there. Whether it's sustainable sourcing or improving biodiversity. We can turn that into a target for a company like Unilever. But then we need a KPI. We need something that a line manager can understand. At the end of the year, you will be at 7. If you're at 6, no bonus. That's the mechanism. High conservation value assessment does not help me do that.
Okay, there was another question here.
Yeah, Marion Hammer from Global Nature Fund. We did a German initiative to look at standards of the food industry and what is their relevance for biodiversity protection. And many of the standards, or not most, but many of them have the requirement to have a conservation plan or biodiversity action plan, but most of them, maybe none of them, is looking at what is the content of this biodiversity action plan? Is it a good one? Is it a useful one? Etc. etc. We were also in contact with the coordinators of the Sustainable Agricultural Code, and they responded very well. And I'm happy to listen that you are now analyzing, even knowing the lack of resources, but that you are analyzing the biodiversity action plans which you are requiring. And my question is, there are many other standards like Global Gap, QS, etc., which have the same requirements. What is your impression when SRE, when will they also come up with more efficient biodiversity criteria?
It's a good question. So thank you. We do rely for about 60% of our raw material portfolio on external certification to run our sustainable sourcing program. And currently, none of the external standards can give us any quantifiable information on anything, really. Organic standards do not produce an annual report on the state of biodiversity and the region where organic farms are located. Fair trade does not produce an annual report on poverty reduction amongst fair trade certified farmers. And so in the world of standards, ICIL members, etc., there is a big debate now about how do we move from impact assessments on the basis of implementation projects to get farmers certified against the standard to something that we can call sustainability metrics, which would be an annual report to indicate, for my certified supply base, whether I'm Rainforest Alliance or Global Gap, for my certified supply base, those are the key performance indicators that we track and follow. which, if you want to do this across millions of farmers, because when we talk about certified farmers, we're talking about millions in the meantime, they have to be simple. And then the problem again is, how do you quantify changes in biodiversity in a simple way? And I don't have an answer to that. My feeling is, and I was talking with a couple of people, that Earth observation technologies are currently really picking up on the issue. There are a couple of tools on the web that you can use. LEFT is one that you may have heard of, Local Environmental Footprint Tool, which is operated by Oxford University. And so we're looking at satellite programs in the EU, in Brazil, in the United States that might eventually give the answer. But then, of course, not at farm level, but that will probably be at a regional level. But again, it's the academic world that will have to come up with an answer of how we can translate remote sensing technology into a biodiversity value for a region. But biodiversity is particularly challenging, even more so, I would say, than livelihoods.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna ask the organizers to show the answers to the last question before. So how do you see the main responsibility for enhancing business commitments? Okay, how do you see who has the main? Okay, well, that's good. That's basically justifies why we're here. So I'm glad to see that there is such a big enthusiasm about business commitment to biodiversity. And with that, I'll ask our last speaker, Kirsten Sims from Woolworth, to give us her presentation on what Woolworth is doing around value chain and biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to be here today. I am mandated to talk to you about models for sustainable sourcing, and I know I'm the only person standing between you and drinks afterwards, so I'm going to try and keep this interesting, hopefully, and on time as well. So Woolworths, I'm pretty sure that many of you in the room don't know exactly who we are and what we do, but essentially we are a Southern Hemisphere retailer listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange with a market capitalization of around 7.3 billion rand, so making us one of the top 40 JSE-listed companies. We operate through 3 main operating subsidiaries, which include Woolworths Limited in South Africa and Africa, as well as Country Road, which is a clothing retailer operating in Australia and Africa, and David Jones, which is the newly acquired department store operating in Australia. Approximately 40% of the group's revenue is derived from our Australian operations. I'd like to talk to you today a little bit about Woolworths specifically. We operate at the premium brand of the market, in the retail market, offering largely private label goods in the food, clothing, homeware, and beauty space. Okay, so sustainability for Woolworths is part of our key business strategy and is also one of our core values, so it really is embedded in ways of doing business. Our Good Business Journey is the name of the plan that we have developed to address our key risks to our business, and it has 8 key focus areas you'll see on the screen. And it's really been developed on the basis of the major risks that we have as a business, as well as the issues which matter most to our customers. Our vision is to be the most sustainable retailer in the Southern Hemisphere. So around each of these focus areas, we set a number of stretch targets, which are quite big targets. And so as a diversified retailer, the question that I want to try and cover today is, how do we go about achieving those targets in complex supply chains? And really it's around working in partnership with various strategic enablers, the first being our suppliers, and forming long-term business relationships with them, as well as third-party assurance schemes and partners in NGOs and government departments, etc. Okay, so one of our key focus areas is obviously sustainable farming, and 90% of our food is sourced locally in Southern Africa. Farming in South Africa is in an extremely precarious position at the moment. We're producing food for a growing population that's on land which is essentially oftentimes not suitable for arable cultivation. Only 1% of South Africa has the right climate and soil combination for rain-fed agriculture, and only 3% has truly fertile soils, and only 13% of arable land is good for cultivation. So as a result of this burgeoning need to cultivate, we're also coming into conflict with some of our key biodiversity resources. The map at the bottom of the page shows that South Africa actually has 3 of the world's global biodiversity hotspots, being the Cape Floristic Kingdom in the Western Cape, the Succulent Karoo, and the Maputoland, Pondoland, Albany in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Each of these has extremely high levels of biodiversity endemism. Succulent Karoo, for example, has 69% endemism and 2,400 plant species which only occur in that specific area. As well as this, we've got many challenges around poor regulation and planning, and also issues around conflict with wildlife, particularly in the livestock farming market. The main picture on the slide is really an illustration of all these challenges put together, and it shows potato farming in the Western Cape, which is a problem in 2 main respects and comes into conflict with 2 of our key natural resources. One of them being our biodiversity. This is located in the Western Cape, and it's within the Cape Floristic Kingdom, which is the smallest plant kingdom on the planet and one of the most biodiverse. And secondly, water. We're currently in the midst of the worst drought in 23 years in South Africa, and potato farming is an extremely thirsty form of farming, and as you can see from this picture, there are numerous challenges associated. Okay, so how do we deal with these challenges? Back in 2009, we started a program which we call Farming for the Future to address these key challenges. The program is designed to help farmers which supply us with produce incrementally improve their environmental performance. Farmers are independently audited against the program, which measures key aspects such as conservation status of land, suitability of the land for growing crops, water, legislatory requirements, water consumption, wastewater, soil condition, and the list goes on. The focus is really around achieving continuous improvement and farming in a more sensitive and efficient way, and is designed to give customers peace of mind when they see the Farming for the Future label that the good that they are buying has been produced in a sustainable way. To date, we have 98% of our Tier 1 suppliers working as part of the scheme in the produce, horticulture, dairy and beef markets, and we are gradually extending this out into our secondary supplier base as well. Okay, so I won't go through this in too much detail, but these are some results that we saw between 2011 and 2013 with our 15 largest fruit and vegetable growers. And it just goes to illustrate some of the positive impacts that we saw as a result of the scheme, being a reduction in the use of synthetic fertilizers, increase in use of compost, soil carbon, decreased water consumption, and fossil fuel usage, as well as an increase in uptake of sustainable pest management techniques, such as integrated pest management, and a substantial decrease in the use of pesticides. As far as we can, we like to try and combine sustainable farming with our other focuses and goals. And Defena is a really nice case study example of where we've combined sustainable farming and our enterprise development initiatives. They were our first Farming for the Future horticulture supplier, and were formed on the basis of our enterprise development program support in providing startup loans as well as ongoing technical and business support, which carries on until a point that the business is able to be sustainable. The company provides us with around 600,000 plants per year, and these are all indigenous fynbos plants, which have the added advantage of being water-wise. The lady on the left-hand side is Jackie. She's the owner, and she's won many international and national awards for agribusiness entrepreneurship. And there's a really lovely video there if you have a chance to watch it. Much of the work that we're able to do relies upon us having a number of key strategic partners. A really nice example of the work that we've been able to do in partnership is an example of implementing wildlife-friendly farming techniques. As I mentioned earlier, we have significant issues around predatory losses in livestock, and the 38% of these are from leopards, caracals, and jackals. So we're working with a number of pioneering NGOs who are shown at the bottom of the screen to develop wildlife-friendly protocols to prevent the indiscriminate forms of predator management, which unfortunately is largely sort of historically around using traps and poison. So the funding we've provided has gone to these NGOs to get them to enlist farmers to develop non-lethal predatory management techniques and then develop protocols. Woolworths will then be able to source lamb from these farmers, and we're hoping to be able to do this by the end of the year. And the aim, of course, is to try and create a market for the products and encourage other farmers to uptake the standard. Okay, so this is an example of where sustainable sourcing is not necessarily only related to minimizing the impacts of the products that you buy as far as possible, but it's also about managing the risks of your procurement and ensuring the longevity of the products that you require and your suppliers. The water stewardship project that we ran in the Western Cape was in partnership with WWF, Marks & Spencer's, and the Alliance for Water Stewardship. And it involved enlisting 9 of our stone fruit suppliers to uptake the water stewardship standard. The standard encourages or requires that if you're part of it, that you must essentially manage water risks beyond your fence line and work with other people within the catchment area to manage water risks. The project is now going into its second phase, where the key outcomes of the first phase you'll see listed there will be the main focus areas, and will involve will involve working with key stakeholders in the catchment, including the local municipality, the local nature conservation groups, and even people within the local community to deal with sanitation issues, which are currently a problem affecting water quality being supplied to the farmers. Okay, so second to final slide, just to highlight the role that third-party assurance providers have in a business, a diversified business such as Woolworths, particularly in commodities where supply chains are complex and often lack transparency. We've set targets to be the biggest procurer of sustainable cotton in the Southern Hemisphere by 2020, which means that 60% of our cotton will need to be sustainably sourced. And we will be relying largely on Better Cotton Initiative cotton and organic cotton to help us achieve those goals. And finally, I'd just like to discuss with you an issue of a very topical issue, and one that is critical to ensure the health of the global ecosystem: deforestation. It's something that I believe that a retailer such as Woolworths has a duty to and has an ability to influence on the supply chain. We've released our deforestation positioning statement a couple of weeks ago, and it essentially outlines the methods that we will use to achieve our goal, which is to be deforestation free by 2020 for each of our risk category commodities. And we are further down the line with some already than others, but it's work in progress. And the thought I'd like to leave you with today is that in terms of dealing with complex issues like this, where there's multi-stakeholders, multi-commodities, it simply wouldn't be possible without the long-term support of our suppliers and our partners such as WWF and government departments, and also third-party assurance providers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kirsten. Very interesting to see, this view from a retailer and looking at how retailers are also starting to address some of these complex issues around biodiversity. Are there any questions to this presentation? Yes?
Matt Smith, Joint Nature Conservation Committee in the UK. Firstly, thanks to all the panellists for excellent presentations. My question is to Kirsten. Obviously, Woolworths have set themselves very commendable targets, and that's great. And obviously, you're showing some excellent success. I suppose two questions. Firstly, how is it you go about actually auditing your various projects to get the statistics you've used up here? But also, how far do you go to actually future-proof a lot of these schemes? Because the percentages you gave to do with production in South Africa were pretty stark. So I was wondering how you take in the kind of projected future global changes in your programs.
Are you referring to the Farming for the Future stats?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of how we measure the outcomes from that program, it's all independently done by an environmental consultancy who actually helped to develop the scheme, or the program, should I say. So we ensure that the farmers are, it's all independent, and the basis of the scheme is essentially that the farmers are provided with first of all, a report following audits, and they are required to show improvement at each successive audit. In terms of the stats that you saw, that was near the beginning of the implementation of Farming for the Future. We haven't run a study like that since, simply because of resources, but that was also done on an independent basis. And but it's clear that those statistics are likely to be that was the beginning. Going forward, you're unlikely to see the same incremental sort of improvements. But the point is that we do expect there to be a continual improvement in the scores that farmers are achieving. Does that answer your question? Can you remind me?
So I was saying, you were talking about water scarcity and percentage. Sorry, the second part of my question, just to follow up, was how do you future-proof the programme? So you were saying that water scarcity and available land is lacking in South Africa. It's likely that this will get worse as climate shifts, climate changes. How do you go around future-proofing the management plans that you give to your growers, for example?
Well, as part of the Farming for the Future scheme, it's built into the program that part of the review process is this type of farming sustainable in this area? And quite often we found that it may not be. So we take the advisory role then in terms of what would be a suitable alternative crop that you could grow instead. A nice example of the water stewardship pilot is a good example of the direction that we ultimately want to be moving into. with our suppliers, water being obviously a critical issue for us, and something that we are planning to extend with one new water stewardship approach each year now till 2020. So that's where we see our critical role in terms of future-proofing our business, because water is probably our largest risk factor.
Rick? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question for both Kirsten and Jan Kees, because the presentations you're making, I mean, you're showing very positive examples, and you make it sound very easy. But we know that once you start talking to your suppliers, there's a lot of pushback, often from suppliers. Producers that are saying, oh, yet another requirement. So in this process, you've given an example of Knorr, the Knorr Fund, but in this example, how many suppliers are jumping ship? And how many, and how can you get them on board? We saw the little questionnaire, like business needs to drive business compliance, but it's not necessarily that easy. So what is the feedback from your suppliers on those actions?
Me to go first? There is pushback from suppliers, just like we push back on all kinds of initiatives to start separate reporting on this, that, and the other. We're all pressed for resources, and so it is natural. But the point is, for farmers and suppliers, there is value in participating in the program. We organize supplier summits together with Knorr, with the brand. We did one in Belgium a couple of weeks ago where we had probably 160 people, maybe 60 from Unilever and 100 from a large group of suppliers. This was with a supplier called Ardo in Belgium. They are probably the largest quick frozen vegetable supplier in Europe. And they had invited and they allowed competitors to come to participate in the workshop, actually go into the factory, talk with the farmers. And we brought other suppliers, Unilever suppliers from all over the world, from India, from South Africa, from Latin America, to that summit. There is a lot of value for farmers in talking with the people who manage the brand. Knorr as a brand employs 200 chefs who think of new recipes for Knorr, but basically give a lot of workshops, particularly to the catering industry, on how to use Knorr products. If you put a farmer and a chef in the same room, the discussion will be about sustainability within 5 minutes, because it is about the crop and how a healthy crop leads to better taste, and how better taste and healthiness refers to consumers, etc. There's very little you need to do. Put a video camera in there, check the Knorr website. We have tons of these kind of videos. And they really value that. They really value the fact that they now know what happens to their onions. I was really surprised to find a friend of mine who now works for South Platform was in a coffee workshop in Uganda probably 6-7 years ago, and he talked with the coffee farmers there, and they said to him, we don't know what white people do with those beans, because they didn't know coffee. They had never roasted coffee themselves, they didn't drink it, and they didn't know the supply chain. And the same is true for onion farmers in Europe. They didn't know until a couple of years ago what happened. And there is real value, and they take pride. Look at the interviews with farmers on the Knorr website. You can see it. You can see it in their faces. So there is pushback if what we ask from suppliers becomes unreasonable. But as long as you can show the business value that's in there for them and for their farmers, they're willing to do things. They really are. And I have to add that we're a pretty good customer.
I would very much echo that as well. Excuse me. We've seen in both the farming and also the processing side of things, where we're asking for better performance, it's actually leading to more efficiency, cost savings, and other benefits for them. I think, you have to, it has to be managed carefully. There has to be mutually beneficial aspects, and you can't fire a million questions at your suppliers and ask them and expect them to always comply. But I think in terms of where we're heading in sustainable farming, there's a definite case for being in a partnership.
Okay, well, thank you so much to all our panelists. I see that we're out of time. I had quite a bit of issues here on my list, but time is what we were in lack of in many cases. One last comment, maybe to think about and potentially address tomorrow, which I find sometimes always lacking in this discussion. So we talk about these good case studies and activities that are going on the ground, but at the same time we talk about challenges such as the lack of traceability, the complexity of measurement at the biodiversity at the ecosystem level. And one of the things which I was a bit surprised that didn't come out very strongly in the discussions today was, what about enforcement? I don't know how many of you have been, in looking at how all of these things that we're talking about are enforced. Just in the case of Indonesia, hundreds of islands talking about sustainable use. So what are the resources, what are the abilities to actually enforce many of the things that we're discussing about today outside these very specific, which are very good and very positive case studies? But again, biodiversity is being lost at alarming rates. And many times I think that it's not very clear on how this actually translates to feasible actions and enforcement at the field level. So with that, thank you very much for all of you that stayed throughout the day. I do have here a note that there are some announcements from the organizers.
Okay, can you? No, yes, thanks. So first of all, on the behalf of organizers, I would like to thank all the facilitators and speakers and you audience for the active participation for the first day of the Business and Biodiversity Forum. And secondly, we have been asked about the presentations, and they will be on our event webpage. So after the forum is over, you will be able to see the presentations from our webpage. Secondly, you have been sent a questionnaire for the 3 key points from each sessions, from 2 to 5 for today. And this will feed the last day, the last panel discussions. So I would like to ask you to answer that questionnaire during tonight, before tomorrow's morning. And tomorrow we will send you another questionnaire about the last sessions for the tomorrow. Also, keep your name tags for tomorrow. You will need it. And my last wish here is to welcome you to the welcome reception. Thank you.